Okay. The phone rings from Open Door, and I rush in the house, wash my hands, and come down here in my work clothes, and I look pretty unsightly, and pick up food and deliver it. To be very frank about it, I grew up in a needy family, and so I know what it's like to be hungry, and that's why I have a compassion for people that are in need. I really have a compassion for people that need food and need help. Well, I mentioned that they could use some food. And from there on, it sort of...
And welcome to Conversations on a Bench, a national 24-hour long event where I will be sitting here. This will be my home for the next 24 hours until 3 p.m. tomorrow. And we will be talking with other service providers in town. We'll be talking with guests and volunteers and friends, talking about homelessness, talking about addiction, mental health issues, and other things that the people we serve struggle with. Looking for stories of hope, stories of struggle, stories of what can we do differently to make sure that dignity of a human being is really emphasized here in Midland. We'll be talking about why Open Door exists right here on the corner of Buttles and Jerome, making sure that we are walking with the homeless, the hungry, and the hurting in our community, showing them God's love through hospitality and services, care for them. So my first guest today is Kim Stuhler from United Way, and she and I are going to talk a little bit about what United Way does in the community. So Kim, tell me a little bit about the services that Open Door, or I know what Open Door does, what United Way does, and how we share some of the same people.
Sure. Exactly what you said. We share a lot of collaborations together. United Way doesn't provide specific services on our own. We work with the many nonprofits in this community, but with Open Door especially, it's around housing. Being the lead in our local planning body, which is a continuum of care around housing and homelessness, being aware of the gaps. We actually came here a couple months ago and had community conversations in the kitchen area with guests, and we've had them at different other areas of agencies, and just to get a feel of what is the need out there.
Yeah, I mean, what did you find in doing some of those things? Like what was some of the need, and what are some of the solutions that people have come up with?
That's a great question. The biggest one is transportation. And we know, because we're a small town, even though we like to be considered bigger, we're small, and so our transportation service is a little, it's hard for many.
Sure.
Especially when you're out county, you have to take one transportation into town, and then you have a switch to another one when you're in town. A lot of times the availability of doctor's appointments and other appointments, case management appointments. So transportation was the biggest one. Another is food, which I think our community does really well on. Here we have the soup kitchen, but we also have our food pantries. And you have, when I walked up here, notice you have vegetables and all kinds of things offered.
And the bridge, I know the bridge does
yes,
a lot with that.
The bridge does too. So it's nice that we have the food taken care of. It's the other needs in our community, especially transportation. That's a tough one.
Sure. And I know that we have guests a lot of times when they're coming out of shelter that are having a really hard time finding housing. And
yes.
I think some of that is jobs that aren't paying the wage that is necessary for housing in Midland. And I think we also have a lot of people who just have never known how to get at their benefits. You know, maybe they really should be on Social Security.
Yes.
And they've never figured out how to do that. So we like to try to figure that out with them, work through some of the paperwork aspect of it. But I know the local planning body has talked a little bit anyway, or maybe a lot, about what do we do about the housing shortage. And you know, one of the things again that came up, I think it might have been in the newspaper, where they were talking about low-income housing. And I think that the low-income housing threshold that they were giving was $1,500 a month.
I know.
That's a lot of money.
It is. It's a lot of money for anybody starting out at a job, or even a lower paying job. and even others too, myself included. The housing is a tricky situation. We, like many others, Midland isn't alone in the housing crisis. There is just not enough affordable housing in our community, in the region, in the state, and in the nation for starting out. So we're trying to work like the local planning body, and it's not just United Way, and it's not just Open Door. We're working together with housing, the HARA, the Housing Authority, and we're working with the shelter house out there on Waldo, just to see what everybody's up against.
Sure.
Just because you're in it doesn't mean you know.
Right.
So,
sure.
But so that's basically
Where you're at. Anyway.
where am I? Yeah, where we're at.
Yeah, and we know that in housing we've tried all kinds of things. I lived in Chicago when we still had projects, and of course, just building a cement brick building and putting people in it didn't necessarily solve the housing problems that they were experiencing. And I don't know, I had one person tell me that the answer to the housing shortage, at least the low income housing shortage, was just to send poor people someplace else. And that's not the kind of thing we want to do, because one, it's not very dignified, but we also have people that are working the jobs that we need.
Exactly.
We need people who are going to be in a lot of the service industries. I know we'll have guests that will stay with us that are working at the country club, that are working at Grazie, that are working at the car wash, that are working at the grocery store. Can you imagine what Midland would be without those services?
I can't, because if we didn't have them, everybody would be going elsewhere.
Right, we'd be going to Bay City.
Exactly. So then Midland wouldn't be what it is today. And it's also childcare workers, teachers when they start out. It's a tough time. So it's community members that we need. And so if we can help in some way to be there, I love the part when you said the case management. Just saying that, yes, you need to do your Social Security, or you need to do this or that. Those are hard. I've tried to work with Medicare and helping my parents and to understand all the rules.
I agree. I don't know. I understand that they're legal documents. And so there's a lot of that has to be written in certain ways, and questions have to be pretty specific. But sometimes I even dealt with that with my daughter-in-law. She had to redo some stuff for health care.
Yes.
And just, she's a teacher. She's got a college degree, and she just said, this paperwork is crazy.
Yes.
And so we see guests, many who haven't, gotten past high school, maybe haven't even gotten into high school, and to expect people to understand how to do that on their own. That's why we want to be here. And we found that, especially with the soup kitchen, people will come in and they'll sit down and have lunch. And the first time, they kind of go through the line, get the lunch, sit down, eat. Second time, sit down, eat. And then someone's asking them their name. And then they're meeting with Emily, our outreach case manager. And all of a sudden, the next time they come in, someone says, hi, Susan, so good to see you. And then all of a sudden, things are coming out of the bag. I don't understand this. Can you help me? I got a job, but I need shoes for this particular job. And so it opens it up. It's crazy how food opens it up.
Exactly.
And people are willing to talk. And then if we can help people along the way, it stops the homelessness before it starts.
And it's a trust issue.
For sure.
Just if you're not familiar with the community, or even are, if being in that position of needing help, it's hard to ask, even myself.
Yeah.
I don't ask for help. I try to do it myself. But when you need that help and have those connections, I think is wonderful.
Yeah. And sometimes when the paperwork comes too, by the time it arrives to you, it's supposed to be back in 2 days.
Exactly.
Well, how are you going to do that? Especially if you don't have an internet connection or whatever. So I know that the local planning body has been talking about different ideas for housing. Can you share any of what those thoughts are?
Yeah, a little bit. They're all in the works, and it's not just the local planning. We are also working with Housing Forward with the Midland Business Alliance. They're working more on the workforce housing, and we're working on, there's a continuum, a housing continuum. It's a wonderful diagram that our housing specialists in this community have come up with. I think people should, look into that. But as No, I forgot your question because I just was going
Just
in the
different
way.
kinds of housing opportunities. So
Okay.
kind of if we go back to thinking about when Dow was doing what Dow was doing, even in the 30s and 40s here, and a lot of the small houses, the no basement, small house, no garage, that was the starter home.
Right.
Now that starter home is like $150,000, $160,000. You know,
Yes.
even we were at the Midland, the Leadership Midland, doing our little thing about the different nonprofits doing speed dating kind of thing.
Oh, yes.
And we were talking about the houses that they're building with Habitat,
Yes.
and that those houses are appraising at over $200,000.
I know. I just heard that the other day
That's
too.
that's not a starter home.
No, that isn't a starter home, and that's what's tough. So, a lot of times apartments are your starter homes, and sometimes those aren't big enough, depending on the size of your family. But I know there is an apartment complex going up out on East Lawn, so some affordable housing in there. But also, I've heard, and just from reading the news and stuff, that they are going to also have space, community space for like the case management
Oh,
piece.
that's lovely.
So that would be another benefit for the housing and those who need services at the same time. I know Affordable Housing Alliance has apartments, and they're looking to grow as they can with funding that they may receive. So it's hard because I know people think, well, why can't we just fix the problem? It's not an easy problem to fix.
No, absolutely not. It's so many layers. Because even if you think about what affordable housing is doing, and even what home to stay is doing, a lot of it is supplementing.
Yes.
So we haven't come to a point where we can help low income people reach the goal by themselves yet.
Exactly.
And understanding that you move one thing, like raising the minimum wage or whatever, and then that causes a trickle down effect.
Right.
So great. Those of us that own houses go, yay, our housing value is
Exactly.
going up, but it causes a trickle down effect. Or even that, I've owned a home for almost 30 years, and so if I move, I don't know that I can afford something else, even though my house is worth more.
Right.
It wouldn't necessarily allow me to take that money and move into something smaller, because again, everything has a trickle down.
You're exactly right. Yeah. One of the other things is called In God's Backyard. It's a movement or a group that's out there, and I know some of that is being looked at here, where churches have property, and if they're not using the property, they're looking into maybe having a house or two built on there. So that might be an option too. And you can also have the casework with working with the church or local agencies. So fingers crossed, we're on the right path. We have strategic planning going on always, as in the local planning body, like I said, with the groups that are involved in the housing and the case managers around them.
Sure. And I think that that's hopeful to know
Yes.
that we recognize there's a problem, and we really are seeking creative ways on how to fix that problem or how to address that problem. Because I think it's very difficult for someone in a low-income situation to look down the road and to say, there's absolutely no way I can do this.
Exactly.
And United Way supports how many different agencies?
We have 25 partner agencies, but we also work with all the nonprofits that may not be a partner agency. So.
Sure. But that's 25 plus
Yes.
agencies that are really looking to see our community thrive.
Exactly.
And to care for people who, what we're saying is that homelessness especially will affect men, women, children. It'll affect the elderly.
Yes.
It'll affect the mentally ill. It will affect the disabled. And so it really reaches everywhere. And so knowing that there are 25 plus agencies that are really seeking to come alongside the people that we serve, the people that we love, the people that we know by name.
Right. Exactly.
And that there's a hope for the future here. There
Exactly.
really
You may
is.
not see it right away, but there is. We're working in the. I always think of the little duck that's always paddling. So that's kind of what we're all doing together.
Sure. And I know that United Way has also been affected by some of our friends that are sleeping on your bench.
Yes. It's tough. I mean, even the parking lot across the street, we see families in cars and couples or even individuals, and how to help them. We give them the information share. There's a shelter across the street. You can get a free, hot meal. talk to somebody in there. But you don't know what their situation is because everybody has a different situation. And I've learned from you, everybody has a choice. They make their own choice.
Yes, and that is the hard spot, especially whether it's in our parking lot across the way or whether it's down at family fair when someone is giving away flowers and saying, has a sign. It's the idea that yes, everybody does have a choice, and we really need people to want to participate in their own recovery. And so that doesn't change our love for them.
Right.
We still know most of the people over in the parking lot. We're reaching out to them. We're definitely wanting them to stay warm as it gets colder.
Exactly, yes.
We want them to come in for lunch, and if possible, we want them to come in for shelter. Some of our friends are on a timeout because they have had unsuccessful exits. We always say that we do not exit people, people exit themselves. That when people come into the shelter, they know what the expectations are, and they have to agree to them to come in. And some people can really do well, that structure is very helpful and sets them on a better path. And some people aren't ready yet.
Right.
And so if it takes a few times, we're ready to take a few times. And if people, like I always say, like if you have someone that's sleeping on your bench, or you have someone who you're recognizing needs some help, is give us a call, because we're more than happy to go out. We may already know them.
Right.
And even if we don't, it allows us to make a new friend and to invite people over to talk.
Right.
So.
And that's what I was also thinking, how to tell the average person this too, because I have meetings at the office where I have groups of people come in and they see and they ask, and I try to give them the answer that you just shared, that that we see them, we give them someone to connect with.
Yes.
And we're not ignoring the situation.
And we are so thankful for that, honestly. Thankful for your partnership, thankful that you're right across the parking lot. And that, again, we're all in this together. We're all seeking the same thing. And I really do think Midland is a wonderful place to be. And I think it can be a wonderful place even for people who struggle. And our goal is really to offer hope and to say, you have assets, let's figure out what they are, and let's figure out how to get you back on your feet again.
Yes, I think you're doing a great job.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
I appreciate you, and I appreciate your team.
Well, it was great chatting with you. Thanks for taking some time out.
Thank you.
And we will see you at the next meeting.
That's right. We will always see each other.
Absolutely. Thanks,
All right,
Kim.
thank you.
So good to talk to you.
Yes, good to talk to you.
After 50 plus years of going through daily letdowns and disappointments, when I got here, I was at the end of my rope.
I was in a very dark place when I got here. I was really depressed.
I lied to the shelter and I told them that my mom wanted me to come because I didn't know that you could have an option of not having a home. So I told them that my mom wanted me to come, so I lied.
I was lucky to eat once a day, and that'd go on 3 or 4 or 5 days in a row, nothing to eat, wandering around, not knowing where to go, who to talk to, or even asking for help.
The Open Door they do a lot for people. I mean, a lot. It's not just, a lot of people have no idea what the door is all about. And once you get in here and talk to staff and you see the things that are happening around here, they're really great for the community.
It feels like home environment. Get a bed to sleep in, get my meals 3 times a day.
They've helped me see that I can move forward from the problems that I've had.
They have given me a second chance.
There's people that care here.
The people here that do care and counseled me when I needed counseling.
They're just great people. They really are. I mean, they love us, you know.
I can progress through every day now knowing I'm getting better every day.
Thanks again for joining me for Conversations on a Bench, a national 24-hour event put on by Citygate, our Association of Rescue Missions, to talk about homelessness, about addiction, mental health, things that affect the people in poverty in our area. And one of the things that's very important to us at Midland's Open Door is to really follow God's call on us to be hospitable. And something that came to mind today was Proverbs 31:8 that says, "Speak up for those who will have no voice, for the justice of all who are dispossessed. Speak up, judge righteously, and defend the cause of the oppressed and the needy." And I'm so thankful for the partners that we have here in town that do that. And I'd like to welcome Joe Coffey on. Joe is with Home to Stay. So good to see you.
Good to see you
So
too.
have a seat, Joe.
Thanks for inviting me.
Well, thanks for coming. I have something for you. I have a pair of Open Door socks for you.
Thank you. Well, you know, I am famous for my sock game.
Well, there you go. So add those to your list. So, Joe, tell me a little bit about what you do at Home to Stay and how we partner together.
Absolutely. So Home to Stay is the HARA agency here in
Explain
Midland
HARA.
County. So HARA is the Housing Assessment and Resource Agency, and that is a designation that comes through the state of Michigan, and it's even going back further, comes through HUD. And so that means that we are the central point of intake for families and individuals who are experiencing homelessness or at high risk for experiencing homelessness here in Midland County. And we work together with our local shelter and many other agencies to get folks into what's known as the coordinated entry system. And that system helps the agencies and the local planning body in the county determine who needs services, at what level they need services, and how they should be prioritized. And so an example of that would be if somebody is chronically homeless and they have children with them, they would be prioritized a little bit higher than someone who is having a first-time experience and is a single individual.
And I know that your funding runs, what, October to October? Or
October to October,
September,
yeah.
or whatever. So I know that we, at times together, will have some struggles with people who are like late in the summer, early in the fall, and they'll say things like, Home to Stay can't help me. Is that really true?
I'm going to say not exactly.
There we go.
So what we can do certainly is, first and foremost, provide any of our outreach services. So our outreach services include things like food. So we have two types of food services that we have. We have what's called a tote, and we have a bag. The food bag is meant for people who are living in places that aren't necessarily considered habitable. So if someone
Places like what?
So if someone was living in their car, maybe they're living in a tent and they don't have electricity, or they don't have something to open a can or microwave things. So that's more ready-to-eat food. And then we have in our totes for folks who are experiencing sort of that at-risk piece, and maybe this food is going to be something that they don't have to spend money on and they can stabilize their housing a little bit. So that's one thing. We also have a vital statistics program. The vital statistics program is so important because, as you know, many of the people that we serve have left whatever housing situation they were in, oftentimes not by their own choice, either because they're fleeing something or they were asked to leave by the people who own the property they were at. And when people leave like that, they don't always leave with everything they need. So things like your birth certificate, your social security card, those sort of things sometimes get left behind in the hurry to vacate. And so folks can come to Home to Stay. We can help them get a birth certificate regardless of what state they were born in. And that process is really complicated.
I know.
And I'm always amazed at how complicated the process seems to be for me as someone who's not in crisis, and it's not my birth certificate that I'm trying to get. So if you think about that from the perspective of trying to do that on your own, if you're living in a tent, if you're in crisis, if you're in fear, if you're trying to provide for your children's food, you know, it's just overwhelming, right? And so that ability to get access to a birth certificate and have somebody walk you through that process and pay for it opens up a lot of other avenues. The new thing that we've offered this year that I'm so excited about, and I know you have clients who've accessed, is our post office box program. So as you know, the United Way held some listening sessions with the community earlier this year, and one of the things that came out of that was this idea that there were some obstacles to accessing some services in our county. And so Home to Stay held 3 more kind of follow-up sessions with your clients, our clients, and clients over at Shelter House, and said, tell us about these obstacles, what are they? And one of them that came up was that folks who are homeless don't have an address.
Yep.
And not having a permanent address in Midland County was creating an obstacle. So, you know, kind of worked with all of our community partners to come up with a plan, and we were able to launch this post office box program where folks can come, they can get this post office box for 6 months. It's paid for, and then they have an immediate address in Midland County that opens up the sort of access to services. Other outreach programs that we have are our furniture program, our appliance program. But the bigger question, I think, in kind of what you're asking is about, can we pay for rent when we get to the end of the fiscal year? And the reality is that yes, we sometimes can, and sometimes we're not able to. Sometimes we have to help folks access other resources that are available in the community, at least temporarily, because we have to prioritize folks, and we have to place, you know, chronic families or chronic youth, and go through that process to make sure that, you know, people are being equitably treated, and getting kind of the same level of service regardless of where they're entering that coordinated entry system.
Well, and one of the things that Kim and I were talking about was that the idea of low-income housing has grown in cost. So now low-income housing is supposed to be at about the $1,500 a month rate. And that is very unreachable for a lot of people. And that while we're glad that the house we own has increased in value, that it does have a trickle-down effect, and that some of our friends end up living in very uninhabitable places. Just talking today with someone who is living in a storage unit because that is more affordable. And you know, we don't want to see that happen, and we're very thankful for places like Home to Stay who can kind of fill that gap. And you know, the question I have is, what do you think is the direction we need to go in order to really help people attain that independence? Because, you know, Home to Stay can't forever fill that gap. And what we don't want to have happen is that Home to Stay fills the gap for 3 months, 6 months, or whatever, and then it's all of a sudden again unattainable, and people end up back in square one, which is shelter, which we're more than willing to welcome people back. But what are we going to do? And I mean, I don't know. That's why we're having these questions. What are we going to do that helps people aside from, you know, those things that middle-class people understand to do? Middle-class people say get a better job. Middle-class people say get educated. And we definitely want to help people along, but there's always, it's multi-level. It's like an onion. It's got all these little layers, and you peel one layer and it might start peeling another one. So, I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, you know, it's really interesting. I have a couple of different thoughts about that. The first is that one of the things as a community that we need to do, and I believe the local planning body is concentrating on, is to create opportunities for more units to be available. That's not an immediate fix. No one's building
houses right now.
thousands of units tomorrow that are going to be ready. But you know, long term, that has to be part of the solution. In the short term, when we think about like individuals and individual families that are using our services, we really have to kind of come at it in a couple of ways. The first is, what is sustainable and actionable for this person in this family? Because what the answer to that for you and the answer to that for me would be different.
Sure.
And then when you think about someone that we're providing services for on a regular basis, the gap between what they learned as a child and what survival skills they've created as an adult, and what we might think of as thriving is pretty big. Sure. So as a community, and I think we do a good job, I really think we do a good job of this, we really need to look at this whole individual and this whole family and find ways to raise their protective factors as a whole.
Get them out of crisis mode.
Get them out of crisis and look at stability kind of long term. So I'm going to share a story if that's okay.
Please.
And this is a young man that I met right in the next room over there in your soup kitchen. I don't know if you remember. When I first arrived here, you invited me over for lunch, and we had lunch there, and I met a young man who was very popular, very engaging, and everyone was paying attention to him, and I also was fascinated with him. And a couple of weeks, maybe a couple of months later, I ran into him at Project Community Connect.
Okay.
And so he sat down across from me. I was at the registration table, and he started kind of just telling me his story. And he was staying here at the time, and his question to me was, I don't understand why I'm homeless. Can you help me understand? And so I asked him to just tell me your story. And as he began to talk, he had shared with me that he had 2 full-time jobs, and he had a part-time job on the weekends, and he was in the process of interviewing for another, so a 4th job. And he was making X amount of dollars, and he didn't understand if he felt like, I'm doing all the right things, why am I in this situation? And the more we talked, he also shared with me about this car that he had recently purchased. And it wasn't a car that you or I, in his situation, probably would have purchased because we would have been able to kind of weigh that a little differently. And without judgment, I said, tell me why you picked this car. It was a really nice car. And he said, I picked this car because in my family, you need to think about a car that can get you back and forth to work, and you need to think about a car that you can live in if you have to. I didn't learn that as part of the responsibility of owning a car. And you didn't either, right? So, you know, that's a generational lesson that he learned, that he was unbalancing himself in terms of income and debt to meet as a safety net. And because he was doing that, that was leading to him needing the safety net.
Exactly.
So that's the kind of thing where I think if we look at individuals and we look at families and we really think about what their own protective factors are and listen to their stories, then we can help with maybe some education, some financial literacy, and sort of alter paths a little bit.
Absolutely.
The great ending of this story is that he is in an apartment.
Awesome.
He only has 2 jobs, 1 full-time and 1 part-time
How's the
job.
car?
He does have a different car now, and it's one
more practical?
that's a little more practical based on his income. So I share that story just as an example of we bring so many lessons to the table with us as adults, and not all of them are lessons that are helpful.
And I think that's where, for us especially, and I know for Home to Stay too, knowing the person, getting to know people by name, getting to develop that balance of trust with them that they can tell their story. And so that story from that young man might not have seemed off at all. Where, you know, for you, it goes ding, 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 that's the issue. Where for him, it was that he didn't understand that that was the issue.
At all. And,
you know, so for us to be able to look at the whole person, not just, oh, all we need to do is get a roof over your head, but it's understanding how do you balance your finances, not just where they come from, what do you do with it? You know, and some of the stereotypical things that we look at are, you know, if you've got a pocket of money and most of that is going toward lottery tickets, or a lot of it is going towards cigarette budget, you know, it's like, how do we balance those things? You know, maybe you want to play the lottery once in a while, or maybe you need to limit your cigarette consumption or whatever, so that we can balance this out. Because nobody is asking you to throw all of those things that are your safety nets away.
Right.
We're just asking you to try to figure out how to balance it out a little bit, you know, whether it's medical needs, you know, making sure people are getting to the doctor, making sure people who do have, everybody has an asset, right?
Yeah.
So maybe your asset is going to be, you could go to Delta, and because of your age and circumstance, you can go to Delta for free. So how do we get you there? And I think that's where case management is so important, because it's more than just, again, we offer this service, this is what we're going to do, rubber stamp, you get you out the door. It's that we understand you're a person, and that you have a story, and that story is important and valid, and so are you.
The other thing that is so important about what you're saying is, in this case management, right, we all have funder requirements of,
Sure.
we have to follow them at this point, this point, this point. We need to go beyond that, and we do. So what's happening beyond this 90-day mark of, you're no longer, okay, you're going to get financial services from home to stay for 30, 60, 90 days. Well, if we stop case management at that point, what's the
Right.
likelihood that somebody is going to continue on with their housing action plan without a cheerleader?
Right, for sure.
And the reality for us, and I know this is true for you because we work so closely together, is we are not the heroes of anybody's story. We are a guide.
Right.
Yeah.
There they go.
Speaking of heroes.
Yes.
And, you know, so we do not want to assume the role of hero, and we want to empower people to be their own heroes. And I know you
Absolutely.
guys feel the same way.
Yeah, because otherwise we don't want to become just another, I don't want to say crutch, because that's not the word really, but like you said, we can't be the savior in this situation. And so, which allows us to go home and sleep at night, frankly, but it also allows us to know that people have assets.
Yes.
And you can do this, and we want to walk with you through it, and when you stumble, come back. You know, that's our outreach program. You've met Emily, of
Yep.
course. Emily just is that person who says, hi, you know, sorry it didn't go so well, let's try again.
Let's start over.
So,
One of the things that I find so fascinating about your organization and admire so much is you guys have a great way of utilizing the sort of connectivity of the homeless community.
oh,
And
for
so
sure.
when you have a new program to talk about, or you have some exciting news that you want to share, it's great that you and your staff and your community partners are out kind of banging that drum, but you have such a unique and strong way of getting those connected people in the homeless community to share that information for you. And when it comes from a trusted source like that they trust even more than they trust us sometimes,
sure.
I see real action with that. And I just admire that so much about you and your agency.
Well, and I think that that's a point that we forget, is that doesn't matter who you are, or at, you know, whether you're homeless or whether you're living over by the country club, it doesn't matter who you are, you have friends.
Yeah.
And the homeless community is very connected, like you said, very friendly with each other. We'll say, like, if I'll say, hey, have you seen George? Yeah, I saw him yesterday, because we haven't seen him in a while. And people know each other, and they look after each other, and they lend each other stuff. And so if we can just help foster that, and you know, help establish the relationships that are, let's add a few more people to that circle who might be helpful in a different way. And you know, what I don't like is that we've got 3 people who can't care for themselves, and so they're all living together in a storage unit.
Yeah.
What would really be better is, how do we get those 3 people financially secure so that they can be sharing an apartment?
Yeah.
You know, because obviously, even for a storage unit, someone's got to be paying for that.
Yeah.
So how do we make sure people, like if they need their paperwork for SSI, or if they you know, need to figure out, hey, I met someone on the internet who's now my payee. How do we try to pull that back and help people make choices that are better for themselves, so that we can get them out of that storage unit and into an apartment? And I think that's where that connectivity of the community itself as well as the partnership connectivity, where if I know someone's living in a storage unit, that how can we work together and help them into a better situation?
Well, on a related note, one of the other functions of the HARA is to conduct the annual point in time count, or PIT count. I really don't like that acronym,
Seems like a weird, yeah.
It's such a weird thing. But so the annual point in time count, for folks that might not know, is also a function of HUD, and that's a night in which we're all across the country, but certainly here in Midland County, we go out and we count folks, sheltered or unsheltered, who are experiencing homelessness. And so we reach out to our community partners and say, how many folks do you have there? But one of the ways that we were successful last year in a way that we haven't been before is by having a connectedness to some folks within the homeless community who could say, you need to go and look at this park. You need to go look at the bus station. Here are some places where people go. And we hadn't had a lot of success with that prior to last year. So I think, again, that points to, how connected this community is, and that there really is a community amongst those who are experiencing homelessness.
Yeah, and I think if you can do something about getting us not doing the PIT count in January, that would be really helpful. I know, right?
Absolutely.
But that was a question I did have for you, because out in Huron County, I believe it was in Huron, they did another PIT count in the summer. Is that something that they just did on their own, or is that something that the government is doing it more than once a year?
Right now, it's something that folks sometimes are doing on their own. I know that there's been conversation off and on about requiring a second one. What's interesting here in Midland County, and probably in this area of Michigan as a whole, but I only want to speak to Midland County because that's what I know, right?
Right.
At this time of year, when it starts to get a little bit colder, we have a group of folks in the homeless community who migrate. They go down 75 south and they go to 40 in Tennessee, and they take that over to the beach in North Carolina. And then as things warm back up here, they reverse that and come home, because this is where they consider to be home. So when we're counting folks, the last Wednesday in January, which is when HUD says we have to conduct that search, it's a skewed number.
For sure.
Because a large portion of our population has gone somewhere warmer.
Well, and you and I know that anyway, because as you count people and I count people throughout the year, we had 238 individuals stay with us last year for 12,000 nights of shelter. So we know that the handful of people that we found during that night was not accurate. We also know that during the winter, everybody is going to do the best they can to get out of the weather. So we are going to have more people in storage units, or we are going to have more people couch surfing or whatever, that at this time of year, we have more people sleeping in bus stations and in tents.
For sure.
So, but I know for us right now, men's shelter has 1 bed. And it's the beginning of October.
Yeah.
So we're a little concerned about what winter's going to look like.
Absolutely.
So the women's shelter has a few more beds. It's a larger facility too. But knowing that this is not, it's not stopping. It's not getting better at the moment. And we're just really looking for answers, while at the same time doing our best to make sure that people are cared for where they are.
Yeah.
So
it's interesting too to think about, when you think about people being cared for where they are, being at capacity like that, right? That has a toll on your resources. It has a toll on your staff. Same thing at our agency and at Shelter House and all of our agencies. And so I always think about, as we head into winter and being kind of at capacity, like, what are some things we can do for our staff, for the people who are providing these services and direct care and those sort of things? Like, how can we make sure they're practicing self-care?
Yes. And funny that you mentioned that, because we did get our Citygate, who is the national organization of rescue missions, puts out a monthly magazine. And but maybe 2 months ago, they had a whole thing on staff self-care, and whether that is just being encouraging as directors, whether it's doing special things for the people who work for you, making sure that they're not overworking, making sure they're using their PTO, you know, those kinds of things. Being appreciative, I think, on top of it, and helping people understand, like you said, we can't save the world. You know, we do what we've been called to do, and we do it with compassion, and we do it with grace, and we love people, for sure, but at the end of the day, I can't save anyone.
Right.
And so if I wear that on my shoulders all the time, you know, I'm going to burn out a whole lot faster than if I come to understand that it takes this village, right?
Yep.
To work together, to try to care for people, and then to also encourage them to be involved in their own recovery.
I think I love all of those things, and I think that one of the things that we as leaders can do is to model the things that you talked about, using our own PTO, spending spending time with our families when it's appropriate, and it's so easy to get consumed with the desire to do more and be more and help more, and to use your own words, it is a calling, right?
Yes.
It is a calling, and so I try to concentrate on, am I modeling the things I want the rest of my team to do?
Good word.
And hopefully then they're modeling for their clients
Yes.
the things that equal good self-care.
Yeah. And recognizing that, you know, from a Christian perspective, we feel like God has just given us such grace and mercy. And so who are we to withhold that from other people?
Right. Right.
You know, we have been given such care, and that's why we do this, you know, because we want to care for others as we've been cared for. And like you said, you know, if I'm not acting in that way myself, if I'm not embodying that myself, how do I expect the staff to do that with other people? You know, we have to practice what we preach, I guess, huh?
Yeah. What's really powerful to think about that too, and the kind of influence that, kind of the way it trickles back to the clients. Because, you know, you and I both, because I've seen you do this, I feel comfortable saying this, you and I both do interact directly with the clients that we serve. And that's not always the case that the CEO or the executive director has the opportunity to do that, but we both do. And so I think that's another opportunity for us to be modeling, not only for the clients, but for our staff. You know, let's make sure that not only are you treating this person respectfully, but that you're expecting that they also treat you respectfully in return. You know, there's a limit to how much secondary trauma you can take in a day.
That's
and so
true.
It's okay to say, hey, Saralyn, I'm going to need to tag team this with you so that you can, you know, I need a break.
Right.
And I just think about all those things as we go into, you know, as we talked about, go into this season where we're going to be at capacity.
And I think one of the things that came up in some of our homeless training that we did about things like de-escalation especially, is that idea of I can take the noise, that secondary trauma kind of noise from someone, and I don't have to react to that.
Right.
You know, I can realize that this is something else talking. And I can, what we talk a lot about at the Open Doors, put pennies in the cup. I can be the extra mile of grace. I can say, I hear you. I'm listening. Let me repeat back to you what you've told me. That doesn't necessarily mean that whatever it is you're reacting against can change. You know, I can't necessarily change the rules because someone doesn't like it.
Yeah.
But I can hear what you're saying, and I can understand that that bothers you, and I can look for another avenue. Because, yeah, like you said, part of giving and receiving respect is not just going to be today, here in the moment. It's going to be when you're looking for that job and you're looking for that house. We had a conversation with a guest not too long ago about appearances. You know, what you do matters.
Yeah.
And so you need to do things like take a shower. You need to do things like launder your clothes. You need to make sure that when you go to look for that job or to look for that house, that the person on the other end isn't going to make initial judgments about you that may then cost you what you're looking for. And, you know, so I think that all of those things are teaching opportunities, and sometimes we have to say things that aren't really pleasant, or maybe that you know, I wouldn't say to you because I don't need to,
Yeah.
you know, but there are times in which I have to say to someone, you don't smell very good. You know, you are a very friendly person. I really like to talk to you. But the reason that when you sit down at lunch and everybody moves this way has nothing to do with who you are. It's that you need a shower. So let's take a shower, you know. So kind of those things that are teaching opportunities, not just for me and, you know, my uncomfortability level right now, but that this opens up doors for you.
Absolutely. You know, it was interesting because just this morning we had a young man who came in needing some assistance with his rent. And he wasn't yet behind, but he was kind of
That's
foreshadowing.
proactive.
Yeah, foreshadowing, I've got this, and this is going to cause me to not be able to pay my entire rent. When he first called and spoke to one of our intake team, he didn't like her initial questions. And they're the same questions that
Sure.
everybody gets asked. And he got really belligerent with her. And she tried to redirect the conversation and say, let's take a deep breath. These are the questions I need the answers to move to the next step. And so he began using profanity, and it's our policy that she give him a warning. You know, if you're going to speak like that, I'm going to end the call.
Right.
And he continued, and so she ended the call. It was enough that she felt like she needed to put this information on my desk to keep
Sure.
this person on my radar. So a couple of days later, he called back and got the same intake person. And she just very quickly said, hey, the last time our call
Right,
ended
it
this
didn't work
way,
so well.
how can we avoid that? So he got to the step where he came in for a face-to-face intake. Came in for the face-to-face intake, became belligerent with with that staff person, started swearing and name-calling, and he actually left before anybody could ask him to. So today, you know, we waited a few days, the staff called and said, we'd like to try to do this again. You know, let's set up a time. And just so you're aware, my supervisor is going to be present.
Right.
And so he came in this morning, and you know, I went up and I shook his hand and welcomed him into our space. And I just shared, you know, I'm sitting in as part of my observation process, but there are expectations for how you can treat me and the people that work here, and we will treat you with the same kindness and the same respect. And it was a great meeting. And I wonder, in this gentleman's instance, he was pretty young, I wonder if anybody had ever said to him,
These
stop
are the
that.
expectations,
Yeah,
right?
you can't do that.
Right.
And it just felt like maybe this was the first time somebody of some authority had said to him, stop that.
And again, you open doors for him. If he learns how to control that, that opens so many other doors.
Absolutely.
And it's small.
It's small. And it's like an everyday thing, right? So
Well, it's one of those things, again, that I think we had the privilege of being taught those things. And some people don't. And so how do we extend that grace to them to, like, say, stop that?
Yeah.
So
interesting.
but thank you so much for taking some time to sit with me. I appreciate you. I appreciate what you do.
I appreciate you, and I admire you greatly.
Well, thank you. Thank you. So good to see you.
You have a great day.
You too.
Saralyn may not think this is fun 24 hours.
Okay, Meredith, did you say I have a question?
I do have an audio show. I'm going to take a break and then
Okay. Okay.
A landmark decision from the U.S. Supreme Court on the issue of homelessness. In a 6-3 vote, the High Court.
the average age of a person who might come and experience homelessness, and then what's the, like, kind of the typical situation. I think this is a good breakdown stereotypes.
Right, to say that there is no. Yeah. John's at. Okay, so do you want me to answer that question?
Well, what we might do is we might start our break now, and then when we come back from our break, we're going to take a 15-minute break.
Okay.
Then you can start
when is our national break-in
First
here?
7:30. I think I wrote it down wrong.
Okay.
That was a vested in the old one.
And that might have been me that wrote it down wrong
I
too.
think it was me,
But that actually could also be something that we could discuss with John.
that too.
I mean, I want John to share his story.
It was, Richard Story, who works at Kroger.
Oh, okay.
So just
How does it work? Like with Joe, because he couldn't hear, he needed to sit here. Does that work okay, or does it work?
fine. I mean, the three of us are lopsided, but
Okay, that's fine. I think I would rather have someone over here. I don't mind sitting that close to people, but I feel like it's easier. The conversation is smoother when you're not quite so face to face.
We heard you just fine.
Okay, good.
so you're on break. Yay! See, it's not so scary.
Oh, it's not once people are here to talk to me, but it's talking to a camera with no audience that gets a little weird.
Do you want me to put a little face on the gray?
Yeah, you just need sticks.
Well, maybe that's something in the 2 seconds we had before, and Meredith, maybe this is something to say, is you're talking to Saralyn, not the camera. Get them out of their space.
You mean like my
Having a
guests?
Yes.
Or
yes.
yeah, and I think we're doing okay with that to some extent. And I like that. I'm trying to the initial first minute or two like you can see people start to relax after we've started to talk, because I want it to be a very natural conversation.
The flow was great.
Good. And funny enough, I don't know Kim that well, and I thought that went pretty well. What? Okay.
Court cleared the way for cities to enforce bans on homeless people sleeping outdoors when there's no shelter space. The case centered around Grants Pass.
Grants Pass, Oregon, population 40,000, a small city dealing with a big problem.
Oh, God, look at that.
Over the past 2 decades, as outsiders moved in, housing costs went up, forcing a growing number of people onto the streets.
The U.S. Supreme Court has sided with Grants Pass, Oregon, ruling that regulations and penalties around homeless camping do not constitute cruel and unusual punishment. The decision will likely have major implications on how cities make and enforce public camping rules. This case is the most significant to come before the Supreme Court in decades on the issue of homelessness.
Federal housing assistance has shrunk to its lowest level in nearly 25 years, even as homelessness and rental prices have hit historic highs.
According to new federal data, a record number of people are now unhoused, more than 653,000, a 12% population increase since last year.
Nationally, seniors are now the fastest growing age group experiencing homelessness, roughly 140,000 and counting.
This age group, 55 plus baby boomers, they have additional concerns. Some have health or mobility problems emergency shelters are not equipped to handle.
We've thrown billions of dollars at this problem and we can't come up with a solution.
But the housing first approach to homelessness is not solving, but actually deepening the homelessness problem.
Communities that have made progress on homelessness, one thing they all have in common is people work together.
We all agree that communities are stronger when everybody who lives in that community has a safe and stable place to call home.
Now to a bizarre discovery at a grocery store in Michigan.
Contractors were curious about an extension cord they spotted on the roof. Upon further inspection, they found a woman living inside the supermarket's sign.
Everything we work so hard for every day, you know what I mean, could be lost if we had something happen. If you fell, if there was a lawsuit situation, I cannot in good conscience allow you to be up on our roof. Do we have like shelter
it's just
information?
Yeah, it has the camo,
Is she
the hunter camo on it. It's just a tent bag, regular little tent bag. That's it.
So
yeah, that's all.
I mean,
because
is there,
they're going to hold my
I don't
the open door knock, and that's typically all we can offer is something like that. That's it. Are you familiar with the open door?
Nope, I can't go to this place.
Okay, all right. So that's essentially our only resource that we offer for homeless, you know what I mean?
I can't go to those places.
Okay.
The phone rings from Open Door, and I rush in the house, wash my hands, and come down here in my work clothes, and I look pretty unsightly, and pick up food and deliver it. To be very frank about it, I grew up in a needy family, and so I know what it's like to be hungry, and that's why I have a compassion for people that are in need. I really have a compassion for people that need food and need help. Well, I mentioned that they could use some food. And from there on, it sort of mushroomed. Then some people that I did deliver food to, they knew of people. So I'd leave an excess food amount with them, and they would pass it on to their friends that had children that knew what hunger was like. Well, I just enjoy being with people. I like to help people and just have a lot of fun here. I met Todd probably about 6 years ago. He reminded me of one of my favorite grade school teachers. And I guess that kind of drew me to him. I've met so many wonderful people here. I wonder where they're at after they leave here and how they are doing. I just hope the best for them, and I pray for them.
I was living in Woodland, and I couldn't afford my rent. I got behind. They wouldn't renew my lease. So I went through some changes, you know. Didn't have nowhere to go because I was from Mississippi. So I ended up coming to the Open Door. Place here, it's a good place. It's what you make out of it. If you come here, you do what you got to do and move forward. But if you come here with your old ways and think you're going to do the same thing here, it ain't going to happen. Old habits, you got to leave them alone if you come here. You know, ain't nobody got no chain, no ropes on you, but you got to follow the rules. You don't follow the rules, you get booted out. Besides a shelter over my head, a place to eat, you know, what they helped me with is being a man. I prep food for the cooks. I dishwash. I do whatever chef want me to do. I do it all. That's the only job I ever had that showed respect, like we were like a family. Get a little spiritual guidance in your life, you know, and that's what goes on here. But like I said, if you want it, see, God ain't gonna push you to do nothing.
There's hope here. There's hope for everybody, and that's something that's very special.
After 50 plus years of going through daily letdowns and disappointments, when I got here, I was at the end of my rope.
I was in a very dark place when I got here. I was really depressed.
I lied to the shelter and I told them that my mom wanted me to come because I didn't know that you could have an option of not having a home. So I told them that my mom wanted me to come, so I lied.
I was lucky to eat once a day, and that'd go on 3 or 4 or 5 days in a row, nothing to eat, wandering around, not knowing where to go, who to talk to, or even asking for help.
The open door they do a lot for people. I mean, a lot. It's not just, a lot of people have no idea what the door is all about. And once you get in here and talk to staff, and you see the things that are happening around here, they're really great for the community.
It feels like home environment. Get a bed to sleep in and get my meals 3 times a day.
They've helped me see that I can move forward from the problems that I've had.
They have given me a second chance.
There's people that care here.
The people here that do care and counseled me when I needed counseling.
They're just great people. They really are. I mean, they love us, you know.
I can progress through every day now knowing I'm getting better every day.
A landmark decision from the U.S. Supreme Court on the issue of homelessness. In a 6-3 vote, the High Court cleared the way for cities to enforce bans on homeless people sleeping outdoors when there's no shelter space. The case centered around Grants Pass.
Grants Pass, Oregon, population 40,000, a small city dealing with a big problem.
Oh God, look at that.
Over the past 2 decades, as outsiders moved in, housing costs went up, forcing a growing number of people onto the streets.
The U.S. Supreme Court has sided with Grants Pass, Oregon, ruling that regulations and penalties around homeless camping do not constitute cruel and unusual punishment. The decision will likely have major implications on how cities make and enforce public camping rules. This case is the most significant to come before the Supreme Court in decades on the issue of homelessness.
Federal housing assistance has shrunk to its lowest level in nearly 25 years, even as homelessness and rental prices have hit historic highs.
According to new federal data, a record number of people are now unhoused, more than 653,000, a 12% population increase since last year.
Nationally, seniors are now the fastest growing age group experiencing homelessness, roughly 140,000 and counting.
This age group, 55 plus baby boomers, they have additional concerns. Some have health or mobility problems emergency shelters are not equipped to handle.
We've thrown billions of dollars at this problem, and we can't come up with a solution.
But the housing first approach to homelessness is not solving, but actually deepening the homelessness problem.
Communities that have made progress on homelessness, one thing they all have in common is people work together.
We all agree that communities are stronger when everybody who lives in that community has a safe and stable place to call home.
Now to a bizarre discovery at a grocery store in Michigan.
Contractors were curious about an extension cord they spotted on the roof. Upon further inspection, they found a woman living inside the supermarket's sign.
Everything we work so hard for every day, you know what I mean, could be lost if we had something happen. If you fell, if there was a lawsuit situation, I cannot in good conscience allow you to be up on our roof. Do we have like shelter
it's just
information?
Yeah, it has the camo, the hunter camo on it. It's just a tent bag, regular little tent bag. That's it.
So
yeah, that's all.
I mean,
because apparently they're going to hold
I mean,
it's like the open door knock, and that's typically all we can offer is something like that. That's it. Are you familiar with the open door?
Nope, I can't go to this place.
Okay, all right. So that's essentially our only resource that we offer for homeless. You know what I mean?
I can't go to those places.
Okay.
The phone rings from Open Door, and I rush in the house, wash my hands, and come down here in my work clothes, and I look pretty unsightly, and pick up food and deliver it. To be very frank about it, I grew up in a needy family, and so I know what it's like to be hungry, and that's why I have a compassion for people that are in need. I really have a compassion for people that need food and need help. I mentioned that they could use some food. And from there on, it sort of mushroomed. Then some people that I did deliver food to, they knew of people. So I'd leave an excess food amount with them, and they would pass it on to their friends that had children that knew what hunger was like. Well, I just enjoy being with people. I like to help people and just have a lot of fun here. I met Todd probably about 6 years ago. He reminded me of one of my favorite grade school teachers. And I guess that kind of drew me to him. I've met so many wonderful people here. I wonder where they're at after they leave here and how they are doing. I just hope the best for them, and I pray for them.
I was living in Woodland, and I couldn't afford my rent. I got behind. They wouldn't renew my lease. So I went through some changes, you know. Didn't have nowhere to go because I was from Mississippi. So I ended up coming to the Open Door. Place here, it's a good place. It's what you make out of it. If you come here, you do what you got to do and move forward. But if you come here with your old ways and think you're going to do the same thing here, it ain't going to happen. Old habits, you got to leave them alone if you come here. You know, you don't know, ain't nobody got no chain, no ropes on you, but you got to follow the rules. You don't follow the rules, you get booted out. Besides a shelter over my head, a place to eat, you know, what they helped me with is being a man. I prep food for the cooks. I dishwash. I do whatever chef want me to do. I do it all. That's the only job I ever had that showed respect, like we were like a family. Get a little spiritual guidance in your life, you know, and that's what goes on here. But like I said, if you want it, see, God ain't gonna push you to do nothing.
There's hope here. There's hope for everybody, and that's something that's very special.
Thanks for joining me and Conversations on a Bench. I'll be sitting here for the next 23 hours approximately, talking about homelessness, about addiction, about mental health, and all the other different things that affect the people that we serve here at the Open Door. And I realized that while I've talked to Kim Stuhler from United Way and I talked to Joe Coffey from Home to Stay, I hadn't really said a whole lot yet about what we do here at the Open Door. Now, the Open Door has been around for 50 years this year. It is our 50th anniversary. We've been serving people, we've been caring for people for 50 years, but not always in this capacity. 50 years ago, a couple Gentlemen concerned about what was going on with youth in our community started a coffee house on Rod Street, just down the road from us a bit. And they gave youth a place to go listen to good music, a place to go play games, hang out, and they were only meeting on the weekends. They fixed up a house they were renting so well that they were asked to leave because the people who owned it wanted to rent it to someone else. So they moved downtown on Benson Street, which is no more, to approximately where the Riverside apartments are. They were underneath in the basement of Pizza Sam's at that point in time and doing the same thing for a while, but people started to get hungry, so they started serving sandwiches. And then a gentleman got out of jail and wanted to know if he could sleep on the couch. So before you know it, we were becoming a homeless shelter. We were becoming a soup kitchen. And then in the 80s, the building on Buttle Street was purchased, and it kind of took off from there. We purchased the property at the back of the lot on Indian Street as the first women's shelter. It had also been transitional housing for men, because when men first came to the Open Door, they could only stay for 30 days. And a lot of times when you know you've only got 30 days, what's in your mind but day 31? And so when guys weren't quite ready to leave the shelter, weren't quite ready to be on their own, but were headed in the right direction, they stayed in our transitional housing. Then a little bit down the road, a house on Chippewa River Road was purchased for the women's shelter, and they were out there for quite a while. The problem therein was it's 3 miles out of town. When you're 3 miles and no transportation from your doctor, from your court, from your job, and on M20, that can be kind of dangerous and difficult. And so 2 years ago, when the Reese Endeavor House on the corner of Carpenter and Eastman became available, actually they offered it to us and said, hey, are you interested in purchasing our property? It was just such a godsend, the perfect property, because it was already set up for group living. It was in a perfect location. It was a perfect size to get women into town where they're very close to the library and their services. We were so thankful for that. And currently that's where our women's shelter is located. We do all sorts of things here at the Open Door. We're not just homeless shelter, not just a soup kitchen. And the way we look at it is anybody can give someone a bed. Anyone can give someone a meal. What we want to offer people is hope. And we feel that hope comes in many different packages, but ultimate hope comes in Jesus Christ. If we can share the gospel, if we can share the good news that God loves people. He loves people so much that he sent his son to die for them. And if we can help people understand that we think we have control of our lives, but we don't. God has control, and God cares, and God wants to set them on a different path. And we do that by offering the hospitality that's been offered to us. We will not only provide beds and food, but we like to do case management with our guests. We like to help them understand that life is comprised of much more than that. So we go through case management, and we talk about the different areas of life that everyone has to have some sort of a handle on to make it in the world. So we know that people need to have housing, for sure. We know that people need to have financial income. So maybe that means we have a job, or maybe that means we're getting further education. We also need to know what to do with that money, because what we've learned over time is that different people have different understandings, kind of like Joe was saying earlier, about how to handle money. And great, like a lot of times when I talk to kids, I'll talk about how if a child got an allowance and spent all that money on Taco Bell and video games, what happens when they really need something? So financial management is an important piece. So is health. Have you been to the doctor recently? How's your mental health? A lot of times we encounter friends who have had some mental health issues in the past, might have been medicated for a while, and then for a variety of reasons are no longer medicated, and so things are kind of spinning out of control. So if we can set them back up with mental health care, that is fantastic. We also know that one of the biggest issues in homelessness is poverty of relationship. People have run out of couches to surf on. Maybe mom and dad have had it with a child that is not making it in life in the way they think they should. Or maybe they've been incarcerated for a while and getting out of jail, they have no place to go. So relationships are a big deal. And so we want to help people either be able to fix those relationships or establish patterns and ways to handle relationships so that they don't get next time. We also know that spiritual life is important. Everyone believes something. And that directs how they live their lives. And so if we can introduce people to Jesus and the way that he cares for them and the way that he desires to see them flourish, that we find is the way to go. It's what we always want to do. Now, of course, we don't believe that we can change anybody's lives. We've talked twice here with people to say we can't save anyone, and whether that is a spiritual saving or a physical saving, that's not our job. Our job is to give people a hand up, not just a hand out. Our job is to walk with the homeless, the hungry, and the hurting in the direction to go. So sometimes we're not really directing. Sometimes we're actually just walking alongside. One of the ways that you can be helpful in what we do here at the Open Door is by volunteering. We have so many opportunities for volunteering at the Open Door. We need help in our offices with reception help, with answering phones, with doing filing. We also need people to serve those lunches we serve every day. Last year we served over 51,000 meals. And we have about 4 to 6 people every day that help us with serving lunch. We also have people that have a calling, that have a desire to walk with the homeless. And we want people to come in and help in the shelters, to be those friends to people who will then help them make those next steps in life. We're going to start moving on to our next area. Okay. So thank you so much for being with us.
After 50 plus years of going through daily letdowns and disappointments, when I got here, I was at the end of my rope.
I was in a very dark place when I got here. I was really depressed.
I lied to the shelter and I told them that my mom wanted me to come because I didn't know that you could have an option of not having a home. So I told them that my mom wanted me to come, so I lied.
I'm lucky to eat once a day, And that'd go on 3 or 4 or 5 days in a row, nothing to eat, wandering around, not knowing where to go, who to talk to, or even asking for help.
The open door they do a lot for people. I mean, a lot. It's not just, a lot of people have no idea what the door is all about. And once you get in here and talk to staff and you see the things that are happening around here, they're really great for the community.
It feels like home environment. Get a bed to sleep in, get my meals 3 times a day.
They've helped me see that I can move forward from the problems that I've had.
They have given me a second chance.
There's people that care here.
The people here that do care and counseled me when I needed counseling.
They're just great people. They really are. I mean, they love us, you know.
I can progress through every day now knowing I'm getting better every day.
Welcome back, and thank you for joining us for Conversations on a Bench. Today, next guest is John Hartwick, and John works for us here at the Open Door, and unfortunate for him today, he's the reason I work at the Open Door. A couple years ago, John's wife, who is a friend of mine, had mentioned that there was an opening at the Open Door, and the rest is history. But the reason I wanted to invite you on, John, is because 1, you have a terrific story of your own, and 2, you know an awful lot of stories of the people around here. So start telling us about your story, and then we'll get into talking about some other people's stories.
My story, like how I got here?
Like your story of
life story.
Your life story.
Oh.
Because it parallels in some ways some
Sure.
of our guests.
So, well, we could go back, say, to high school, where things maybe started unraveling. Had already I had a great desire for alcohol, even, I guess, early high school, end of middle school. That took over quickly. I just made it through high school, barely, and went to the Navy thinking a little bit of discipline or something might help, and it turns out you could spend all your money on booze and you still had a place to sleep, still had clothes, and you still had food in your belly. And so I did manage to get out of the military honorably, again, just barely. For military people, I went in as an E2. I made it to E5 twice and got out as an E1. So there was a lot of, I did pretty good with the military stuff. I did poorly with the free time. After I got out of the military, I was home for just a few months, continued drinking heavily, was in a car accident where I was driving, killed a person, injured another person in the other car, which led to time in prison. While I was in prison, that was where I got saved, gave my life to Christ. In that time frame, one of the commitments, I guess, that I made, or promises maybe, was to God that, like, if he could use this tragedy, this story, to help other people, then I would go do it. Well, it was probably not till, not probably for another 10, 12 years or something like that, before I got that opportunity. And then in the middle of that, after getting out of prison, very shortly after, I was married. We got 4 kids. Just about all of them are out of the house. My wife would like them to stay forever, and I would love to spend time with them forever, and it's time for them to go. And so I went back to school a little bit, did welding, worked in automotive manufacturing for a time, and then probably for the last 15 years, I guess, maybe, I've been in the nonprofit world. So I worked with at-risk kids, I worked as a chaplain, and then inside drug and alcohol rehab facilities. Kind of the way that I landed here, that the last place that I was at was during COVID. They ended up closing down a bunch of things, restructuring, and I had a friend that was volunteering here. His wife at the time was on the board, and he's like, I think this would be a really good fit for you. And so came and checked it out and have been here since. So I've been the men's shelter coordinator for 3 years. So that's how I landed here. And so because of that, I guess I have quite a bit of shared experience with a lot of our guests and friends that come through here, which makes conversations easier. I think they build trust a little bit quicker, just because I know where they're coming from. So
Sure. Well, and I think that your style of case management is very effective. And I guess if you could talk especially about like people that you have done case management with that you have retained friendships with, thinking about a gentleman that comes in often and likes even the story of taking him to church with you, or
sure.
The story of the gentleman who's currently incarcerated that you're still discipling after time. Tell some of those stories.
Okay, so for I didn't go to school for social work or case management, and so it's kind of, I guess maybe the things that I've learned through the school of hard knocks that I apply to case management. But I often open with, my goal is to have this person become my friend, right? And sometimes that works out, sometimes it doesn't. So I guess the one friend, he was here when I got here, and the guy that helped get me involved was already friends with him, so he introduced me. So he kind of would have been the first friend that I made here, but we really didn't, because our work schedules were the same, we didn't spend any time together, other than maybe when I was covering a shift on Sunday. And so it was after he left that I started just spending time with him at soup kitchen, spending time with him after work, or we'd go out for a meal or go out and get coffee. I invited him to a men's retreat that we went on, and I think the hard thing about a lot of the people we get to spend time with, that they've severed a lot of relationships. Well, for me, my friends outside of the door have a lot of commitment. So if I want to go do something with somebody, I got to get penciled in 3 weeks in advance to do something. And these guys, I can call them the night before and say, hey, you want to go do this? Well, this guy doesn't even ask what we're going to do. He just, if you're going, I want to go. And so I took him to a men's retreat, and halfway up there, I could see that he was getting anxious. And he said, well, do you think they'll mind if I step outside to smoke? And I'm like, oh, he's just concerned about having a cigarette. And I said, well, if they get concerned about that, I said, we'll leave, because I'm pretty sure my friends aren't that way. We don't care if you step outside to smoke. And then I also invited him up to, my family's got Mennonite backgrounds, and so I invited him up to church. And halfway up north, he says, where are we going? And I said, we're going to church. And he's like, oh, what kind of church? I said, it's a Mennonite church. He said, what's a Mennonite? I said, well, you're fixing to find out, and you're both about to get an education. But the church welcomed him, and they were very kind, and we ended up going out to eat afterwards with everybody. And one of the things that he said that stuck with me was, they made me feel like I belong here. And so I think that's one of the things that our guests and friends don't feel like they belong in certain places, in certain situations. And so I often get to have lunch with him a couple times a week, depending on my schedule and his schedule. And we text and call one another, and sometimes if things fall apart, he'll swing in and he'll say, can we just spend some time praying? And so my friend's a believer, which is good. And then the other guy, I guess, that you're referencing is we have criteria here for, or policy, the people that we serve, right, is primarily Midland County. Every once in a while, one sneaks in. And so one of my coworkers, and he made a good decision. This guy had family in town, his people were here. So even though he didn't have the Midland ID card, there was a lot of reasons for him to be here. And so I'm not sure what it is. Maybe it's the Spirit prompting, maybe it's I see something in that person, or we connect with shared interests. This guy had a lot of prison time and tattoos, and so I think that's generally what maybe prompted the conversation. We talked about each other's tattoos, and he stayed, but then got caught up on warrants. So he had an ex in town that had his daughter, and so I would spend time sometimes after work knowing that he wanted to provide but couldn't. So when I would talk to him on the phone, he'd be like, hey, can you run some diapers by? Things like that. And we often get a variety of donations here. And so we don't have little kids around here, so I'm sometimes able to spread those things out into the community. And so now our conversations are 5 minutes at a time. He's incarcerated up in the UP for a couple more years. I've sent books, and he's devouring those books. He's spending a lot of time reading his Bible. And so often when he calls, it's rapid fire. I was reading this. What does this mean? I was reading this. What does this mean? And so I'm also able to connect with his mom, connect with his brother. And I think it's for him to get a letter, to have somebody to call. So many guys, I was blessed while I was in prison and had a good church family and had a good extended family. And so I got letters and I got phone calls and visits, and everybody doesn't have that. Sure. And so we get to be the people for people that don't have people anymore.
I mean, I'm even thinking about another friend of ours, and you've done this more than once, where somebody gets out of jail someplace else.
Oh,
and it's John Hartwick who's picking him up and bringing him back.
Yeah.
And just that understanding that people have, that we have their back. We are their friends, and when people have no place else to call, they know they can call here. And I think that family connection too, like the fact that you were talking about calling his mom and having contact with his mom, and knowing that we have other guests who their parents call and check in, and the thankfulness that they have that we have invested in their children, adult children, but children that for some reason or another they may not even have a whole lot of contact with. I know I had another mom contact me via Facebook. She saw her son's picture in one of our Facebook posts. And, I don't know their relationship. I don't know what happened between them, but she said, I haven't seen him in years. And just the mom's heart in me that says, I can't imagine, you say Heather would love your kids to stick around forever. And, but that mom's heart that says, I can't imagine not seeing my kids for years and knowing we live in the same town.
Yeah.
But to be that gap, that family gap for a lot of people that says, we'll make these people our family and we will make sure that they're okay is, it's another thing that we want to do. It's biblical hospitality.
Yeah.
It's loving people like Christ. It's loving people the way we've been loved. And John, you and I are in small group outside of of work, so we have other things that we talk about. And one of the things that we were talking about is all the one another passages in Scripture. And I was thinking about Micah 6:8 and the whole idea that God says, what I've shown you, to do justice and to love mercy and to walk humbly with God. And that if we're supposed to do that, and then we're supposed to one another people, that we have the opportunity to do that every single day, not just with other people that might be in the same socioeconomic class as we are, not with people who have not done offensive things to other people, but we have the opportunity to show that kind of love to people who are addicts, to people who are mentally ill, to people who might actually stand in front of our face and scream at us until they calm down and we can say, okay, buddy, let's try this again. And I think that is something that is out of the norm for most church-going folk, but it is something that brings great joy, that feeling like I'm pleasing the Lord in doing this. I think we see that on a regular basis. Working at the Open Door is not an easy thing to do. If your goal is to have status, and your goal is to be well respected in the eyes of all the people you work with, because sometimes people don't like you very much, Sometimes, like I think you have said before, people exit themselves. Yeah. People make choices to not live up to the expectations we have of them. I don't really think our expectations, the bar isn't super high, let's put it that way. And people know what they are coming in, and they assign that, yes, this is the way it's going to be, and sometimes it's not. So sometimes there are times where people have to go, or have a timeout until they can come back again. But I think even in that, there are times when people are in the timeout. Yeah. That you had one of those yesterday. Someone who was in their timeout period and showed back up. And, I love the fact that you said he was very respectful when you said, this is the time that you can come back in. Mm-hmm. So I think there's a different, and that doesn't always happen that way. Yeah. Don't want to give the impression that it always happens that way. But I think we have some great opportunities to show people that we care about them. And it goes far. It really does. And to be people's people, to walk into the soup kitchen, it's like Cheers. Because you walk in there, and half the time when you walk in there with Sylvie, it's John's dog, who comes to work with him every now and then. Again, it's very interesting to see the change in a homeless man when you hand him a puppy. But you walk into that door, and people know you and you know them, and that's a big deal. It's like Cheers, homeless style. Yeah. So, anyway.
Yeah, it is. That I think is one of the fun parts. We end up doing a lot of pouring out, whether that's time spent, that's resources, it's often a very emotional job, right? When we're working with somebody and they get right there, and they're so close, and then poor choice, whatever happens, and then they're back at square one, or sometimes they've lost more than they had at square one. But I think the rewarding part, or the fun part, is when you do build that trust, and then all of a sudden you come in and you sit down to talk with them, and they say, how about you? How are you doing? And so you start to see the reciprocity come back, and there's tons of people that, even if I'm short-staffed or our chore chart fell apart for the day, that I can tap just tons of different people on the shoulder and say, hey, we need some help with dishes. And it's, I think, one of the unique things about the Open Door, and even with the staff team, when you ask for help, I've never had somebody say no. Now there might be people that know the drill, and they might see me coming, and so they might skirt off quickly, but I think that's the other thing is the team. We're each given gifts to use, and so if I'm on the struggle bus for the day, generally at least not all of the team is, right? Like somebody will be able to pick up the slack that day. Somebody will be able to give an encouraging word to one another. Or if I'm at my wit's end with a guest or a certain person, somebody else will step in and say, "Hey,
yeah,
let me take over for a little bit."
Now, we got a question online about averages and typical guests, like typical age, typical reason for homelessness. And I think it's fair to say that there is no typical guest in some ways, because we've had babies born and come into the shelter at the women's shelter.
Yep.
And we've also had people 80s stay in the shelter. We've had people that are very sound in mind and body, and other people that have some pretty serious mental health issues and whatnot. What would you say, as far as the men's shelter, are some of the reasons people need to come into shelter, aside from obviously not having any place to sleep?
Well, the number one, and I often go through this with the guest at case management, is one of the primary reasons for needing shelter is relational poverty. So I don't have any more couches to sleep on. And that can be for a lot of different reasons. It's not always because of addiction. A common one is husband and wife separate, she puts them out of the house, and in that process freezes all the bank accounts. Well, you can't even go get a hotel room because he can't use his debit card. And so that seems to be a theme, but a lot of it is, a lifetime of using substances, and which came first, the chicken or the egg, the mental health or the substance use. Those are common. Sometimes I think the other, with men, some of the very common ones are, I met a gal online that asked for some money, and pretty soon they drained their bank account and they're here, and there was no girl. It was a scam. Some people get duped by it time and time again, and it speaks to people being lonely.
Sure. That poverty relationship again.
Yeah, poverty relationship. But I think even culture change, since I was a little boy, people were on front porches. Right. Today people are in living rooms watching Netflix or whatever they do.
Or making relationships online.
Yeah. And so those are some pretty common reasons, and I think probably without looking at statistics, our average ages are in the 40 to 60 range.
I mean, we occasionally get a young man
Yep,
or a young woman who comes either straight out of the foster care system, where they've turned 18 and no longer have any place to live, or have just had relational issues with their family, and so they have no place to live, or were incarcerated. And have no place to go.
The foster care one makes me, I just recently, so there's a guy that was here, and he's been in and out since I've been here, and he grew up in the foster care system. He was actually a part of the foster care system for the last place that I worked at. Was there long enough that he went on staff and struggled with alcohol forever. And he would be in and out of here. I just really liked the guy, believed him to be a believer, but was still just struggling with some sin issues. And he left, moved into an apartment, and his roommate committed suicide.
Oh boy.
And that roommate we also knew, and we were able to participate in the funeral and help out with that, and talk with family, and that guy that was staying there at the time with him hadn't been back to the door, but he would call occasionally to check in. But he just recently called because he wanted to hire a couple of guys
Huh.
because he now has a food truck.
Hmm.
And so he thought, well, man, I benefited while I was here from people calling for just a couple days work for cash. And we were unable to help him out, but he's like, and these guys got he's got a voice that'd be great on radio. And he's like, well, just so you know, one of these days, I'm gonna set it up. I'm gonna come by and feed everybody. And so to hear that he's got over a year's sobriety, he's given his life to Christ, he's actively working and maintaining employment, and he's reaching back into the community that helped him. So it's really neat story.
And I think we hear about that a lot. I know I'm going to talk to Victoria later today, and she's going to talk about her story of that kind of thing. And I know we even have a guy and his wife who come by every time they're at Costco. They pick up stuff for the Open Door, and he told me, he said, years ago my family was helped, not at this rescue mission, but at another rescue mission.
Sure.
And he said, I'm giving back so that other people can have a chance too. But yeah, and I think that the women's shelter too has some typical things. Their ages, I think, tend to be a little bit different. I think they tend to see young moms with kids, or women who would be typically at retirement age, who for one reason or another have no place to go. So slightly different stories, obviously still have some of the same needs with mental health care, addiction, but we also have people that don't have any of those issues.
Yep.
They just have, for one reason or another, not made it in the way that we think it should be done. And I think one thing too that is interesting to note is that it's not a sad place.
No.
That whether you're in the soup kitchen or whether you're just hanging around with the guys or the ladies, that there is joy that comes with knowing people, that our happiness and our joy isn't always dependent on our status.
Yeah.
And that our goal is not necessarily to make middle-class Americans out of our guests so that they can be happy. They can be happy already. And when they are given hope and when they feel like they're moving in a direction that is toward that independence or interdependence, where we're still building those friendships, I think we see attitudes and emotional change significantly. So anything else you can think that you want to share with us tonight?
I think that last the last part about I think there's perceptions everywhere, whether they're community or church, but that part about if you visit the soup kitchen, there's always laughter. There's always, and I even spending time with the guys, I love that we do a rotation where somebody doesn't get locked in every Sunday morning, so they can still be a part of a church family. And so I think that's a good thing that we have here. But I love to work Sundays because the guys we don't put them out for the day. Everything's just a little bit more relaxed. They can go take naps. It's kind of a day of rest for everybody. But it's fun to be able to step into the living room for a little bit and watch a football game with 5 or 6 guys. And you put 5 or 6 guys just about anywhere, and there's going to be laughter and joking around and teasing. And our guys here regularly pick up nicknames. And
do they give you nicknames?
I'm certain that they do. I don't know if they're always shared with me. But nicknames, even that is, we don't give nicknames to people we don't care about.
Right.
So I don't just random people on the road, I don't give them a nickname.
Right.
Nicknames come from something that happened, something that they did, or might be some character trait that they have, and so there's regularly laughter and fun, and then there's also the other side.
Right.
Right? There's regularly tears and
Tragedy.
Tragedy and sometimes they're in the same sentence.
Sure.
So.
But
Yeah.
that's that connection piece, I think, with people is, yeah, we've seen some really rough stuff.
Yeah.
You know, stuff that we don't even want to talk about.
Yeah.
But we've also seen people find hope that they didn't have before.
Yeah.
And so it makes it all worth it.
I think that's I'll even take calls where they'll say, are you the place that has the sign that says hope out front? I'm like, yeah, we are. And
yep.
And so even people that I have to put out because they can't follow the guidelines, the help and care doesn't stop.
Right.
So they'll still, and I think our team's done a pretty good job communicating that. And so even if they're living in a car, they're gonna come in, be fed. We'll still help with housing applications and connecting them to other resources and just maintaining relationship. We have the phrase pennies in a cup that we do around here, and so sometimes the things that present as black and white get a little bit gray.
Sure.
And we bend and maneuver and reposition and have to come up with creative solutions for people that aren't gonna, for whatever reason, aren't gonna fit into an apartment and a 9-to-5 job, and those are often some of my favorite people, are some of the hardest people. So.
Because their dignity does not depend on those things.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think some of that is very trust-based.
Yeah.
You know, I know we have a guest that has stayed with us numerous times that when the shelter experience is over, it tends to be a lot of screaming and yelling and leaving the property. Most of the time the screaming and yelling is directed at me, which is okay because I don't scream and yell back.
Yeah.
And so the next time when temperatures have cooled a little bit and the guest comes back, that relationship is built a little bit more.
Yeah.
And twice today, person is no longer staying with us, has another place to stay at the moment, a couch surfing kind of situation. But twice today, the past guest has come to tell me something or to share something, or the other day to share a poem. And I think that we're building trust and we're building a relationship and we're building a little bit of understanding as human beings that I respect you and you respect me. We don't always have to agree about everything. We can't necessarily make you, we can't advance your life the way you want it to go. That's not really our job. Our job is to walk with you as you move forward. But I've just seen that growth in connection and hoping for better things.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's just another aspect of hope, that things aren't perfect. Things aren't perfect with most of our friends, but if they've gotten just a little bit further and if we have established a little bit more of a relationship, that's progress and that's moving in the right direction. So.
Yeah, we often celebrate progress and
little steps,
not success.
Right.
Sometimes we do get to celebrate success. And
but yeah, I think if we were counting things in large swaths, nobody does that. Nobody jumps in huge jumps. And so to expect that out of people who have experienced great trauma and great disappointment in life, I think is not fair. So yeah, the little steps make a big difference. And you know, we have some guys here who were unemployed for huge amounts of time, who have taken the step and are now employed and going to work every day. And for that, we celebrate.
Yeah.
That's great. That's terrific. And I don't know, those are the things that are our success. And we can't necessarily count them in hey, are we we unhoused yesterday and housed today.
Right.
Not yet.
Yeah.
But we still have made great strides, and we're seeing hope and peace in people's lives that had more turmoil before. Well, thank you for spending part of your afternoon with me, and I know that you are off the clock. So I appreciate you, and I appreciate what you do here, and keep on keeping on.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay.
After 50 plus years of going through daily letdowns and disappointments, when I got here, I was at the end of my rope.
I was in a very dark place when I got here.
I was really depressed.
I lied to the shelter and I told them that my mom wanted me to come because I didn't know that you could have an option of not having a home. So I told them that my mom wanted me to come, so I lied.
I was lucky to eat once a day, and that'd go on 3 or 4 or 5 days in a row with nothing to eat, wandering around, not knowing where to go, who to talk to, or even asking for help.
The open door they do a lot for people. I mean, a lot. It's not just, a lot of people have no idea what the door is all about. And once you get in here and talk to staff, and you see the things that are happening around here, they're really great for the community.
It feels like home environment. Get a bed to sleep in, get my meals 3 times a day.
They've helped me see that I can move forward from the problems that I've had.
They have given me a second chance.
There's people that care here.
The people here that do care and counseled me when I needed counseling.
They're just great people. They really are. I mean, they love us, you know.
I can progress through every day now knowing I'm getting better every day.
A landmark decision from the U.S. Supreme Court on the issue of homelessness. In a 6-3 vote, the High Court cleared the way for cities to enforce bans on homeless people sleeping outdoors when there's no shelter space. The case centered around Grants Pass.
Grants Pass, Oregon, population 40,000, a small city dealing with a big problem.
Oh, God, look at that.
Over the past 2 decades, as outsiders moved in, housing costs went up, forcing a growing number of people onto the streets.
The U.S. Supreme Court has sided with Grants Pass, Oregon, ruling that regulations and penalties around homeless camping do not constitute cruel and unusual punishment. The decision will likely have major implications on how cities make and enforce public camping rules. This case is the most significant to come before the Supreme Court in decades on the issue of homelessness.
Federal housing assistance has shrunk to its lowest level in nearly 25 years, even as homelessness and rental prices have hit historic highs.
According to new federal data, a record number of people are now unhoused, more than 653,000, a 12% population increase since last year.
Nationally, seniors are now the fastest growing age group experiencing homelessness, roughly 140,000 and counting.
This age group, 55 plus baby boomers, they have additional concerns. Some have health or mobility problems emergency shelters are not equipped to handle.
We've thrown billions of dollars at this problem, and we can't come up with a solution.
That the housing first approach to homelessness is not solving, but actually deepening the homelessness problem.
Communities that have made progress on homelessness, one thing they all have in common is people work together.
We all agree that communities are stronger when everybody who lives in that community has a safe and stable place to call home.
Now to a bizarre discovery at a grocery store in Michigan.
Contractors were curious about an extension cord they spotted on the roof. Upon further inspection, they found a woman living inside the supermarket's sign.
Everything we work so hard for every day, you know what I mean, could be lost if we had something happen. If you fell, if there was a lawsuit situation, I cannot in good conscience allow you to be up on our roof.
Do we have like shelter
it's just
information?
Yeah, it has the camo, the hunter camo on it. It's just a 10 bag, regular little 10 bag. That's it.
So
yeah, that's all.
I mean,
because apparently they're going to hold.
It's like the open door knock, and that's typically all we can offer is something like that. That's it. Are you familiar with the open door?
Nope, I can't go to this place.
Okay, all right. So that's essentially our only resource that we offer for homeless. You know what I mean?
I can't go to those places.
Okay.
The phone rings from Open Door, and I rush in the house, wash my hands, and come down here in my work clothes, and I look pretty unsightly, and pick up food and deliver it. To be very frank about it, I grew up in a needy family, and so I know what it's like to be hungry, and that's why I have a compassion for people that are in need. I really have a compassion for people that need food and need help. Well, I mentioned that they could use some food. And from there on, it sort of mushroomed. Then some people that I did deliver food to, they knew of people. So I'd leave an excess food amount with them, and they would pass it on to their friends that had children that knew what hunger was like. Well, I just enjoy being with people. I like to help people and just have a lot of fun here. I met Todd probably about 6 years ago. He reminded me of one of my favorite grade school teachers. And I guess that kind of drew me to him. I've met so many wonderful people here. I wonder where they're at after they leave here and how they are doing. I just hope the best for them, and I pray for them.
I was living in Woodland, and I couldn't afford my rent. I got behind. They wouldn't renew my lease. So I went through some changes, you know. Didn't have nowhere to go because I was from Mississippi. So I ended up coming to the Open Door. Place here, it's a good place. It's what you make out of it. If you come here, you do what you got to do and move forward. But if you come here with your old ways and think you're going to do the same thing here, it ain't going to happen. Old habits, you got to leave them alone if you come here. You know, ain't nobody got no chain, no ropes on you, but you got to follow the rules. You don't follow the rules, you get booted out. Besides a shelter over my head, a place to eat, you know, what they helped me with is being a man. I prep food for the cooks. I dishwash. I do whatever chef want me to do. I do it all. That's the only job I ever had that showed respect, like we were like a family. Get a little spiritual guidance in your life, you know, and that's what goes on here. But like I said, if you want it, see, God ain't gonna push you to do nothing.
There's hope here. There's hope for everybody, and that's something that's very special.
After 50 plus years of going through daily letdowns and disappointments, when I got here, I was at the end of my rope.
I was in a very dark place when I got here.
I was really depressed.
I lied to the shelter and I told them that my mom wanted me to come because I didn't know that you could have an option of not having a home. So I told them that my mom wanted me to come, so I lied.
Oh, I could eat once a day, and that'd go on 3 or 4 or 5 days in a row, nothing to eat, wandering around, not knowing where to go, who to talk to, or even asking for help.
The Open Door they do a lot for people. I mean, a lot. It's not just, a lot of people have no idea what the door is all about. And once you get in here and talk to staff, and you see the things that are happening around here, they're really great for the community.
It feels like home environment. Get a bed to sleep in, get my meals 3 times a day.
They've helped me see that I can move forward from the problems that I've had.
They have given me a second chance.
There's people that care here.
The people here that do care and counseled me when I needed counseling.
They're just great people. They really are. I mean, they love us, you know.
I can progress through every day now knowing I'm getting better every day.
Welcome back to Conversations on a Bench here at the Midland Open Door. My next guest is Victoria. Victoria has a longer history with the Open Door than I do. So, Victoria, I wanted to welcome you first of all today, and
Thank you.
then ask you to tell your story a little bit. How did you get to the Open Door? What kind of relationships have you established, and why do you keep coming back?
Great. Well, it's good to see you, Saralyn, and everyone here. I was going to say meet you because, you know, like I said, we don't run into each other a lot. Yeah. But my background here at Midland's Open Door has just been fantastic, and can't get rid of me. Yeah, I still frequent, you know, Open Door regarding the regarding the oh, all good? There you go. Yeah, I still come into the Open Door as far as with volunteering or just to hang out and have lunch with some of the guests, because like I said, I started here in 2017, end of 2017, and just as a volunteer with the women's shelter. And I was just doing hot breakfast one Saturday a month, and then it turned into every Saturday. My daughter and I would come in every Saturday, and that was like a very welcoming thing, because when the women would come in, they would say, "Are you Victoria?" You know, I guess it was part of the intake process where they would let the guests know that on Saturday mornings you'll see someone there, and it was me. So that turned into a very, you know, we became friends with folks. And so that was like end of 2017, early 2018, and then back then Renee Pettinger was the director, and she had approached me that there was going to be a position at the main campus. I didn't even know this existed.
Really?
I did not. I just thought it was the women's shelter on Chippewa River. So we had coffee, and pretty much it turned kind of like this, what we're doing. This is what she said it would be, is a lot of the folks in the community, just like volunteers and just different friends in the community would come, and they'd say, "Let's go to the door, I'll meet you at the door." So it turned into just like a, you know, place where folks would come and meet, and that was how I came to the Midland, the main area here. And just started, we were getting tons of donations as far as like food, clothing, monetary, and then just the volunteers. A lot of folks didn't know, like I didn't even know about this main campus. A lot of folks didn't know that this was here.
Sure.
And I was shocked, but I think it was in the first 2 weeks of being here, I said there should be a Midland's open door in every community. I did. I remember saying those words often. Just the heart for helping the community. And it's not just the homeless folks,
Sure.
it's everyone. It's everyone. I mean, the big hope sign out there, everyone needs hope. And I will say for myself, I didn't realize how much I needed Open Door for so I was, everybody goes through things.
Sure.
And it really put things into perspective as far as, when you have things going on, then you come here and then you see that there's always someone else who's having a tougher time than you, but they still find a way to smile, and that helped me a lot.
I think that's a good point, that the soup kitchen, and I know you spent a lot of time cooking, people think soup kitchen and they think sad.
No, yeah.
Until you go in there, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So people know you, right? I mean, even now, you walk in there and people know you by name.
Yes.
And it's the same thing for the soup kitchen guests who come in. We know them. They're smiling. There's laughter. Good food tends to do that too.
It does.
It creates community in a way that we didn't have before.
That's true.
That's true. And I know that you do a ministry to people who need food even now.
I do, and this is still thanks to, like I said, just knowing folks in the community and knowing, Open Door and you and everyone. Yes, that is a blessing. Open Door is such a blessing. I mean, not just to those there, it's like an extended hand to other surrounding close, our neighbors in Saginaw. And even there's the, oh my gosh, I can't think of the trailer park.
Up in Sanford.
No, the one right off of Meridian Road.
Okay.
Is it called Pine?
I don't know what the name is. Whispering Pines.
Whispering Pines. In the summertime, when there's no school, there's no lunches. So a lot of there's some churches that do assist. I just found this out. I think it's one Monday during the summer, one Monday every week that they would do provide a dinner there. But like I said, and then our neighbors in Saginaw, Saginaw's a lot. Midland is blessed to have Open Door, but I also say Saginaw and Bay City or the Sanford, the surrounding areas. And I'm not sure, I know that there was another place in Farwell.
Yeah, there's a soup kitchen called Stone Soup in Farwell.
Yep.
And I think that kind of what we're getting at here is that Open Door gets a lot of donations, and sometimes we get more than we can use. And if we know that there are other people in the community, so you've been able to take some things to Saginaw. We have some volunteers that will take things up to some places in Sanford where there's a need, and out to Farwell where there's a need. And so the things that people gift to the Open Door don't just affect us.
No.
There's a ripple effect
exactly.
that then we can help others that are a little bit further out.
That's true.
So, and so there's been times that you've been able to take all kinds of things, and sometimes you've been able to take things that we have so much of.
That's the thing.
That become very useful to you. So tell me a little bit about that.
Well, I go to church in Saginaw Township, and it's so there are a lot of families, like I said, that I get text messages from, because I guess people know that I had worked here before, and they know that that there's no shortage of the commodity, the food and everything. And my background is don't let anything go to waste.
Sure.
And not just mine. I mean, it is like the motto here at Open Door, don't let anything go to waste. And we don't. And I mean, what you all use for Open Door, and then obviously you still have the giveaway table or something.
We do.
So the things there is what we would, it was never just come and grab
No,
it.
no.
It's not like that. It's always, what the excess, so that it doesn't go to waste. And I know families, and we'd offer it to them, and like I said, so I will get messages, text messages, hey, you know, this family needs this, or larger families and stuff. So every little bit, you know, it does help.
Sure. Well, and it's nice to be able to know that we can help
Yes,
others.
I
So
know.
even at the bridge here in
Yes.
town, there are times where we might get a huge amount of rice or whatever, and so then we can send some of that to the bridge so we can use that to help other people. But
Yes.
yeah, we try not to let things go to waste,
Absolutely.
right? And so whether it's things that come in that are like so far out of date that we're not going to eat it. We've got a pig farmer and a chicken farmer that will take those from us. So again, not letting it go to waste. And then also when we have people who speak up, because again, we wouldn't know that you had that need if you didn't speak up.
It's true.
And if you didn't know that that was our goal anyway, to say, hey, I know the open door can help. Let me go see what they can do.
Yes, and that's, you know what I think, it's also, there's no shame in asking. I mean, there used to be like a big stigmatism with, you know, oh, you don't want anybody to know, but we can't help if we don't know.
Right.
And getting back to the soup kitchen here, or the main here, everybody needs something, even if it's just, like I said, a smile or a hello, how you doing? Some people don't talk to people all the time, and or they, you know, maybe don't feel included. But that's one thing that I remember when, to me, moving here to Midland and then working at the Open Door, to me it was like a brand new start. I said, you know, no one believed me when I told them that I'd never talked to anyone. I didn't know how to talk. But coming to Open Door, and then I just saw the tables with everyone. I said, they don't know me. So I went and I sat down and I introduced, said, hi, my name is Victoria, what's your name? And they look up and they're, you know, are surprised. And that's just how it started. It became easy. So there was no shame in asking, like, how can we help you? You know, just in anything, you know, if there was something that even that's the way the food was prepared. You know, a lot of folks, if they have dental issues, you know,
that's a very
we
good
take
point.
care about that. We, you know, we took care of, you know, make sure that we were something soft.
Right. I think that's a really good point, that we do see a lot of people that either have their own teeth and have a lot of problems with them, or people that don't have any teeth at all. And so one of the things, like if you think about food scarcity, and we talk a lot about the need for fruits and vegetables and stuff, but you can attest to the fact that if we were just giving out apples, we have a lot of people that could not bite into that apple. And so for us, it was being considerate of how do we make sure people are getting a well-balanced meal, but that they can also get it into their body. Because just handing someone, you know, something hard, or even a piece of broccoli, if you haven't cooked it.
We're doing it, you know, we're giving them the thing, but no, it's like you said, being, you know, courteous and just noticing those things, and preparing it in a way, like you said, that they can get it in. And then again, I'll test to the friends. I call them my friends because they still are. They would get the apples or the potatoes at different giveaways, and then they'd bring them to us.
That's true.
That's true.
Right? Like, hey, I'd like to donate these to the Open
But it's
Door.
also, it shows, like, you know, like they're not just taking.
There's reciprocity.
Yes,
Reciprocity.
Yes,
There's
yes,
my word, right?
Yeah, it's not, you know, they want to also, they know that, you know, we help each other. It's the way of helping each other. And I thought, hey.
And I think that's that part of when you get out of crisis, because when you're in crisis mode and you're just working like that, you're not always thinking about what's going on outside of your own life. But once people come to that place of peace, and they're no longer in that crisis mode, that fight or flight mode, we've created that environment for them, that friendship environment, where then all of a sudden, like you know as well as I do, we have another lady in the soup kitchen who's been around for a while, who always does gifts.
Oh,
right? She's always looking to give you a gift. And so she's finding things at different places, and she's asking you about your children, or she's asking you about your likes and your favorite color. Because for her, gifts is like a love language. It's saying, I care about you, so I'm going to bring you this gift. You know, we have other people who, like you said, will bring their commodities in.
Yes.
Or that will bring that bag of potatoes that they picked up at a different giveaway to us because they want to say, I care and I'm giving back.
I'm giving back. I'm not just taking or receiving here. And then, so then I'll ask different. It also opens up the for the opportunity for conversation.
For sure.
I mean, I will start with sarcasm, like, what did you bring these to me for? And then it's like, do you know how many things you can use this with? And then I'll ask them, or, just, it opens it, like I said, just conversation. And then, which is, to me, I know a lot of, I've heard a lot of folks say that, homelessness is due to the lack of the affordable housing. But I also think it's what we were just talking about, just relationship too. I mean, they burn so many bridges with, you don't know someone's situation and what got them there. I would say that everybody's one paycheck or one lost job or even, a failed marriage or relationship away from being in a homeless shelter or just being on the street. And when they do come here, like I said, just opening up the avenue of conversation, talking to them, because maybe they feel like they have nobody to talk to.
Sure.
And that's one thing that I've experienced here is they've told me their stories. And I remember telling Renee, you need to get a counselor in the kitchen because that is where everything comes out.
Everybody tells their story.
And I think it's because in the kitchen, it's a homey. You're not in a room. You're not in a foreclosed room, in a closed room with, they feel tense maybe as they're stirring the potatoes or making soup or, frying an egg or whatever. You just start talking with them like, hey, have you ever made this or have you done that? And they're like, yeah, and then stories would come out. So it does. And that was one of the biggest things I remember telling her is you need to get a
counselor
in the kitchen.
Well, yeah, I think isn't that part of being a cook, right?
Oh, yeah.
The cooks and hairdressers and
that's
everything.
It. Yeah. Yep.
But I think the community that has been created in the soup kitchen is such a great thing to emphasize. Like if you think about, we have another soup kitchen guest who has some disability issues and has to cross Buttle Street because the bus only brings her to the BP. But who usually goes out to help her across the road?
Oh, yeah.
It's usually other soup kitchen friends.
Yes.
It's not staff.
That's true.
She has made friends.
So many friends.
We've had people that have had medical emergencies in the soup kitchen that might have had a seizure. We had a gentleman walking down the hall. He was going from the kitchen down the hall toward the shift office.
Okay.
Who I don't know whether he had a seizure or what happened to him, but he just face planted, boom, on that tile, split his head open.
Goodness.
And to the point that staff wasn't sure who it was because, again, he just blood all over his face. So, I mean, we quickly figured out who it was. So, we did have his name and information. But yet, to call the emergency crew to come and attend to him. But people knew, oh, that's so-and-so, or oh, this is the issue he has, because they're his friends.
I was going to say, I now work in Lansing.
That's a trek.
It is, but I received a call. I was at work, and there's, my phone number's never changed. I told my daughter, I said, I'm not changing it once we move. I said, it's always going to be the same. And I usually have it off, but that morning, I guess I forgot to shut the ringer off. And then it rang, and I looked at it. I was like, oh, my gosh, trying to shut it. And I looked at it, and it said open door. So I immediately answered it. And it was a volunteer who called me because they wanted to know if I remembered the name of a volunteer who worked with me because you guys had the EMS was here, and they needed, what's his name. And I was like, oh, my gosh, which I did help, and I did give them a contact person for him. But to me, I mean, it wasn't an issue. It was almost like, when you get an emergency phone call from your family.
Right.
And no, it's just like I said, the relationships that you build here. It's like I said earlier. I was like, no,
oh, let's come back. Well, but you don't have to stay here. You can volunteer here.
Yep.
You can be an employee here, but we
You can come and
create
have
a
lunch.
family.
Come and have lunch. That's it. I have met a few people who I was like, yeah, I'll see you there for lunch. I mean, not all the time, but yeah, I have come in for lunch, and it's that show Cheers when they're like, Norm.
Exactly.
That's
We
it.
use that
That's
a
what
lot,
That's exactly what it's
for
like
sure.
here, and you can once you're here, you're a family.
And I think we called you maybe last year. We were cleaning out the cabinet, and we found an envelope with your name on it that
Yes.
had money on it. in
Yes.
it. So at some point in time, you had trusted the Open Door to hold money for
Exactly.
you. And apparently you forgot about it,
I
or
did.
we forgot about
I
it.
did, yeah.
So it was a little bit of a windfall a few years
It
later.
was,
But that is the kind of trust that we want to establish with people,
Yeah.
whether they are, again, employees,
Mhm.
volunteers, guests, friends that come into the soup kitchen, that says, we care about you.
Right. And I know, even though, turnover and turnaround of different employees now, and like this, to me, this is new. This was something that we've opened.
We haven't done before. This is first.
No, this is 1st,
Mhm.
and it's great. But it just goes to show like the importance and of outreach with the community and making everyone aware. I mean, everybody knows that you're here now, but also to just sit and talk and just take away the whatever someone's whatever their view of what the homeless shelter is like.
Yeah.
I used to think it's not Hallmark,
Yeah, that's true.
It's not the Hallmark channel,
Right.
but no, it is. It's more, it is family.
And I think it's gritty and it's real here.
true.
People have real issues when they come into a homeless shelter. It's not just, hey, I think I'm going to go and spend a week at the Open Door B&B.
Yes.
People have come in with some significant issues, but at the same time, it's developing hope with people that gives them joy.
That's true. That's true. Now this was something that I didn't share. Like I don't know if I mentioned it before, like when I worked here. But there was a time where my children and I, we were like homeless, and that was where where I said to Renee, I said, oh my gosh, I wish I knew of Open Door back in the day. I did not know it. But there was just like an issue that happened in my home. Mercury was all over the house, and
Oh,
so
boy.
we ended up having to, the health department, get out of our home around Christmas. So it was not the easiest time, and but no, and then years later, finding out that Open Door is here, I was like, oh my gosh, that was where I said there should be an Open Door in every, because they're different. It's it's a different, I'll say a style than other homeless shelters that I've been to. I have stopped at the one in Lansing. I told you I work in Lansing.
Right. Well, and they're big, and they have a
They're
different.
big.
They have a different focus.
Yes. And although this one's small, like I said, I think for the people who work or volunteer at any shelter, you have to have a heart. You
Sure,
really have to
a
have a
calling.
heart to want, a calling to do it. And the place in Lansing, when I walked in, they said they thought I was coming in to apply for a job, and I said
You said
no,
no.
I was just bringing, making a donation, and they appreciated it. And then, but I got to see, they let me see the tour of the place there, and it was different, and that was where I said, Open Door is unique. It's very unique.
It is.
It's not like the same cookie cutters that Thank God for the shelters that are in every city, because there's some places that don't have them. But like I said, it's very different.
And I think we're unique to our environment too.
Exactly.
Midland is not Lansing.
True.
Lansing experiences a lot of street homeless.
Yes.
And we have less issues. We still do have street homeless. We have less issues with street homelessness here. But part of that is because hopefully we're addressing some of those things before it gets there. Now, from being an employee here that people have to participate in their own recovery.
Exactly.
So there are times when people can't or won't stay in a shelter. And so we still want to serve people.
Yes.
You know, we still want to help them if they need case management, if they need help with housing applications, if they need food, for sure.
Yeah.
You know, we still want to be able to do that.
Right.
But, you know, we're unique because Midland is unique.
That's true. That's true. So you just brought up the case management. So that still happens, right?
It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure. Like, I'm not that I didn't think it was, because you know it's a shelter.
Sure.
You do have the resources and everything. I just wondered, you know, when you leave, you don't really know what all still happens. Or
Yep. Our guests, all of our guests, still get their hour of case management every week.
That's great.
And in dealing with those 6 areas of life that we all have to get under control. You know, everybody needs housing, everybody needs employment or education, everybody needs, like you said, relationship. How do we handle our relationships? You know, what about our spiritual life? Everybody believes something, right?
True.
And so no matter what you believe, it does affect the way you live. And so it gives us the opportunity to introduce people to Jesus. And you know, that to get to the level where you understand that someone else has control and knowledge of who you are and loves you, and really does desire your best.
Exactly.
You know, talk about a weight just relieved.
Yes.
To meet the Lord is creates a whole different level of hope for people.
It does. He does.
You know, and we know too that how people handle their finances, whether they're physically or mentally or emotionally ill. All of those things, if in whether you have a home or not, if a few of those things are out of balance, you know, your life gets a little bit tricky.
That's true.
And so we know that everyone has to deal with that. So our guests need to deal with that too. And sometimes, obviously, the housing is out of whack. And so how do we help with the housing and other things?
Right. And like I said, those are hard questions that you have to ask. You know, and otherwise. Maybe in a different setting, if it was family asking them questions like that, they're just like, why are you, thinking you're being nosy? But here, it's, when you have, I say Jesus, because we would have, open door does. It's like Jesus all over the place. It is.
Well, it's what we're called to do,
yes,
right?
Exactly.
We have been loved in a huge way.
Yes.
And so we love too.
But we don't force it. That's the thing. You never force it, but he is present. He's always present. It's always like, it's known. Everyone knows that, you're going to get love at open door.
For sure.
And that love is like, it's Jesus. Yeah. So, and which makes it easier, like when you ask those hard questions, it's know that you're not just being nosy, it's I'm trying to help you.
Right.
And gaining that trust. So no, this is, so like I said, just going back to, like I said, my time here at Open Door, it started out, like I said, I didn't know what I was getting into in the beginning, but then it just turned into, like I said, just an extension of family. I am from a large family, but just always room to welcome more.
For sure.
So.
Well, I'm so glad that you stopped by tonight.
Thank you
for
for letting
agreed
me.
to chat with me.
Yes.
So, and I hope you continue on in the Open Door family for years to come.
Oh, yes.
And that you keep asking us, because again, we feel like God does not fill hands that are already full.
Oh,
and so, you know what? If our community is very generous with us, we also want to then share.
Yeah.
And
well,
so
that's
when
the
our hands are
thing.
full, we
Yeah.
want to share with
And
you.
like I said, when the community of Midland, I mean, yes, when they pour into Open Door, it's like, well, Scripture says, heaven and earth will pass away, but my word will just continue to go on. And, I look at that kind of like, when the donations or the people who have the heart to donate here, it doesn't just stop here, They are also hands reaching out to the different communities.
And many times
helping.
into other communities that don't have that kind of care.
Yes. So thankful for all of the volunteers, all the donors that continue, because they are helping the surrounding areas. Yes. God bless them. God bless you all, and continue to bless Open Door.
Well, thanks for stopping by.
Thank you.
So it was very good to have you.
Thank you very much. I'm glad you asked.
A landmark decision from the U.S. Supreme Court on the issue of homelessness. In a 6-3 vote, The High Court cleared the way for cities to enforce bans on homeless people sleeping outdoors when there's no shelter space. The case centered around Grants Pass.
Grants Pass, Oregon, population 40,000, a small city dealing with a big problem.
Oh, look at that.
Over the past 2 decades, as outsiders moved in, housing costs went up, forcing a growing number of people onto the streets.
The U.S. Supreme Court has sided with Grants Pass, Oregon, ruling that regulations and penalties around homeless camping do not constitute cruel and unusual punishment. The decision will likely have major implications on how cities make and enforce public camping rules. This case is the most significant to come before the Supreme Court in decades on the issue of homelessness.
Federal housing assistance has shrunk to its lowest level in nearly 25 years, even as homelessness and rental prices have hit historic highs.
According to new federal data, a record number of people are now unhoused, more than 653,000, a 12% population increase since last year.
Nationally, seniors are now the fastest growing age group experiencing homelessness, roughly 140,000 and counting.
This age group, 55 plus baby boomers, they have additional concerns. Some have health or mobility problems emergency shelters are not equipped to handle.
We've thrown billions of dollars at this problem, and we can't come up with a solution.
But the housing first approach to homelessness is not solving, but actually deepening the homelessness problem.
Communities that have made progress on homelessness, one thing they all have in common is people work together.
We all agree that communities are stronger when everybody who lives in that community has a safe and stable place to call home.
Now to a bizarre discovery at a grocery store in Michigan.
Contractors were curious about an extension cord they spotted on the roof. Upon further inspection, they found a woman living inside the supermarket's sign.
Everything we work so hard for every day, you know what I mean, could be lost if we had something happen. If you fell, if there was a lawsuit situation, I cannot in good conscience allow you to be up on our roof. Do we have like shelter
it's just
information?
Yeah, it has the camo,
Is she
the hunter camo on it. It's just a tent bag, regular little tent bag. That's it.
So
Yeah, that's all
I mean,
because
is there-
apparently they're going to hold
it's like the open door I can knock, and that's typically all we can offer is something like that. That's it. Are you familiar with the open door?
Nope, I can't go to this place.
Okay, all right. So that's essentially our only resource that we offer for homeless, you know what I mean?
I can't go to those places.
Okay.
Welcome back to Conversations on a Bench. Thank you so much for joining me for this 24-hour long event where this will be my home for the next day, talking about homelessness, about addiction, about mental health, and all of the things that tend to trouble people in poverty. We're talking about stories of hope, stories of struggle, ways that we see our community can do a better job of caring for those in need. Right now, I have Yolima with me. Yolima is helping me with our Dine on the Door event. And if you've never been to Dine on the Door, it's going to be November 18th this year. We have a 12 o'clock lunch and we have a 6 o'clock dinner. Tickets and sponsorships are available on our website. So if you'd like to join us for that, we'd welcome your help and your celebration with us because it is our 50th anniversary this year. Yes. So we're looking to have quite an event.
Yes.
So Yolima, tell me how you got involved at the Open Door and what brought you here in your pink suit and your pearls.
Thank you, Saralyn. I really appreciate you.
Thank you.
And the work of Open Doors. I moved to the United States in 2001, and I'm originally from Colombia. And when I came to the US to live here, I thought, like, here there is no homelessness. You cannot tell that there is any homeless people in here. You cannot see them in the street. You cannot see them outside. And when I saw one, I dismissed the idea rapidly because there was not the numbers that I used to see.
At home, you saw
At home or in New York or Boston or Chicago. So I remember thinking even that we don't have homelessness in Midland, so for me it was not a problem at all. And when I was thinking about donations, I will never think of the city, of my own town. I will always send it to somewhere else, where in my mind I thought it will be needed. Until one day, studying in community Bible study with a group, we came to serve in the soup kitchen, and then I realized, oh, we do have homelessness. Still, in that moment, I thought that was not a community problem, that was a system. That was the government who has to provide, and that was the system. And then if they were like that, it was because the system was not working somehow. Not that we need the whole community to work on that. Still keep coming, and one day, one of the person that I was serving, her eyes were so sad, and I felt the compassion that God asked us to have, and I realized right away that I was wrong, that you have to be in the town that you have, even though you have other interests in outside, that homelessness need a community, a village, the system, open doors, the people, donations, individuals, commercial, everybody. Otherwise, this will not work.
Sure.
This will not work. Also, with the times, I realized that not every homelessness is outside. It's really outside. Also, in the school, I remember story, one of the, Stephanie, my older daughter's friend, that she did not feel homelessness until I invite her to my house, and I start talking, and I realized that, well, she didn't look the part. She was clean.
Right.
She was provided, but she didn't have a house. Her mom was working 3 jobs.
Wow.
3 jobs, and she didn't look the part. But she was.
I think we can, Midland is a unique community because we can somewhat hide our homelessness.
Yes.
And, at the Open Door, in some ways, we are helping to do that, that we are a beacon for those who need us, but we're also a way in which the problem in some ways is hidden from a lot of the rest of Midland. We had 238 individuals that stayed with us last year for 12,000 nights of shelter. That's a huge number to say that we have no homeless people in a town this size.
Exactly.
But I think that part of what we want to do is we want to make sure that people are dressed like they belong in Midland. That people are fed, that a lot of the things that they struggle with are being addressed, so that people can fit in.
Yes.
Because if you think about it too, the thing that you allowed not to happen is you allowed that young lady not to feel the stigma that other people may have put on her if she had looked the part, right?
Exactly. And give them motivation also, because the mom was working hard so they can move on and they have their own place. But she needed the help of everybody else meanwhile. So
And you know that also brings up a stereotype that is often not true.
yes,
You know, people will say, "Oh, homeless people are lazy,"
yes.
which is so often
Oh,
not true. You know, so often we see people come into shelter and they are employed and maybe with more than one job. Or at least they're looking for work and maybe they haven't found it yet. You know, and I think that that's one of the stereotypes we try to work hard to switch.
Yes,
And to
break.
say that everyone has assets. The question is, what are they and how are they using them? Because a lot of times it's not
Yes.
financial.
Yes.
Although we do see people, Joe Coffey and I were talking earlier about a guy that had come in that was working a lot of jobs, had plenty of money, but that he was pretty much spending all of it on a car. You know, and so sometimes it's rearranging what you understand your priorities are, and some of those are generational. You know, like if your family said what's most important is that you have a nice car in case you have to live in it. You know, so sometimes it's just changing the way we look at things.
Exactly.
So
exactly, and part of breaking that stereotype is kind of my invitation to, especially to the international population that we have in here, as me initially, because for us, we have seen so many that probably we got that not sensitivity toward the one that we see in here, because we think
you've seen it much worse.
Yes, but we think that still the government and maybe Open Doors and other companies will help rather than us.
So in other words, it's someone else's problem.
Exactly. Rather than us. And no, we need to really pay attention and be participant of this because we live here.
And part of it is compassion. You know, having compassion for the people around you and saying that the majority of the people, because the Open Door serves mainly Midland County, the majority of the people that we serve are not transplants. They're people who grew up here.
Yes.
Who, you know, went to Dow High, went to Midland High, who have had jobs here, who have grown up here, who have lived in Midland County their whole life. And so to insinuate that they don't belong here, you know, that's kind of rude, don't you think?
Yes,
because
exactly.
Some of them were here before we were.
Yes.
So it's how do we care for our own?
Yes.
You know, Open Door does not have any government funding. All of our funding is private. All of our funding comes from foundations and individuals. And honestly, it's that it's those people that are willing to make monthly contributions that really matter the most.
Correct.
You know,
Correct.
We are very thankful for people who can make gigantic gifts, for sure.
Yes.
But those people who say, I can commit to $10, $20, $50 a month, that is our stability. You know, that is what helps us budget. That's what helps us say we know we can take care of people. And, you know, honestly, I would say that if people are looking to become financially involved at the Open Door, monthly givers are the backbone of what we do. Because they're saying, I'm in this for the long haul. You know, I'm willing to take, you know, that money that I would have bought a couple Starbucks, or, you know, I would have gone out for dinner once in the month with my family, and I'm willing to say I'm going to sacrifice that so that other people can be set back up.
And sometimes, like that's exactly my thing. Like, when you see them with the compassion eyes that you need, sometimes that's what it's like. Well, if you had one or 2 or 3 in front of you, what will you, and they need to eat, what will you do? You sit down with them and eat. And how much will you pay for that bill? You pay for that bill $50.
Maybe, yeah.
You can
do that at Panera.
The least.
Right, yeah.
The least. And then, if you are willing to do that monthly, because, okay, let's say monthly I go out and I'm going to help people, to invite them to have a lunch, one lunch.
Right.
One lunch. And you do that every month. So that's why not do it through Open Door?
And
that
to
will
think
help.
in some ways, I think that's a great way to put it, that I am inviting the least of these into my banquet for, you know, one lunch out of my month. Yeah.
Exactly. That's the way to put it. And this community is amazing. It's amazing. You cannot see. You have been working a lot in this, for this community, for these people, in so many ways. I'm not talking only about the physical thing, like the shelter, the food. Yeah, that's great. That's a primary need that all of us has. But spiritually, I love your prayers. I love that you point them to God, because ultimately that's what
that's the ultimate hope, right?
Hope.
You know, to know that you are loved by God. To know that the person who made the stars knows your name and cares about you and cares if you're sleeping outside. And points you to a place where people will love you and will be able to lead you in a way that you can walk with God. You know, you can walk with someone who cares.
And especially because we don't know the circumstances, if they already knew that, if they don't. So yeah, I absolutely love your job, what you're doing. You are amazing.
Thank you.
You're amazing.
And, you know, we have a compassion and a passion to serve the Lord by serving people. You know, again, we talk a lot about biblical hospitality around here, which is something that overflows. You know, it doesn't say you get one shot. You know, and yes, there are times in which people will exit the shelter because they've made some choices that don't align with how we're working things. But it's never a one and done. You know, it's a get some time away, come back and let's try this again.
Yes.
Because we do have a love for people again, and it's not about getting them through the assembly line of moving from homelessness to housed.
Yes, and then you were here, you're out.
Right. It's knowing people's names and knowing that, like, the stories we can tell about the people that we love is because we've known them. We knew them when they were here. And we know them now if they come back for lunch, or we know them if they come back to volunteer, which we do see that, right?
Yes.
So, good place to be. And we're very thankful for what you're doing with Dine on the Door.
Thank you.
So
Thank you. We'll see everybody.
Yeah, we're going to have a good time.
We are going to have a good time.
We're going to have a good time, and we're going to raise money for the homeless.
Yes.
We're going to tell stories of
one more year, at least for one more year.
There we
and
go.
Then we keep going.
More hope for next year, right?
Yes, exactly. We go. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for coming.
Anytime.
The phone rings from Open Door, and I rush in the house, wash my hands, and come down here in my work clothes, and I look pretty unsightly, and pick up food and deliver it. To be very frank about it, I grew up in a needy family, and so I know what it's like to be hungry, and that's why I have a compassion for people that are in need. I really have a compassion for people that need food and need help. I mentioned that they could use some food. And from there on, it sort of mushroomed. Then some people that I did deliver food to, they knew of people. So I'd leave an excess food amount with them, and they would pass it on to their friends that had children that knew what hunger was like. Well, I just enjoy being with people. I like to help people, and just have a lot of fun here. I met Todd probably about 6 years ago. He reminded me of one of my favorite grade school teachers, and I guess that kind of drew me to him. I've met so many wonderful people here. I wonder where they're at after they leave here and how they are doing. I just hope the best for them, and I pray for them.
I was living in Woodland, and I couldn't afford my rent. I got behind. They wouldn't renew my lease. So I went through some changes, you know. Didn't have nowhere to go because I was from Mississippi. So I ended up coming to the Open Door. Place here, it's a good place. It's what you make out of it. If you come here, you do what you gotta do and move forward. But if you come here with your old ways and think you're gonna do the same thing here, it ain't gonna happen. Old habits, you gotta leave them alone if you come here. You know, you don't know, ain't nobody got no chain, no ropes on you, but you got to follow the rules. You don't follow the rules, you get booted out. Besides a shelter over my head, a place to eat, you know, what they helped me with is being a man. I prep food for the cooks. I dishwash. I do whatever chef want me to do. I do it all. That's the only job I ever had that showed respect, like we were like a family. Get a little spiritual guidance in your life, you know, and that's what goes on here. But like I said, if you want it. See, God ain't gonna push you to do nothing.
There's hope here. There's hope for everybody, and that's something that's very special.
Starting to get cold out here. A little chilly, got my blanket out, but one of the things I think we're hearing as a general rule in some of these conversations are words like hope, friendship, relationship, and I think that really the human experience has a tendency to gravitate toward that people just don't need that handout. They're not just looking for someone to pay a bill or help with a meal. Those are important things, but people want to be known. And they need to know people, they need to have friends. And they need to have a place where they can come and always know there's going to be somebody there that cares. And at the Open Door, I think we have really worked hard to be that place, to be the place where trust can be established, a place where people feel appreciated, people feel like someone has their back, a place that they aren't afraid to ask for help. And again, the reason we do what we do is because we feel like God's called us to do it. We feel like His instructions to care for the poor, that He cares for those that are grieving and people that are on hard times. And so if He cares, then we care. And that's the goal that we have, is to honor Him by doing the things that we do here at the Open Door. I know I've got a friend who hopefully is going to come talk to me soon, but if I can find it. I took some time this week to look up some of the scriptures on God's thoughts for people who are underserved, essentially. And I think one at the top of my list says, "The poor man called, and the Lord heard him. He saved him out of all his troubles." It seems like a really bold statement, to be saved out of all your troubles, because the people that we see have a tendency to have a lot of troubles, a lot of problems, a lot of hurts. But sometimes our troubles go farther and deeper than the physical needs. And we want to offer that physical need care, the needs that people have that have to be immediately met, and hopefully, again, open that door to relationships and friendships and trust, and to know that we do that with people because God does that with us. Another verse says, "My whole being will exclaim, 'Who is like you, Lord? You rescue the poor from those too strong for them, the poor and needy from those who rob them.'" Again, one of those passages that can get a little, we question. We say, "God, when do you do this?" And I think God puts people in places like us here at the Open Door to be helpful to people, but He also rescues people from their greater need, from their need to get beyond being separated from God. He rescues people by bringing them into relationship with Him because He loves them and He cares for them. I'm going to take a minute, and if you wouldn't mind joining me, I'm going to pray for some of the people that we serve, and pray for our time here tonight, because as I said, it's getting colder, the sun's starting to go down, and our perspectives are going to change a little bit throughout the night, I'm sure. So join me in prayer if you would. Father, we thank You for a bench in the middle of the city of Midland. We thank You that You see us, You hear us, that You know our names. Scripture says You know the number of hairs on our head. You know the number of sand grains on the seashore. And Lord, if we could share that with people, if we could share that with the people who come into the Open Door, if we could share that You love them and that You care for them and that You have everything, You have the hairs on their head numbered as well, and that You care about where their next meal is coming from, and You care about where they have to stay tonight. Lord, I pray that You would give us a compassion in Midland, that You would bring people around us, people from our community, that You would bring people from our churches in, that we would be servants and we would show how greatly we've been loved, and that we would go ahead and that we would love others in a similar manner. We pray that You would continue to sustain us at the Open Door, that You would continue to bring things to the door like canned goods and meat and butter, that you would continue to stir people's hearts to provide sheets and towels and even things like aspirin and cough medicine. Lord, that you would bring socks and underwear and jeans, and that you would provide financially for us, that people would be stirred to share out of their abundance with those who have very little. We thank you for your continued work and the way you have provided staff that loves you and loves people, that you've provided things like vans to help us drive people where they need to go. You've provided other community partners like the ones we've talked to already tonight, like Home to Stay, that helps people with their needed documents and finding and being able to fill that gap of finances between homelessness and having a place to stay on their own. You've provided partners in United Way and the other partnership organizations that they have to help our guests with things like sobriety, health, reading, financial literacy, and many, many other things that they need. Thank you for caring, thank you for providing, and thank you for stirring generosity in the hearts of our friends. We ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen. I was hoping that we would have our next guest with us, but it doesn't appear like he's here yet. So I think one thing I will share is how I got here. When I was talking with John earlier, I mentioned the fact that I am here because John it's John's fault that I'm here, because his wife had mentioned that there was an open spot here at the Open Door. And when I came to check out the place, and I came to see Renee Pettinger, who was the director here before, met her. And if you know anything about Renee, Renee is a powerhouse. She really knows what she's doing, and she's a very tough act to follow, let's just put it that way. But I came and I talked to her, and she showed me around this little spot on Buttle Street here, and I was blown away at what God was doing in this place, and was very excited to come and work for her. And probably about 3 days out after I started working for her, I walked in the door and she said to me, "Have you read your email?" And hadn't done so yet. I said, "No, but I'll get right on it." And in an email that she had sent to the staff, she said she was leaving. And honestly, I was really taken aback and somewhat afraid, thinking maybe I had made the wrong choice because I came to work here for her. Never anticipating that things would be different. And then she was really busy working on the women's shelter when the women's shelter moved down the street here to Carpenter Street. And so a lot of the time while I was here with Renee, she wasn't on campus. And so I was busy doing a lot of the behind the scenes things for her. And then when she left and Jim Cross became our interim director, his son Matt, if you've ever met Matt, he's wonderful. Matt had his second double lung replacement a couple years ago. And so Matt and Jim's wife, they were out in Grand Rapids with a lot of the medical things that had to be happening there. So I had my boots on the ground here, kind of being the hands and feet of Jim at that point in time. And he called me one day and he said, "Can we have coffee off campus on a Saturday?" Which was a little unnerving to me. Really, truthfully, I thought he was going to fire me. I thought that maybe I had misrepresented him somewhere in one of the things that I was doing. And he sat down and he asked me, he said, "The board would like you to director position." And my initial reaction was no. I did not feel like I had the talents necessary to do that. I didn't feel like I had the gifting to do that. And I told him, I said, "I'm not Renee." And he reminded me that at one point in time, Renee wasn't Renee either, that she learned how to do this by doing it. And so I agreed to do the interim thing. And a couple weeks later, the board asked me to go ahead and apply for the job. And lo and behold, here we are. And it's been quite a learning experience. It's been something that I did not necessarily feel prepared for, but I feel like God has put me here for a certain time and a certain place to love people, to move the Open Door into the next era, I guess. You know, we did the first 50 years, now it's time for the next 50 years. And I really feel like God will lead us to where we're going to go next. Not sure always what's around the corner, but I know that He is good, and I know that He has plans, and I know that there are things that have been happening in our community that are going to have to change the way we look at things. We know that as our community ages, so does the community of homeless people, and yet we operate out of 3 old homes. We know that that's not going to work forever, that with homelessness oftentimes comes disability, and to try to run a shelter that doesn't have the ability for people to have a bed on the first floor can be problematic. And we know that that's not going to work forever, that putting people on cots or putting people on couches eventually will need more room. And so I would ask you to pray and to think about how are we going to do this, Midland? How are we going to go into the next phase where we are caring for people in an even better way? Because the Open Door can't do it without your help. We're going to need people, we're going to need finances, and we're going to need compassion throughout this community to make that happen. I think we are almost ready for our next guest. So I'm going to move some things around here and get ready for him. We'll get him all set up, and I get to introduce you to one of my friends.
After 50 plus years of going through daily letdowns and disappointments, when I got here, I was at the end of my rope.
I was in a very dark place when I got here. I was really depressed.
I lied to the shelter and I told them that my mom wanted me to come because I didn't know that you could have an option of not having a home. So I told them that my mom wanted me to come, so I lied.
I was lucky to eat once a day, and that'd go on 3 or 4 or 5 days in a row, nothing to eat, wandering around, not knowing where to go, who to talk to, or even asking for help.
The Open Door they do a lot for people. I mean, a lot. It's not just, a lot of people have no idea what the door is all about. And once you get in here and talk to staff and you see the things that are happening around here, they're really great for the community.
It feels like home environment. Get a bed to sleep in and get my meals 3 times a day.
They've helped me see that I can move forward from the problems that I've had.
They have given me a second chance.
There's people that care here.
The people here that do care and counseled me when I needed counseling.
They're just great people. They really are. I mean, they love us, you know.
I can progress through every day now knowing I'm getting better every day.
A landmark decision from the U.S. Supreme Court on the issue of homelessness. In a 6-3 vote, the High Court cleared the way for cities to enforce bans on homeless people sleeping outdoors when there's no shelter space. The case centered around Grants Pass.
Grants Pass, Oregon, population 40,000, a small city dealing with a big problem.
Oh, God, look at that.
Over the past 2 decades, as outsiders moved in, housing costs went up, forcing a growing number of people onto the streets.
The U.S. Supreme Court has sided with Grants Pass, Oregon, ruling that regulations and penalties around homeless camping do not constitute cruel and unusual punishment. The decision will likely have major implications on how cities make and enforce public camping rules. This case is the most significant to come before the Supreme Court in decades on the issue of homelessness.
Federal housing assistance has shrunk to its lowest level in nearly 25 years, even as homelessness and rental prices have hit historic highs.
According to new federal data, a record number of people are now unhoused, more than 653,000, a 12% population increase since last year.
Nationally, seniors are now the fastest growing age group experiencing homelessness, roughly 140,000 and counting.
This age group, 55 plus baby boomers, they have additional concerns. Some have health or mobility problems emergency shelters are not equipped to handle.
We've thrown billions of dollars at this problem, and we can't come up with a solution.
But the housing first approach to homelessness is not solving, but actually deepening the homelessness problem.
Communities that have made progress on homelessness, one thing they all have in common is people work together.
We all agree that communities are stronger when everybody who lives in that community has a safe and stable place to call home.
Now to a bizarre discovery at a grocery store in Michigan.
Contractors were curious about an extension cord they spotted on the roof. Upon further inspection, they found a woman living inside the supermarket's sign.
Everything we work so hard for every day, you know what I mean, could be lost if we had something happen. If you fell, if there was a lawsuit situation, I cannot in good conscience allow you to be up on our roof. Do we have like shelter
it's just
information?
Yeah, it has the camo,
Is she
the hunter camo on it. It's just a tent bag, regular little tent bag. That's it.
So
yeah, that's all
I mean,
because apparently they're going to hold
I mean, I
like
don't
the open
know.
door I can walk in, that's typically all we can offer is something like that. That's it. Are you familiar with the open door?
Nope, I can't go to this place.
Okay, all right. So that's essentially our only resource that we offer for homeless, you know what I mean?
I can't go to those places.
Okay.
Welcome back to Conversations on a Bench. Now I have my friend Scott with me. And Scott, how long have you been around the open door?
About 20 years.
20 years. You don't look that old.
Thank you.
So, and you have some expertise with bicycles. You've been helping us with bicycles.
I started building bikes when I was about 6 years old.
Building them from just pieces parts or messing with them to put them back together?
Build them from scrap. I got my start.
There we go.
Same with my first car, my first motorcycle, first snowmobile.
So just about everything?
Yeah.
Anything that moves?
Well, if it had a motor, I was interested. Those were the days.
Do you have motorized bikes too?
I build motor assist pedal bikes.
Yeah.
I don't happen to have any right now.
No. So one thing you and I had talked about a few days ago was the trouble with affordable housing.
Yeah, in the last 5 or 6 years, I've noticed that they're tearing down all the affordable housing complexes and tenement buildings and not replacing them. And when they do replace them, they say that it's affordable, but it's $800–900 a month. And that's really not low income, is my opinion.
So it might be affordable for someone, but it's
Right.
not affordable for many.
Affordable for a Dow exec, maybe. Someone who's got a high-paying job.
So how long have you been in Midland? Or Midland County, anyway?
Off and on all my life, but this time I've lived in Midland about 9.5 years.
So were you born in this area?
I was born in Clare. Okay. Grew up in Coleman, and been all over Michigan.
But you would consider Midland County your home?
Yeah.
So it would be reasonable, for sure, that Midland County should have housing that you could afford to live in.
You would think. It used to be, when I first moved back here from Washington State, there was several tenement buildings and rooms to rent, and you didn't have to rent a whole apartment by yourself. You'd share a building with several people. It wasn't always pleasant, but it was affordable. And you had a roof over your head. You didn't have to sleep in the cold.
And I know 2 off the top of my head that we have in town now, but you said there were more before that?
There was like 20.
Oh, wow, that's a lot more.
Yeah. And there was even like kitchenettes and small 1-2 room houses, reasonably priced, $500-600, where you could room with somebody and split the rent.
Right.
And it was comfortable.
Sure. Wouldn't price you out. So do you feel like, I mean, I know housing prices are tricky because as the value goes up for people's houses, if they live in them and they have a mortgage and it's stable, it doesn't affect their payment, it only affects their value. But the problem comes in when people are looking to pay rent, because if the value of that house goes up, then the value of the rent goes up and it prices people out. And so I think it becomes very tricky. It's not like we can just necessarily say, hey, we're going to lower the rent. Like you said, we almost need different kinds of housing.
I would certainly not want to slander any of the landlords in Midland, but there are a couple that the places are really, really not that good, and the rent is really expensive.
Yeah.
It's $700 for a 1 room with a bathroom attached.
But it's just not, not a great place, but definitely a larger
Not a
amount
good
of money.
place and a lot of money, and the one place that I lived in over on the other side of town, the heater stayed on year-round. I mean, in the middle of the summer when it was 90, 98 degrees,
Yeah. Oh.
the heat was running the whole time. You could not cool off. You had to go outside.
And
I
then
ran 3 fans.
And you were probably paying for that too.
Oh yeah, I had to pay electricity, water.
Yep, that becomes problematic for sure.
I had help, but that didn't work out.
So why do you keep coming back here?
Back here to Midland?
To the open door.
Oh, to the open door.
What makes you come back?
The camaraderie, the friendship. I love to work on bikes. It's like therapy. And so if I get a lot of work, there's always somebody needs something done.
Sure.
And you guys have been good to me, so at least everything I can do to repay you. No problem.
It's good to have friends.
Exactly. Good to have people that are caring.
Well, and I know that Bob was going to help you with some of your paperwork that needed to be done. And Bob Hardy.
Yeah.
And, he doesn't work here. He just was a friend, right?
Right.
Said he was going to help you. And I think that that's beautiful. When people have friends that say, hey, I think you could benefit from something else that I'm going to help you with.
Our association started with both of us living here.
Really?
Yeah. It was in a long-term back house program.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Back then they had a year deal. You could be in the back.
And Bob mentioned that, I was talking to him earlier today, and he mentioned that there was a time even years ago in Midland where finding a job was hard. He's like, you couldn't find a job to be a dishwasher. Because he was talking about how he had gone someplace else looking for a job. But, I think some of this stuff, it compounds. If you don't if you don't have something to do and you don't have some place to live, then you're stuck.
I'm 65 years old, and no one will hire me. It's a combination of a few things. My age, they're afraid of the health risk. They don't want to pay out exorbitant amounts of insurance.
Sure.
And my record as a criminal, I got into a lot of mischief when I was younger.
Follows you.
No, and it does. Follows you everywhere. You can never outrun your record.
Unfortunately, but sometimes when we're young and stupid, we don't think about that before we do it, right?
Exactly.
But I think that's where even things like having friends like Bob, who says, hey, I think I could, if you followed this step, maybe we could get you a little bit more to help you with that rent situation.
I'd been considering it for a long time, filing for my Social Security. But I was, in the past, you only got $311 a month. You can't even pay rent with that. Nowhere.
That's true.
And how's a person supposed to live after that? I mean, I would still be depending on charities and functions and the Open Door and everyone else to support me. And I like that.
Yeah, well, it is hard when you're 65 years old, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And I'm afraid it gets harder. You know, that's part of the thing I was just talking about with, you know, when you first came to the Open Door, and even now, because you're still in good health, that things like going up and down the stairs or whatever aren't a big deal. But, you know, as people age, it's going to start to become a big deal. Or as, you know, like another one of our friends who used to come here with 2 legs and now has 1. It becomes hard to get up the stairs. And knowing that our population in general is aging and wondering what are we going to do about that in the long run.
My body tends to disagree with that last statement. Going up and down the stairs is a problem.
Is it?
It's not fun at all. But I have to do it. I have to be able to get around. So. And I don't complain.
No, you don't.
No point in it. Doesn't make anyone feel any better, including myself.
It's a good word. Good word. So what do you think's next for you, Scott?
I'm thinking about Virginia.
Virginia? Why Virginia?
Warm year-round.
That's true. They got gators, though.
I
and
love
big bugs.
Gator tail is some of the best eating I've ever had.
Snakes and bugs don't bother you either?
I'm not happy with big spiders. And they have some other little bugs that can put a hurting on you, too.
That's true.
The ticks down there, the size of a dime.
Oh, boy.
They're huge.
Have you been there before, then?
Oh, yeah. Been in every state in the United States except 2, Alaska and Hawaii. You can't hitchhike to Hawaii.
No, you can't.
It's kind of difficult. And I've seen enough snow that
So
I
you
don't really
wanna
need to go to Alaska. And they have wolves and bears there, too.
Yeah, they'll kill you, right? Isn't that what they say?
They're
They'll
worse
kill you.
than gators. They'll come right after you and eat you.
Yeah. So do you have people there?
No. I still have friends in Washington State. I don't hear from them very often, but we still write back and forth. And they want me to come back.
To Washington?
To Washington
That's
State.
expensive to live there, too,
Greater
huh?
Seattle area. But I was never out of work. I could quit a job one day and be working at another one the next. And not miss a beat. My biggest problem with that was that you have to be able to drive, and I don't have a driver's license.
Yeah.
That was one of the things that I got in trouble for. So I have to depend on either other people for rides, the bus system, or my boss, whoever I'm working for. Which, when I was there, it wasn't a problem.
Yeah, the bus system here is not so good.
Yeah, the bus system It stinks, literally. They have 2 buses with a bicycle rack on the front of it, and I only ever seen one. Never seen the other one. They say they have 2.
They said it's there. It's a mirage.
Yeah. But they should have one on at least half of their buses, because it makes it so much easier to get around. You get off the bus, get your bike, go tool around, do whatever you got to do. You do your shopping, and you can make it back to the bus stop in plenty of time to catch your bus.
Yeah. And that makes sense too, because you and I both know that the people who rely on bikes for transportation often also rely on the bus system, so the 2 should kind of go together anyway.
Every other city that I've lived in has bike racks on the bus.
It's a good word. Have to work on that. We'll have to call City Hall and tell them the next thing we need are bike racks on the bus.
Doesn't do any good to call dialer on it.
Well,
they'll hit you with a tardy and overcharge you.
That does happen, doesn't it?
Yeah. They can be 20 minutes late, but you have to be 20 minutes early.
Kind of like going to the doctor.
So that's a 40-minute sit down.
It is.
And when it's winter, it's no fun.
It's not. But that's a good point. You know, with our current bus systems, whether it's dial-a-ride or whether it is county connection, you have to schedule in advance. What happens if you don't show up?
No show. You still have to pay, and after 3 no-shows, they can fine you and deny you rides on the bus.
What happens if you made your call in advance and made your bus route or bus ride plans, and then 2 hours beforehand, the place you were going calls and cancels? What happens to your bus ride?
You have to call at least 1 hour in advance to cancel. And if it's after 5:30, forget it. You're just going to get a no-show. Whether you tried to call or not, it doesn't matter.
So it is definitely not user-friendly.
No. Well, you know, the bus drivers are friendly. And,
right.
And it's good transportation when it's good.
But when it's not.
When it's not, it's not.
Right.
And things like that happen. You have people cancel or plans change. You never know. Something might come up.
Your work schedule could change. Your doctor's appointment could change.
All of the above.
Yeah. How soon and farther in advance, how far in advance do you have to call to make a bus plan?
Well, you're supposed to call a day in advance, but a lot of times if you call an hour in advance, they'll try to accommodate you.
Okay. So that's one positive, right? They try to accommodate you.
If they had a bus route that ran the general directions, 2 different directions through town, and had a bus rack on there, or a bike rack on the bus, it'd be a cinch.
Right, because you could just get on, whoever's at the bus stop gets on, right?
Right.
Yeah, and that's what they do in many other places. I think they do that in Saginaw.
Still charge you the same amount, but you're taking a regular route.
Right.
Instead of calling and giving them an address to be carted to.
So in that way, again, with a bike, like if you knew you had to go to I don't know, if you had to go to Walmart, but the bus only took you there to the corner where Joe Mann and Eastman. You could get off there, you could get on your bike, you could ride to Walmart.
Yeah.
Seems like it makes sense to me.
Or Harbor Freight, or the movie theater.
There you go. All those places. So transportation, according to the little things they did at United Way, transportation is an issue. Housing is an issue. Anything else?
I just ride my bike. Winter, spring, summer, fall, rain or snow. I don't count on the bus no more.
Has it been pretty safe for you, do you think?
No.
Not at all.
I've been ran down, hit, bumped. I've had people call out obscenities threatening me because I was riding on the road. And it's winter and it's slippery and they're afraid. I don't blame them for being angry, but what am I supposed to do?
Right.
I'm not going to walk.
Right.
If I can ride a
Well,
bike,
and
I'm
you
going
know,
to ride my bike.
we know Dan got hit, and there was someone else recently. I can't remember who it was. Someone else got hit on their bike. So it can be a dangerous thing.
I've been hit 7 times
Yikes.
the last 3 years.
Well, I'm glad you lived.
Yeah, I normally, when I see it coming, I jump.
Get out of the way.
I run somehow. But I've still been knocked down, ruined my bike. One guy with a brand new Mercedes
Hit your
SUV nailed me at it. He was at a stop sign. It was my turn to cross. The crosswalk thing came on. I started out and pow! Ran right into me, knocked me down. I got up, I dragged my bike over to the curb and he split. Didn't even stop.
I'm sorry, that's terrible. We got to do better. We got to do better. Because that's respect.
I prayed for
right?
him.
Well, that's respect, right?
Yeah, you would
You know,
think.
part of caring for our neighbors is we respect them, and if we hit somebody, we stop.
Look, dude, I don't want to sue you, but you could pay for my bent rim and,
Yeah.
you know, maybe
Or at
compensate
least
me a little
just
bit.
stop and help you up, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Be nice about it.
Yeah.
Concern.
Exactly. And again, I think that's one of the things that makes the open door different than a lot of places.
Yeah, you always see a smiling face. You run into people that you can associate with on a regular basis. So it makes it nice to have a conversation, a cup of coffee, and have something to eat, relax for a few minutes in the warmth.
So we can yell at each other sometimes, but we always make up.
Yeah.
You know, it's not always roses around here.
Yeah,
but
I try not to let it carry through or follow me around, so to speak. I get over things quick. I try not to get angry anymore. I used to have a real problem with it, so I have to keep that in check.
yeah, it's kind of like complaining, right? It
Yeah.
doesn't tend to do you any good. It can do you some harm.
Yeah. Makes things worse usually. Once you start venting, you can't stop.
Yeah, it is kind of like, yeah, you open the gate and all the horses are running out. Very true.
I think I would have used chicken.
Yeah, chickens are hard to catch. Or cats, right? Like herding cats.
Yeah.
Too much.
Black Angus cow. They got to be the dumbest bovine there ever was.
You have
I say that,
experience
but
with
you know,
those?
they can get through a hole in the fence this big. I mean, a 400 or 500 pound cow will work its way through a fence just to go over and munch on the grass on the other side of the fence.
I heard sheep are worse. Are being stupid.
I don't know. I've never raised sheep.
Only stupid cows, not stupid sheep.
Well, let's not go there.
Okay. That sounds good.
I couldn't. No point.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming by and chatting with me. I've got a few other guys that are wanting to chat, so.
But it's nice to know that my voice will be heard. Hopefully, someone hears me.
I agree. And I think if we tell the stories and we talk about the things that are causing problems, not just for you, but for many other people, then hopefully someone hears and says, let's change that. And, you know, that was one of the things, even with United Way's chats. They did these community chats. Did you go to any of those?
I used to.
Well, they did one recently. And the things that you're saying are the same things that came up there. And maybe they're the same things that have been coming up for years. I don't know. But at least there is some attention to say, what can we do about this?
I have a vague memory of going to one of the meetings and trying to get a word in and having them ignore me and go all the way around me, and because I'm not a big wig in town, I don't really count. That's the way I felt.
Well, these ones were held right here at the soup kitchen. So there was one that was last year in the soup kitchen because they were literally asking questions from our friends about things like transportation, about things like housing costs, food insecurities, and those sort of things. So,
yeah, I had a brief separation from Midland in the open door. I took a job. I had to bop around a little bit. I went to a couple of different states. And when I got back, yeah, everything was still the same.
Well, we try, right?
A couple of things had changed. The director was different.
Was that before Renee?
It was after.
Oh, so you were gone when Renee left, and then here I was.
I was right when she left. I left for a while. Not because she left. That was
happened to coincide.
Yeah, when the opportunity arrived, I got to go.
There you go.
It isn't that I won't work and I don't like to work. It's that I can't get regular work. I would love to have a 9-to-5 job. And I would be willing to work at McDonald's anyway. They just won't hire me. Yeah. I've even went to classes to learn how to make a resume.
Really?
Matter of fact, through the open door. And jobs to stay.
Oh, Jobs for Life?
Jobs for Life,
yeah.
That was it. And I learned how to make a resume. It was great. I turned the resume in, didn't do any good. I got a couple of nibbles. That's about it.
But nothing that's been sustaining.
Right. I will say that some of the people that have hired me to do side jobs have went up above and out of their way to be friendly.
Good.
And do good things for people.
And I think we've got some good people around here that are always willing to try to offer that hand up to say, let's do this together and pick people up and that sort of thing.
I worked for a landscaping company a couple of years ago for the fall during cleanup. And Seth was a really cool guy. I believe him and his wife go to church every Sunday.
Well, and you know, she's here all the time.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you got to stop in someday. She's a long timer.
I've never met her.
No?
At least maybe I have and don't realize.
That maybe. Maybe.
I don't associate most people with each other
Yeah.
unless they're together.
Yep, Miss Ruth. She's here a lot. Works in the kitchen.
Awesome.
So in fact, she's going to sit down and talk to me tomorrow.
I'll have to have somebody point it out so I
There
can shake her hand.
Yep, she would like that. Well, good deal.
Well, it's been nice chatting.
It's been nice chatting with you. Thanks for coming by.
No problem. Have a pleasant afternoon.
Thank you. You too.
The phone rings from Open Door, and I rush in the house, wash my hands, and come down here in my work clothes, and I look pretty unsightly, and pick up food and deliver it. To be very frank about it, I grew up in a needy family, and so I know what it's like to be hungry, and that's why I have a compassion for people that are in need. I really have a compassion for people that need food and need help. Well, I mentioned that they could use some food. And from there on, it sort of mushroomed. Then some people that I did deliver food to, they knew of people. So I'd leave an excess food amount with them, and they would pass it on to their friends that had children that knew what hunger was like. Well, I just enjoy being with people. I like to help people and just have a lot of fun here. I met Todd probably about 6 years ago, He reminded me of one of my favorite grade school teachers. And I guess that kind of drew me to him. I've met so many wonderful people here. I wonder where they're at after they leave here and how they are doing. I just hope the best for them, and I pray for them.
I was living in Woodland, and I couldn't afford my rent. I got behind. They wouldn't renew my lease. So I went through some changes, you know. Didn't have nowhere to go because I was from Mississippi. So I ended up coming to the Open Door. Place here, it's a good place. It's what you make out of it. If you come here, you do what you gotta do and move forward. But if you come here with your old ways and think you're gonna do the same thing here, it ain't gonna happen. Old habits, you gotta leave them alone if you come here. You know, ain't nobody got no chain, no ropes on you, but you got to follow the rules. You don't follow the rules, you get booted out. Besides a shelter over my head, a place to eat, you know, what they helped me with is being a man. I prep food for the cooks. I dishwash. I do whatever chef want me to do. I do it all. That's the only job I ever had that showed respect. Like we were like a family. Get a little spiritual guidance in your life, you know. And that's what goes on here. But like I said, if you want it. See, God ain't gonna push you to do nothing.
There's hope here. There's hope for everybody, and that's something that's very special.
After 50 plus years of going through daily letdowns and disappointments, when I got here, I was at the end of my rope.
I was in a very dark place when I got here.
I was really depressed.
I lied to the shelter and I told them that my mom wanted me to come because I didn't know that you could have an option of not having a home. So I told them that my mom wanted me to come, so I lied.
I was lucky to eat once a day, and that'd go on 3 or 4 or 5 days in a row, nothing to eat, wandering around, not knowing where to go, who to talk to, or even asking for help.
The open door they do a lot for people. I mean, a lot. It's not just, a lot of people have no idea what the door is all about. And once you get in here and talk to staff, and you see the things that are happening around here, they're really great for the community.
It feels like home environment. Get a bed to sleep in and get my meals 3 times a day.
They've helped me see that I can move forward from the problems that I've had.
They have given me a second chance.
There's people that care here.
The people here that do care and counseled me when I needed counseling.
They're just great people. They really are. I mean, they love us, you know.
I can progress through every day now knowing I'm getting better every day.
A landmark decision from the U.S. Supreme Court on the issue of homelessness. In a 6-3 vote, the High Court cleared the way for cities to enforce bans on homeless people sleeping outdoors when there's no shelter space. The case centered around Grants Pass.
Grants Pass, Oregon, population 40,000, a small city dealing with a big problem.
Oh God, look at that.
Over the past 2 decades, as outsiders moved in, housing costs went up, forcing a growing number of people onto the streets.
The U.S. Supreme Court has sided with Grants Pass, Oregon, ruling that regulations and penalties around homeless camping do not constitute cruel and unusual punishment. The decision will likely have major implications on how cities make and enforce public camping rules. This case is the most significant to come before the Supreme Court in decades on the issue of homelessness.
Federal housing assistance has shrunk to its lowest level in nearly 25 years, even as homelessness and rental prices have hit historic highs.
According to new federal data, a record number of people are now unhoused, more than 653,000, a 12% population increase since last year.
Nationally, seniors are now the fastest growing age group experiencing homelessness, roughly 140,000 and counting.
This age group, 55 plus baby boomers, they have additional concerns. Some have health or mobility problems emergency shelters are not equipped to handle.
We've thrown billions of dollars at this problem, and we can't come up with a solution.
But the housing first approach to homelessness is not solving, but actually deepening the homelessness problem.
Communities that have made progress on homelessness, one thing they all have in common is people work together.
We all agree that communities are stronger when everybody who lives in that community has a safe and stable place to call home.
Now to a bizarre discovery at a grocery store in Michigan.
Contractors were curious about an extension cord they spotted on the roof. Upon further inspection, they found a woman living inside the supermarket's sign.
Everything we work so hard for every day, you know what I mean, could be lost if we had something happen. If you fell, if there was a lawsuit situation, I cannot in good conscience allow you to be up on our roof. Do we have like shelter
it's just,
information?
Yeah, it has the camo,
Is she
the hunter camo on it. It's just a tent bag, regular little tent bag. That's it.
So,
yeah, that's all.
I mean,
because apparently they're going to hold my
it's like the open door I knock, and that's typically all we can offer is something like that. That's it. Are you familiar with the open door?
Nope, I can't go to this place.
Okay, all right. So that's essentially our only resource that we offer for homeless, you know what I mean?
I can't go to those places.
Okay.
The phone rings from...
Welcome back to Conversations on a Bench, a 24-hour live-streamed event where we're talking about homelessness, we're talking about addiction, about mental health, about things that plague some of our friends in poverty. And I have a friend with me today. I have Josh with me here today. And Josh has agreed to share some of his story. So Josh, tell me about yourself.
Well,
I was born to a military family and that. Traveled around a lot as a kid and never really got used to being in one place at one time. And, you know, I've kind of always been a new guy and, you know, like I said, I've never really been in one place for a prolonged period of time, which longest I ever lived at one place was about 4 years. And that was during school. But, you know, I never really got never really truly got a proper upbringing, as most people would call it. But I learned through life's experiences and that, how to be a good person and that. One thing was my mom, she wound up being one of those, had a different boyfriend every couple weeks or so. And they're never really good guys. And once I got to a point of being old enough and big enough, I started defending my mom from these guys. And the police and other people were congratulating me on defending my mom, but it had put the wrong sense or the wrong understanding of violence in my head. And that really affected me when I became an adult, because then I didn't see a problem with violence until it started getting me in trouble. And then ultimately I wound up going to prison for a violent offense. And I've been through anger management through CMH, and I did an anger management program the couple of years I was in prison. And it really opened my eyes to, you know, what violence really is and what it does.
I lied to the shelter and I told them that my mom
before I went to prison, I was making good money. I was building pole barns and doing skilled manual labor and making thousands of dollars a month. And I had my own house, was working on paying off my first house. You know, I had a couple of vehicles, I had ATVs, $60,000 plus worth of tools, and heck, about one bedroom in my house was my own personal walk-in closet. But when I went to prison, I wound up losing just about everything I had. And then at the same time, people who've known me in that, they're like, oh, well, you're never going to change, da-da-da-da-da, so they turn their backs on me. And when I got out of prison, there was friends and family that were willing to give me a chance to stay with them and, you know, get on my feet and that, but most people will see see someone who's labeled as a violent felon, like employers, they're like, well, we don't want to put our other employees at risk. They weren't willing to see that I had done my time, I had done what I needed to do to become a better person, and I was really never given a chance, so I had to keep moving from this family members to this family members to this friend's place, just trying to find a job. And, you know, it really wore on me and wound up losing more in the process. But then I got to the point where I became homeless, and that was just over a year ago. And I wound up staying in a tent from the middle of September all the way until about the middle of December. And I wound up going to jail again because I was carrying a knife, but it wasn't in plain sight, so I was carrying a concealed weapon. But I wound up spending 7 months in jail. When I got out, I was still homeless, and I just got to that point where I'm like, I can't do this by myself. I need help. And there was only one person I could turn to, and that was God. And God brought to me the opportunity to be able to come here to Midland and stay at the Open Door. And since I've gotten here, I was able to get employment within a month. I've been working for almost 2 months now. I was going through CMH services, but they're saying that I have such a positive outlook most of the time that they don't feel I need their services anymore. Okay. But they did tell me that if I do need their services in the future, just go ahead and get a hold of them. You know, I owe that to God. I do. You know, being able to look positively on life, even though I'm still struggling of sorts, you know, because I'm working at Arby's, you know, making $13.25 an hour, and I get scheduled for about 31 hours a week right now because of the road construction out in front of the job. But that's supposed to be done soon, and the general manager did tell me that after the construction's done and sales pick back up, I should be getting about 40 hours a week, so it's going to be a bit more. And once my 90-day review comes up, which is soon, I should be getting a raise. So I'm just looking forward to being able to get some housing, and I know it's not going to be ideal at first, either a roommate situation or a different communal type living situation, but I'm willing to do what I have to do within the law and, you know, with what's right to be able to start building the life again. But this time, start with a good foundation, and that foundation being faith and, you know, being a good, honest person, you know, being what I know I can be. You know, I just gotta hope and pray that other people will give me the opportunity, like the Open Door did, and like Arby's did, to see that the past isn't the past, and I am a better person, you know, and I'll go out of my way to help someone else out, even if I'm struggling, you know. So but I always pray to God that I always pray for others other than myself. For myself, I pray that I get nourishment from the food that is generously donated to the Open Door, or that I get at work or whatnot, what have you. But for others, I pray for more for others, because I feel that, you know, even though I'm going through what I'm going through, there's others that are worse off than I am, and I know they are, because I've met a number of them, you know. And I always do my best to try to bring positivity to a situation, because I know that positivity, that positive energy will always, it'll find its way to help somebody else out in a positive way, and to help spread the positivity.
Now, when you have done like different case management stuff with John
Yes.
You know, John tells his story too, and about how he did not have a life that was a straight line either. But I think that John's a good example of someone who has gotten over that difficulty, has trusted the Lord with it, went through the struggles and found peace with God, and then can share that with others, and can share that to help other people get further down the road. You know, and our hope for you is that someday you'll get your house back, and someday you'll go back to doing the kind of work that you really like to do. But until then, we're glad that you have peace. We're glad that you're here, and glad that you're always friendly.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, I myself, I know there's a number of individuals out there that have either stayed here or whatnot, what have you, and they always thought of it and speak of it as kind of a negative thing of being here. But for me, being here at the Open Door, even the opportunity to come here, to be able to have just a starting point, you know, a place to be able to come and shower and rest, and that, you know, for me, from the beginning, I've seen it as a blessing. You know, I mean, there's not, from experience and looking into it, there's not a whole lot of homeless shelters in the state of Michigan. But I am and will be forever grateful that I was able to come here to the Open Door, you know, because I mean, it's been a heartwarming experience, and really shown me that, you know, there are still good people out there that, you know, will do what they can to help others that are struggling.
Sure.
You know, and I mean, the traffic going by
That's
sometimes
crazy,
is
isn't
a little
it? Yeah.
loud, but no, it's you know, I'm doing my best to, you know, get on my feet, and that. I mean, you know, there's still trials and tribulations, whatnot I'm going through. But at the same time, I do my best to keep that kind of stuff to myself, but share it with those who will be able to help me think through the situation.
Right, yeah.
You know, but I'm just glad that, you know, I've been able to get the patience and understanding that I've needed, you know, to be able to assist me with certain things. And, you know, I mean, and I know a lot of the guys here, they look to me for a little bit of guidance because I've been doing so well.
You got a good perspective.
I do my best to have a good perspective of things, you know.
It makes a difference, doesn't it? I mean, your attitude and the way you look at things makes a difference. It really does.
It makes a world of difference. You know, because I mean, if you look at the glasses half empty, well, then you're not ever going to see the glasses being filled. But if you can look at the glasses half full, well, then you know that it will be filled. But you have to have faith. You got to keep up your hope. And one thing that I'm still working on, I'm getting there, but is to not think of yourself and not speak of yourself in a negative way. You know, so I mean, yes, there are those of us that haven't made the best choices in life and that, but as long as we're willing to work on ourselves, as long as we're willing to have the patience and the courage to make the choices to better ourselves, you know, then you are a good person. You know, if you're willing to help others or just even put a smile on someone's face, that's a good thing. You know, you gotta look at the little things in life.
There you go.
You know, it's the little things in life that make the difference, because no matter who you are, no matter how much money you got, no matter what all you got, everybody goes through good times and bad times.
They do.
You know, and it's just, you know, you got to try to see things from not just your own perspective, but the other person's perspective as well.
Well, and we talk a lot here at the Open Door about the fact that God loves us. And so if God loves us, then we love others, right? And so it's a little bit of the old paying it forward almost, right?
Right.
If God has poured out his grace and mercy on you, then you get the opportunity to do that for other people.
Right. You get that holy or spiritual energy. It's not just a gift for you, but it's a gift for those around you as well.
Exactly.
And it's something that you shouldn't keep to yourself. It's something that you should share.
Right.
You know, because if you're open and willing to share that good and loving energy that we get from God, then it's going to spread. It's going to spread through other things in your life, the people around you, and you know, it'll spread from there.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, there could be times where you're going through a hard time and it's seeming to last forever. But as long as you can keep a positive mindset, and I've learned from experience, it's pretty hard to do. But as long as you can keep that positive thinking going and seeing
now he's coming
things
after
in
you.
a positive aspect, you know, it really helps to turn things around. Yeah. You know, like I said, you know, it's hard, and I know from experience, you know, but
you're not alone.
Right.
You know, you've got the people at the Open Door, but you also know that even in the difficulties, God walks with you. He doesn't always make it all better right away.
No.
But he walks with you, and he understands your suffering, and he understands your pain.
Yeah. And you know, going along with that, is one thing that all of us got to keep in mind is we may want to help other people, and we know God wants to help us as well, but if someone's not willing to help themselves and make the changes they need to make, there's no help that we can give them that will help them.
People need to participate, right, in their own recovery, in their own moving forward, for sure.
People need to make the choices and choose the actions that are going to be able to best benefit them in order to be able to get better. Yes, there's programs and there's God and everything else that's willing to help anybody that's struggling, but they have to be willing to accept that help, have to be willing to make the changes that they need to make.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm speaking from experience of when I was younger, I wasn't quite an alcoholic, but I was on my way to becoming one. And I wound up giving up drinking because my eyes were open that I had wasted a lot of money on drinking alcohol.
Sure.
And that if I had continued upon that path, then my life would have been worse off than it was before I got here. Yeah. You know, I mean, but you think about it, every choice that we make, there's a consequence.
There is.
you know. But at the same time, if we make the right choices, well, those consequences are going to be beneficial.
Yeah.
You know, because if you make the wrong choices, then you're gonna destroy your own life. You're gonna harm those that are around you, and harm is not just physical, but it's mental, it's emotional.
Sure.
You know, and you gotta be able to build those bridges with people and keep those bridges maintained. You know, it's not just, oh, okay, they're my friend now, they're going to be my friend 10 years from now. That's not.
Yeah,
so.
you have to build that, right? You
Well,
have to foster that.
You have to build
for
that,
sure.
and you have to nurture it, you know, and you have to have respect, and you have to be honest, you know. Like if you're going to start a relationship, put the cards out on the table all face up and say, hey, this is what I'm coming to you with, what are you coming to me with, and figure it out.
Yeah.
You know, because even when it comes to relationships, I know I've never been married, no kids yet, but and I may be going on 37, but I'm still looking for that right one.
There you go.
You know, there's never a perfect person, and every relationship's going to have its ups and downs. But if you're willing to work and communicate with each other, then that's what truly makes a good relationship, is your ability and willingness to work together to have that good relationship.
Sure.
You know, I understand that, and right now I'm working on me, so I'm not really looking for a relationship.
There you go. Well, it's in that part of it, being the kind of person that's the kind of person you'd be looking for, right?
Right.
Exactly.
You got to look for a person that corresponds with who you are, and you know, but at the same time, you know, you got, like, for me, I'm a guy that, yeah, I like working and I'll work a lot. The boss calls me in, hey, you want to come in and work, cover the shift? Sure, why not? Hey, I got 47 hours last week. And I was only scheduled for 31.
Yeah, that helps, doesn't it?
You know, I mean, yes, granted, it wore on me and all that, but I do know that, you know, I keep that good work ethic up, and that's going to guarantee me a promotion, a raise in the future. It's going to guarantee that, you know, the employer that I'm working for is going to be like, hey, yeah, this is a real good worker, and if when I do go to find a better paying job, you know, then I'm going to have a really good reference.
Right. Because you would have built a reputation, you know. You will have identified your character that is growing and that is good, and that hopefully you will be building a character that then will supersede anything that lived in your past.
Right.
Right?
You know, be able to show that, you know, show who I am in that, but at the same time, like, I'll be looking for a woman who, you know, is willing to be an equal with somebody, you know, someone who's willing to be a partner in life.
Sure.
You know, because I can say from experience that, and this is the way I feel, you know, I don't want anybody else to have to feel this feeling, but I feel that living a life alone is not a life worth living. You know, it's better to have friends and family. It's always a good thing, but at the end of the day, it's even better to have somebody to speak to confide in, to just spend that quality time with, you know, sitting back on the couch or watching a movie, or
it's community. You know, and you kind of spoke to that earlier, that when you were kind of going from family member to family member, that you needed that community, and when you run out of community, things get harder.
Right.
And so trying to build a community of your own.
Right. And for me, it really wasn't running out of that community or, you know, whatnot. And I didn't overstay my welcome, but it's just I exhausted the options of employment in those areas.
Sure.
And so I didn't want to become a burden to those in my life.
Sure.
You know, and I'm in communication with my mom and my sister and others. You know, they know how I'm doing, and they're praying for the best for me, and I'm praying for the best for them. You know, but at the same time, even being here, I don't want to be a burden to the open door. You know, and I haven't been. You know, I'm always willing to lend a helping hand, and
we kind of work together here, right?
Oh yeah.
And, you know, hopefully there'll be a time in the future where you'll be able to give back in whatever community you're living in, you know, whether it's here or another community, that you'll remember what was given to you and be able to serve again, just like you serve here. So.
Well, most definitely. And no matter where I'm at, I always try to give the help and assistance, even if it's just advice or just a ear to listen to somebody, you know. I always do my best to try to help those that I can, as I can, with what I've got.
Thank you.
You know, and I learned that, you know, I got to know the limits of helping other people, because there are some people that they'll take advantage of that, and they'll drain you for everything they can. As they say, give them an inch, they'll take a mile.
Well, we don't want that, do we?
You know, no. But, oh no, I mean, and I do plan on, once I get back, once I'm on my feet and my life is stable again, and I mean, I'm kind of hoping it'll be here in the Midland area, and I'll volunteer here at the Open Door.
Oh, we'd love to have you.
You know, and that, and I mean, you know, be able to be like just somebody that some of the guys can talk to or something.
Right,
You know.
and be that person who says, I was in your shoes
I know what it's like.
and life has changed for me. Yeah,
Right.
I think that that's that idea of a hand up, you know?
Yeah.
Follow me as I follow Christ. So it's a hand up.
Yeah.
Very cool. Well, thank you for spending some time with me tonight. I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you, Saralyn. I'm glad that you're the director. And,
Well, thank you.
You know, I mean, to be honest with you, I think that the presidency should go to a woman.
That's funny.
'Cause, I mean, I don't know. I mean, us guys, we're always gung-ho and not always thinking with our hearts. You know, women think more with their hearts than men do. I've learned that in life, and I feel that, you know, if more women were able to step forward and be able to get their voices heard and that, we might be able to make a better change in the world.
Well, thank you for your vote of confidence. So,
Not a problem.
great. I'm trying to figure out where we are here. Do we have someone over in our booth? I think that would be Nick. Nick's gonna cut us off here.
But would I have time to be able to, this is the Bible, correct? Would I be able to read part of the Bible that really...
After 50 plus years of going through daily letdowns and disappointments, when I got here, I was at the end of my rope.
I was in a very dark place when I got here. I was really depressed.
I lied to the shelter and I told them that my mom wanted me to come because I didn't know that you could have an option of not having a home. So I told them that my mom wanted me to come, so I lied.
I was lucky to eat once a day, and that'd go on 3 or 4 or 5 days in a row, nothing to eat, wandering around, not knowing where to go, who to talk to, or even asking for help.
The Open Door they do a lot for people. I mean, a lot. It's not just, a lot of people have no idea what the door is all about. And once you get in here and talk to staff, and you see the things that are happening around here, they're really great for the community.
It feels like home environment. Get a bed to sleep in and get my meals 3 times a day.
They've helped me see that I can move forward from the problems that I've had.
They have given me a second chance.
There's people that care here.
The people here that do care and counseled me when I needed counseling.
They're just great people. They really are. I mean, they love us, you know.
I can progress through every day now knowing I'm getting better every day.
A landmark decision from the U.S. Supreme Court on the issue of homelessness. In a 6-3 vote, The High Court cleared the way for cities to enforce bans on homeless people sleeping outdoors when there's no shelter space. The case centered around Grants Pass.
Grants Pass, Oregon, population 40,000, a small city dealing with a big problem.
Oh God, look at that.
Over the past 2 decades, as outsiders moved in, housing costs went up, forcing a growing number of people onto the streets.
The U.S. Supreme Court has sided with Grants Pass, Oregon, ruling that regulations and penalties around homeless camping do not constitute cruel and unusual punishment. The decision will likely have major implications on how cities make and enforce public camping rules. This case is the most significant to come before the Supreme Court in decades on the issue of homelessness.
Federal housing assistance has shrunk to its lowest level in nearly 25 years, even as homelessness and rental prices have hit historic highs.
According to new federal data, a record number of people are now unhoused, more than 653,000, a 12% population increase since last year.
Nationally, seniors are now the fastest growing age group experiencing homelessness, roughly 140,000 and counting.
This age group, 55 plus baby boomers, they have additional concerns. Some have health or mobility problems emergency shelters are not equipped to handle.
We've thrown billions of dollars at this problem, and we can't come up with a solution.
But the housing first approach to homelessness is not solving, but actually deepening the homelessness problem.
Communities that have made progress on homelessness, one thing they all have in common is people work together.
We all agree that communities are stronger when everybody who lives in that community has a safe and stable place to call home.
Now to a bizarre discovery at a grocery store in Michigan.
Contractors were curious about an extension cord they spotted on the roof. Upon further inspection, they found a woman living inside the supermarket's sign.
Everything we work so hard for every day, you know what I mean, could be lost if we had something happen. If you fell, if there was a lawsuit situation, I cannot in good conscience allow you to be up on our roof. Do we have like shelter
it's just
information?
Yeah, it has the camo,
Is she
the hunter camo on it. It's just a tent bag, regular little tent bag. That's it.
So
yeah, that's all.
I mean,
because apparently they're going to hold my
it's like the open door knock, and that's typically all we can offer is something like that. That's it. Are you familiar with the open door?
Nope, I can't go to this place.
Okay, all right. So that's essentially our only resource that we offer for homeless, you know what I mean?
I can't go to those places.
Okay.
The phone rings from Open Door, and I rush in the house, wash my hands, and come down here in my work clothes, and I look pretty unsightly, and pick up food and deliver it. To be very frank about it, I grew up in a needy family, and so I know what it's like to be hungry, and that's why I have a compassion for people that are in need. I really have a compassion for people that need food and need help. Well, I mentioned that they could use some food. And from there on, it sort of mushroomed. Then some people that I did deliver food to, they knew of people. So I'd leave an excess food amount with them, and they would pass it on to their friends that had children that knew what hunger was like. Well, I just enjoy being with people. I like to help people and just have a lot of fun here. I met Todd probably about 6 years ago. He reminded me of one of my favorite grade school teachers. And I guess that kind of drew me to him. I've met so many wonderful people here. I wonder where they're at after they leave here and how they are doing. I just hope the best for them, and I pray for them.
I was living in Woodland, and I couldn't afford my rent. I got behind. They wouldn't renew my lease. So I went through some changes, you know, Didn't have nowhere to go because I was from Mississippi. So I ended up coming to the Open Door. Place here, it's a good place. It's what you make out of it. If you come here, you do what you gotta do and move forward. But if you come here with your old ways and think you're gonna do the same thing here, it ain't gonna happen. Old habits, you gotta leave them alone if you come here. You know, ain't nobody got no chain, no ropes on you, but you got to follow the rules. You don't follow the rules, you get booted out. Besides a shelter over my head, a place to eat, you know, what they helped me with is being a man. I prep food for the cooks. I dishwash. I do whatever chef want me to do. I do it all. That's the only job I ever had that showed respect, like we were like a family. Get a little spiritual guidance in your life, you know, and that's what goes on here. But like I said, if you want it. See, God ain't gonna push you to do nothing.
There's hope here. There's hope for everybody, and that's something that's very special.
After 50 plus years of going through daily letdowns and disappointments, when I got here, I was at the end of my rope.
I was in a very dark place when I got here.
I was really depressed.
I lied to the shelter and I told them that my mom wanted me to come because I didn't know that you could have an option of not having a home. So I told them that my mom wanted me to come, so I lied.
Well, I could eat once a day, and that'd go on 3 or 4 or 5 days in a row, nothing to eat, wandering around, not knowing where to go, who to talk to, or even asking for help.
The Open Door they do a lot for people. I mean, a lot. It's not just, a lot of people have no idea what the door is all about. And once you get in here and talk to staff, and you see the things that are happening around here, they're really great for the community.
It feels like home environment. Get a bed to sleep in, get my meals 3 times a day.
They've helped me see that I'm
I can move forward from the problems that I've had.
They have given me a second chance.
There's people that care here.
The people here that do care and counseled me when I needed counseling.
They're just great people. They really are. I mean, they love us, you know.
I can progress through every day now knowing I'm getting better every day.
A landmark decision from the U.S. Supreme Court on the issue of homelessness. In a 6-3 vote, the High Court cleared the way for cities to enforce bans on homeless people sleeping outdoors when there's no shelter space. The case centered around Grants Pass.
Grants Pass, Oregon, population 40,000, a small city dealing with a big problem.
Oh, God, look at that.
Over the past 2 decades, as outsiders moved in, housing costs went up, forcing a growing number of people onto the streets.
The U.S. Supreme Court has sided with Grants Pass, Oregon, ruling that regulations and penalties around homeless camping do not constitute cruel and unusual punishment. The decision will likely have major implications on how cities make and enforce public camping rules. This case is the most significant to come before the Supreme Court in decades on the issue of homelessness.
Federal housing assistance has shrunk to its lowest level in nearly 25 years, even as homelessness and rental prices have hit historic highs.
According to new federal data, a record number of people are now unhoused, more than 653,000, a 12% population increase since last year.
Nationally, seniors are now the fastest growing age group experiencing homelessness, roughly 140,000 and counting.
This age group, 55 plus baby boomers, they have additional concerns. Some have health or mobility problems emergency shelters are not equipped to handle.
We've thrown billions of dollars at this problem, and we can't come up with a solution.
But the housing first approach to homelessness is not solving, but actually deepening the homelessness problem.
Communities that have made progress on homelessness, one thing they all have in common is people work together.
We all agree that communities are stronger when everybody who lives in that community has a safe and stable place to call home.
Now to a bizarre discovery at a grocery store in Michigan.
Contractors were curious about an extension cord they spotted on the roof. Upon further inspection, they found a woman living inside the supermarket's sign.
Everything we work so hard for every day, you know what I mean, could be lost if we had something happen. If you fell, if there was a lawsuit situation, I cannot in good conscience allow you to be up on our roof. Do we have like shelter
it's just,
information?
Yeah, it has the camo, the hunter camo on it. It's just a tent bag, regular little tent bag. That's it.
So
yeah, that's all.
I mean,
because apparently they're going to hold
I mean, I
like
don't
the
know.
open door knock, and that's typically all we can offer is something like that. That's it. Are you familiar with the open door?
Nope, I can't go to this place.
Okay, all right. So that's essentially our only resource that we offer for homeless. You know what I mean?
I can't go to those places.
Okay.
The phone rings from Open Door, and I rush in the house, wash my hands, and come down here in my work clothes, and I look pretty unsightly, and pick up food and deliver it. To be very frank about it, I grew up in a needy family, and so I know what it's like to be hungry, and that's why I have a compassion for people that are in need. I really have a compassion for people that need food and need help. Well, I mentioned that they could use some food. And from there on, it sort of mushroomed. And then some people that I did deliver food to, they knew of people. So I'd leave an excess food amount with them, and they would pass it on to their friends that had children that knew what hunger was like. Well, I just enjoy being with people. I like to help people and just have a lot of fun here. I met Todd probably about 6 years ago. He reminded me of one of my favorite grade school teachers. And I guess that kind of drew me to him. I've met so many wonderful people here. I wonder where they're at after they leave here and how they are doing. I just hope the best for them, and I pray for them.
I was living in Woodland, and I couldn't afford my rent. I got behind. They wouldn't renew my lease. So I went through some changes, you know. Didn't have nowhere to go because I was from Mississippi. So I ended up coming to the Open Door. Place here, it's a good place. It's what you make out of it. If you come here, you do what you got to do and move forward. But if you come here with your old ways and think you're going to do the same thing here, it ain't going to happen. Old habits, you got to leave them alone if you come here. You know, ain't nobody got no chain, no ropes on you, but you got to follow the rules. You don't follow the rules, you get booted out. Besides a shelter over my head, a place to eat, you know, what they helped me with is being a man. I prep food for the cooks. I dishwash. I do whatever chef want me to do. I do it all. That's the only job I ever had that showed respect. Like we were like a family. Get a little spiritual guidance in your life, you know. And that's what goes on here. But like I said, if you want it. See, God ain't gonna push you to do nothing.
There's hope here. There's hope for everybody, and that's something that's very special.
After 50 plus years of going through daily letdowns and disappointments, when I got here, I was at the end of my rope.
I was in a very dark place when I got here.
I was really depressed.
I lied to the shelter and I told them that my mom wanted me to come because I didn't know that you could have an option of not having a home. So I told them that my mom wanted me to come, so I lied.
All I could eat once a day, And that'd go on 3 or 4 or 5 days in a row, nothing to eat, wandering around, not knowing where to go, who to talk to, or even asking for help.
The open door they do a lot for people. I mean, a lot. It's not just, a lot of people have no idea what the door is all about. And once you get in here and talk to staff, and you see the things that are happening around here, they're really great for the community.
It feels like home environment. Get a bed to sleep in, get my meals 3 times a day.
They've helped me see that I can move forward from the problems that I've had.
They have given me a second chance.
There's people that care here.
The people here that do care and counseled me when I needed counseling.
They're just great people. They really are. I mean, they love us, you know.
I can progress through every day now knowing I'm getting better every day.
A landmark decision from the U.S. Supreme Court on the issue of homelessness. In a 6-3 vote, the High Court cleared the way for cities to enforce bans on homeless people sleeping outdoors when there's no shelter space. The case centered around Grants Pass.
Grants Pass, Oregon, population 40,000, a small city dealing with a big problem.
Oh, God, look at that.
Over the past 2 decades, as outsiders moved in, housing costs went up, forcing a growing number of people onto the streets.
The U.S. Supreme Court has sided with Grants Pass, Oregon, ruling that regulations and penalties around homeless camping do not constitute cruel and unusual punishment. The decision will likely have major implications on how cities make and enforce public camping rules. This case is the most significant to come before the Supreme Court in decades on the issue of homelessness.
Federal housing assistance has shrunk to its lowest level in nearly 25 years, even as homelessness and rental prices have hit historic highs.
According to new federal data, a record number of people are now unhoused, more than 653,000, a 12% population increase since last year.
Nationally, seniors are now the fastest growing age group experiencing homelessness, roughly 140,000 and counting.
This age group, 55 plus baby boomers, they have additional concerns. Some have health or mobility problems emergency shelters are not equipped to handle.
We've thrown billions of dollars at this problem, and we can't come up with a solution.
But the housing first approach to homelessness is not solving, but actually deepening the homelessness problem.
Communities that have made progress on homelessness, one thing they all have in common is people work together.
We all agree that communities are stronger when everybody who lives in that community has a safe and stable place to call home.
Now to a bizarre discovery at a grocery store in Michigan.
Contractors were curious about an extension cord they spotted on the roof. Upon further inspection, they found a woman living inside the supermarket's sign.
Everything we work so hard for every day, you know what I mean, could be lost if we had something happen. If you fell, if there was a lawsuit situation, I cannot in good conscience allow you to be up on our roof.
Do we have like shelter
it's just
information?
Yeah, it has the camo, the hunter camo on it. It's just a tent bag, regular little tent bag. That's it.
So
yeah, that's all.
I mean,
because apparently they're going to hold.
It's like the open door I knock, and that's typically all we can offer is something like that. That's it. Are you familiar with the open door?
Nope, I can't go to this place.
Okay, all right. So that's essentially our only resource that we offer for homeless, you know what I mean?
I can't go to those places.
Okay.
The phone rings from Open Door, and I rush in the house, wash my hands, and come down here in my work clothes, and I look pretty unsightly, and pick up food and deliver it. To be very frank about it, I grew up in a needy family. And so I know what it's like to be hungry. And that's why I have a compassion for people that are in need. I really have a compassion for people that need food and need help. Well, I mentioned that they could use some food. And from there on, it sort of mushroomed. And then some people that I did deliver food to, they knew of people. So I'd leave an excess food amount with them, and they would pass it on to their friends that had children that knew what hunger was like. Well, I just enjoy being with people. I like to help people, and just have a lot of fun here. I met Todd probably about 6 years ago. He reminded me of one of my favorite grade school teachers, and I guess that kind of drew me to him. I've met so many wonderful people here. I wonder where they're at after they leave here and how they are doing. I just hope the best for them, and I pray for them.
I was living in Woodland, and I couldn't afford my rent. I got behind. They wouldn't renew my lease. So I went through some changes, you know. Didn't have nowhere to go because I was from Mississippi. So I ended up coming to the Open Door. Place here, it's a good place. It's what you make out of it. If you come here, you do what you gotta do and move forward. But if you come here with your old ways and think you're gonna do the same thing here, it ain't gonna happen. Old habits, you gotta leave them alone if you come here. You know, ain't nobody got no chain, no ropes on you, but you got to follow the rules. You don't follow the rules, you get booted out. Besides a shelter over my head, a place to eat, you know, what they helped me with is being a man. I prep food for the cooks. I dishwash. I do whatever chef want me to do. I do it all. That's the only job I ever had that showed respect. Like we were like a family. Get a little spiritual guidance in your life, you know. And that's what goes on here. But like I said, if you want it. See, God ain't gonna push you to do nothing.
There's hope here. There's hope for everybody, and that's something that's very special.
Welcome back to Conversations on a Bench, our 24-hour experience here in Midland, sitting at the Open Door outside, talking to some friends about their stories of hope and their stories of trial and their stories of what God is doing here in Midland. I have Kelly with me here. Thanks for coming to chat with me, Kelly.
No problem, no problem. I'd like to chat.
Good. Well, tell me a little bit about yourself.
I came to the Open Door probably about 4 or 5 years ago when I was first introduced to Midland, and I had my living situation kind of changed real quick on me, so I was directed down here to the Open Door, and they took care of me back then, and like I said, that was like 4 or 5 years ago. Got me a good job, and I ended up leaving Midland and going back home. And I'm originally from Flint.
Okay.
So I went back home, and that didn't work out. It just recently, in the last 6 months, I went back home. Wasn't going too good down there, so I ended up coming back down here. And yeah, I was just so grateful that I called Ken and Joe, and they had a bed for me. Yeah, so we had to get it right this time.
Pretty good relationship with the guys in the shelter, the employees, you think?
Oh yeah, it was a shock because, like I said, it was a long time ago, and well, a few years, and everybody was different.
Except for Ken, right?
Except
Ken's
for
gonna be
Ken.
here forever.
And John was around back then, but but Ken was here.
You know, he is at this point in time, he's our longest employee.
Yeah.
So he can't seem to get enough of us.
Yeah, but there's still some people here that, like I forgot her name, the couple who come in and cook. They came in to cook breakfast this morning.
Oh, the socials, Steve and Cheryl.
Yep, Steve and Cheryl.
Were they doing that then too?
Yeah, they were.
Okay.
They were. That's how I remember them, because I used to help. Yeah, that was so cool seeing them this morning. And we ate good.
Well, I was going to say with Steve and Cheryl, you always eat well.
Oh, well, we had blueberry pancakes, ham, bacon, cheesy eggs.
That's like a gourmet food here at the homeless shelter.
I didn't even have to eat lunch. I was still full from breakfast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think Steve and Cheryl are a great example of people who have loved overtime.
Yeah.
You know, every Wednesday.
Yeah.
They come and they serve breakfast. And they made friends because you know who they were.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, most definitely. I might not be good with names, but faces I'll never forget. And yeah, we had some good times. They used to come around.
Good deal.
Good breakfasts, yeah.
So what are you hoping to do next?
I'm hoping to get back into landscaping. I know we got some, I'll probably be working with my old boss, because we got some fall cleanups coming up when these leaves start falling off the trees. But yeah, just trying to find employment quick as possible since I am back down here. I do have some opportunities.
Good.
So.
You've been doing landscaping for a long time?
Yeah, since I've been down here. Okay. Yeah, I took care of a lot of houses in Midland. I did. So.
Good.
So yeah, I just hate that it's, like coming to the end of the summer season, so all the cutting and everything is going to be done.
Right.
But, it's still a lot of fall cleanups and stuff to be done, and people like their stuff nice,
They do.
Yeah, they like it nice in Midland, yeah.
Which I suppose, on the other side of that is we also have a very generous community. And so, they do a good job of taking care of us here at the Open Door.
Every person I meet is, as far as having any type of power or anything, they take care of their business, Even with everybody that I've met new, everybody is so nice and everything is, straightforward. The only thing you got to do is put in the work. And they here to help. John, everybody,
How's John with you? What do you guys having
John.
some good talks?
Hey, I haven't had any better talks lately. Anybody but John, Yeah, we go back.
He cares about people, doesn't he?
He does. He has a good heart. And he gonna tell you how it is,
Well, and he does that because he knows that that's what's best for you, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
So you think you'll stay in Midland if it all works out? You're going to stay in this area, you think?
I'm hoping to. I want to. Because Midland is, it's a great city. I love it, It's a big difference from where I'm from,
Is
from
it?
Flint. It's a big difference, And yeah, I would love to lay my roots here. Yeah, I would love to grow right here in Midland. We'll see how it goes, you know. Yeah.
Can't borrow trouble, right?
Hey,
We
never.
take one day at a time.
One day at a time. Yeah, that's all we can do. But today was a good day.
Good.
So.
What'd
yes,
you do today?
I actually took care of a friend's baby while she was at work.
Did you?
Yeah.
You like kids?
I love them. I love them. I love them. And yeah, she had to work and her son wasn't feeling good.
Oh.
So he had the daycare where he was at, he actually threw up.
Oh.
So, you know, the daycares,
Right,
they have
send you
policies
home,
now.
right, yeah.
They have policies now where, you know, they can't, you got to stay away for at least 24 hours.
Sure, yeah.
So, yeah, I took care of Arlo. And
So hopefully you won't be throwing up tomorrow too, right?
I hope not. I hope not. And I just talked to his mother, and she said, "Oh, I'm feeling kind of bad." I said,
You're like, oh no.
I seen you take a couple coughs to the face.
Yeah.
Arlo.
Take that and keep it to yourself, right? There's things we don't want to share.
Yeah. So I'm gonna help her in the morning because she had to work in the morning also. So.
That's kind of you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you have any kids of your own?
Yeah, they grown.
All grown up, huh?
Yeah, they all grown up.
Mine too.
Yeah.
But sometimes little ones are nice to have around.
Yeah, it's a big difference, you know, and just I mean, it humbles you, you know, to take care of somebody so little, and you know, give them. I got time now. I mean, I really don't have time, but you know, it's not just go, 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 go.
Sure.
You know, you sit down with them, and yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. I have fun. Good. So how long have you been a director here?
I have been the director here for a year and a half.
Wow, I've been gone that long?
Yeah, can you believe it?
I remember when I left.
Was Renee still here?
Miss Renee was just leaving out. She was just, it was like her last week here.
And I came in, she left in October. And
Okay.
I came in April before that. And so I was working here. I was working for Renee and planned to work for Renee. Hadn't planned to do anything else but work for Renee.
Yeah.
And she left us.
She's up and left.
So there we go. And you know Jim? Jim Cross?
Jim?
He stood in for Renee while she was doing all of her other stuff. And so yeah, he was the president of the board then.
Uh-huh.
So he's still around. He works in the office. He'll be here later tonight to talk to me.
Cool,
But he was the one who brought me on, thinking I could fill Miss Renee's shoes because he's crazy. Nobody
She
can
was
fill,
a lot.
Nobody
I mean,
can fill Miss Renee's shoes.
Yeah, I mean, she was a lot. She used to just try to give her all to too much. You know, like, she would come in the kitchen and cook.
She did great. You ever eat her cooking?
What?
It was amazing.
Every day. But she gave so much of her time to cooking where she didn't, her other responsibilities, and you know what I'm saying?
You know why she did that? Because she loved.
I know, and she loved hard.
She did.
And she was a great person, but, you know, she was, whatever she was doing, she would give her all to. So if she was cooking, that's what she was doing.
Yep.
And, you know, yeah, but.
Because, you know, years ago, before Renee.
I don't remember.
I know, but it was a long time ago. It was actually, Ken was here before Renee, believe it or not.
I can believe.
There you go.
I can believe that.
Ken was here before Renee, and before Renee, they didn't, I think at that point in time, he was one of the only staff.
Yeah.
And, you know, we didn't have staff all night long. So, you know.
Yeah?
So way back when, lock the door and lock people in. Because it was all volunteers.
Yeah.
And, you know, we saw the need to make sure that if someone had a seizure in the middle of the night, or if the police brought somebody in the middle of the night, that we could care for them.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
So, you know, things have changed, and she did all that. She made all those changes to make sure that we could care and we could love hard, like you said, take care of people.
Yeah.
So that's always the goal, right?
Always.
As we've been loved, so we love.
Yes, ma'am. And I heard she got her hand in opening up a new little shelter.
Yep,
Where she at now?
She's in another shelter now.
That's so good. She found her way.
Well, you know, she can't get her hands out of it because she's good at it.
Yes, she
right?
is. Definitely a people person.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we miss her. She's a good lady.
Yeah, but I wasn't expecting everybody to be gone, you know. I said, oh my God.
I was going to say, who else was here?
Oh.
I think Trevor was in the kitchen when you were here before.
Trevor was here.
Mm-hmm. He's retired.
And Trevor, I heard he retired, and you know, I heard about his condition or whatever. One thing you can say, he never showed it.
Nope. Again, he was a tough guy, right?
Very tough. I used to travel up to the other, when the ladies was up there, me and Trevor took a lot of food back and forth for days, you know. He never showed it, you know. Yeah.
And then, of course, Rebecca was here with
Yep,
Renee.
Rebecca,
and, they're sisters, you know that. So they kind of went their way together. Was Bob here? I think Bob was here then too, wasn't he?
Yeah, Bob, her, what's her stepson's name? Miss Renee, her daughter's husband.
Oh, Brian.
Yeah, Brian.
You knew Brian, right?
Brian was here. Yeah.
Brian was working here too.
Yeah, Brian was here. Yeah, it was pretty nice.
Yep.
Yeah.
They were great people, and
Great
I'm just
people.
really glad that with all the work they did, setting everything up, they set us all up really well. And again, to see how God goes from one group of really great people, and then kind of brings in another group, all just kind of set. It's almost like dominoes, you know. It pushes one over, and the next one goes over, and doesn't leave any gaps.
No.
Making sure that everything's still going the way it ought
I'm
to
so
be.
thankful for God, because he definitely made a way for a lot of people down here at the open door, you know. Yeah. That's all we ask him, is that he do what he said he would do. He said he would never let us,
never leave
any
us.
hurt, harm, or danger come our way. He keep his loving arms wrapped around us at all times. I truly believe that, you know, because there's a lot of fortunate people down here to be down here now taking part of this program, you know.
Because you're not alone. You know, you're not alone here.
You know you're not alone.
And,
I
you know,
mean,
God never leaves you alone either. And so
never.
he gives you people to help you on your way so that hopefully you can get back to business, back to having a place and that kind of stuff, right?
Yes, ma'am. He definitely making a way. I heard a lot of good things from John today, so it won't be long.
He's a good man.
It won't be long, you know.
He's encouraging too, isn't he?
Very, very. Always have been, you know. You know, especially he knows guys willing to put in the work, you know.
And you know, he's got his own story to tell, right?
Yeah, he does.
And
We
he's
all
got a
do.
good way to explain how God took him and moved him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Took him out of some trouble and put him in a place where he could help people. So it's kind of a neat transition and a neat story.
Yes, ma'am. It is. It is. Definitely is.
So thank you for coming out to chat with me.
Hey, no, you're welcome. I thank you for having me to chat with you.
Thank you for all of your help that you do around here.
I try to. Like I say, I just got back down here, and Ken and them know I like doing landscaping. So next few days, I'm gonna get all these leaves and everything.
Get everything put back together. Maybe you can help us figure out what to do with those bushes over there, and they got the hydrangeas, and whether we need to trim them or not, and all that kind of stuff.
Yes, ma'am. If you want to, just let me know, and we'll.
It's always good to have an expert who knows, because goodness knows I don't.
I make it happen, like a lot of the
Yeah, they haven't died off yet, those hostas. So.
Not yet.
Anyway.
Are you gonna pour those?
After 50 plus years of going through daily letdowns and disappointments, when I got here, I was at the end of my rope.
I was in a very dark place when I got here.
I was really depressed.
I lied to the shelter and I told them that my mom wanted me to come because I didn't know that you could have an option of not having a home. So I told them that my mom wanted me to come, so I lied.
I was lucky to eat once a day, and that'd go on 3 or 4 or 5 days in a row, nothing to eat, wandering around, not knowing where to go, who to talk to, or even asking for help.
The open door they do a lot for people. I mean, a lot. It's not just, a lot of people have no idea what the door is all about. And once you get in here and talk to staff, and you see the things that are happening around here, they're really great for the community.
It feels like home environment. Get a bed to sleep in, get my meals 3 times a day.
They've helped me see that I can move forward from the problems that I've had.
They have given me a second chance.
There's people that care here.
The people here that do care and counseled me when I needed counseling.
They're just great people. They really are. I mean, they love us, you know.
I can progress through every day now knowing I'm getting better every day.
A landmark decision from the U.S. Supreme Court on the issue of homelessness. In a 6-3 vote, the High Court cleared the way for cities to enforce bans on homeless people sleeping outdoors when there's no shelter space. The case centered around Grants Pass.
Grants Pass, Oregon, population 40,000, a small city dealing with a big problem.
Oh God, look at that.
Over the past 2 decades, as outsiders moved in, housing costs went up, forcing a growing number of people onto the streets.
The U.S. Supreme Court has sided with Grants Pass, Oregon, ruling that regulations and penalties around homeless camping do not constitute cruel and unusual punishment. The decision will likely have major implications on how cities make and enforce public camping rules. This case is the most significant to come before the Supreme Court in decades on the issue of homelessness.
Federal housing assistance has shrunk to its lowest level in nearly 25 years, even as homelessness and rental prices have hit historic highs.
According to new federal data, a record number of people are now unhoused, more than 653,000, a 12% population increase since last year.
Nationally, seniors are now the fastest growing age group experiencing homelessness, roughly 140,000 and counting.
This age group, 55 plus baby boomers, they have additional concerns. Some have health or mobility problems emergency shelters are not equipped to handle.
We've thrown billions of dollars at this problem, and we can't come up with a solution.
But the housing first approach to homelessness is not solving, but actually deepening the homelessness problem.
Communities that have made progress on homelessness, one thing they all have in common is people work together.
We all agree that communities are stronger when everybody who lives in that community has a safe and stable place to call home.
Now to a bizarre discovery at a grocery store in Michigan.
Contractors were curious about an extension cord they spotted on the roof. Upon further inspection, they found a woman living inside the supermarket's sign.
Everything we work so hard for every day, you know what I mean, could be lost if we had something happen. If you fell, if there was a lawsuit situation, I cannot in good conscience allow you to be up on our roof. Do we have like shelter
it's just
information?
Yeah, it has the camo, the hunter camo on it. It's just a 10 bag, regular little 10 bag.
So
yeah, that's all
I mean,
because apparently they're going to hold my
it's like the open door knock, and that's typically all we can offer is something like that. That's it. Are you familiar with the open door?
Nope, I can't go to this place.
Okay, all right. So that's essentially our only resource that we offer for homeless. You know what I mean?
I can't go to those places.
Okay.
Well, welcome everybody to this conversation, which is between myself and with Rich Stearns. And Rich is the President Emeritus of World Vision and been a good friend for well over a decade. And Rich, so appreciate your leadership of World Vision globally, especially in reaching out to helping children, and especially in the area of really crisis and being able to say, how do we serve and love in the name of Jesus? But as president of World Vision, that really wasn't your initial calling, or maybe it became a calling, but really your background was more out of the business world. And why don't you share just a little bit of your time at Lennox and how God worked in your heart to begin to move you into a place of humanitarian aid and being able to care for people as how you lived out your faith?
Well, sure, Tom. Thanks for having me on the program today. And yeah, back in the late 1990s, I was the CEO of Lennox Fine China and Crystal, America's fine china company, back in New Jersey. And as I like to say, I was minding my own business when one day a recruiter called and said he was representing World Vision, and that World Vision was looking for a new president. Now, my wife and I had been donors to World Vision for about 15 years at that time. So we knew of World Vision. In fact, we knew the president of World Vision, who was then planning to step down. But I basically said to him, well, that's a hard job to fill. You need somebody that's, part CEO, part Mother Teresa, and part Indiana Jones. And, good luck with that, right? Finding somebody. But and of course, as recruiters often do, later in the conversation, he said, well, what about you? Would you be a good candidate for World Vision? And I think my voice went up about 3 octaves, and I said, me? Surely you don't mean me. And, Tom, at the time, I had never been to Africa. I knew nothing about global poverty. I had no theological degree. I had never done any fundraising. I had never worked for a nonprofit. I mean, I was a terrible candidate, I thought, for the president of World Vision. And I won't get into all of the details because of time, but this was clearly God knocking on my door and asking the question, are you available? Are you available? And I didn't want to be available. I was at the top of my career. I was 47 years old. I was, I had made it to the CEO chair in a wonderful company. And I call it my rich young ruler moment. And we all know that story from scripture where this rich young man comes to Jesus and says, Rabbi, what must I do to inherit eternal life? And Jesus gives him a stock answer. Well, keep the commandments, worship the Lord at the temple, keep doing the things that, the scriptures command you to do. And of course, the man, who might have been a little cocky, he said, well, I've done all of that. You can check me out. I've covered that base. I keep all the commandments. I'm a faithful tither. And then, as I like to say, the young man made one mistake. He decided he would ask another question, and he should have quit while he was ahead. He said, is there anything I still lack? And scripture tells us that Jesus looked at him and loved him and said, you lack one thing. Sell everything you have and give it to the poor, and come and follow me, and then you'll have treasure in heaven. Well, I wish at the time World Vision was calling me, that story was resonating in my head, because metaphorically, what World Vision was doing was saying, Rich, sell everything you have, quit your job, quit your career, sell your dream house, turn in your company car, pack up your family and move them 3,000 miles to the West Coast and follow me. In other words, give everything you have to the ministry with the poor, and then you'll have treasure in heaven. And at that time, I was more interested in treasure on earth than I was in heaven, to be honest. And so it was a difficult decision. But the way that story ends in scripture is tragic, because it says the man went away very sad because he had great wealth. So kicking and screaming and fearful of, this is a career suicide, I did quit my job. World Vision offered me the job. I quit my job, and we sold our house, and we moved all the way to Seattle, Washington. And I showed up that first day terrified that the Lord had made a terrible mistake. And as I cried out to him, I said, Lord, if you don't show up, this ministry's in trouble, and we're both in trouble, because I don't know what to do next. I feel helpless and totally dependent on you. And I felt the Lord was saying, I've got you right where I want you. You are totally dependent on me. Now keep showing up and watch what I do. And that's what I did. And I served for 20 years. I ended up being the longest serving president in World Vision's history. So yeah, that's how the Lord got my attention.
I love that, Rich, and really thanks so much for sharing your story, because I'm sure there are a lot of folks out there that God could be knocking on their door or inviting them into a second chapter of their life and leadership, and maybe hearing of your courage to be able to step out and follow might allow them to do something similar. So really appreciate that. How about though, as you began to kind of think about that role that you had as president of World Vision, it began to inform and impact kind of your understanding of the gospel. And one of the things I appreciate that is the book that you wrote, The Hole in Our Gospel, which was really significant and almost shares for you of certainly coming to a place of faith in Christ, but then this second conversion of looking at what does that faith really mean, or how do we live it out or engage or act in it. And I just wanted to kind of read a quick excerpt out of that I've appreciated over the years, that you wrote out of The Hole in Our Gospel, when you say, we're the carriers of the gospel, the good news that was meant to change the world. Belief is not enough. Worship is not enough. Personal morality is not enough. And Christian community is not enough. God has always demanded more. When we committed ourselves to following Christ, we also committed to living our lives in such a way that a watching world would catch a glimpse of God's character, his love, justice, and mercy through our words, actions, and behavior. We are Christ's ambassadors, wrote the Apostle Paul, as though God were making his appeal through us. God chose us to be his representatives. He called us to go out to proclaim the good news, to be good news, and to change the world. Living out our faith privately was never to be an option. And what might you hope, as you kind of look and have penned those words for Christ followers across our country, as they would reflect and glean on living out their faith today, how that perspective maybe changed your heart a little bit, and how you would hope it would change the hearts of other Christ followers?
Well, Tom, let me first say I couldn't have said it better myself than that quote. But I would add a couple of things. I think, first of all, I would say that we need to understand as followers of Christ that he did not call us to a life of comfort. He called us each to a life of service, a life of loving other people with the love of Christ in our heart, and demonstrating his life to that watching world. You know, most of us go to, if we're Christians, we go to worship every Sunday. We go to Bible studies during the week. Our kids are in Sunday school. But the Lord, I don't think, is impressed with all of those activities unless they result in putting what he taught us into action, right? So there's some great scriptures about this. In the book of James, James says this: suppose a brother or sister is without clothes and daily food. If one of you says to them, go in peace, keep warm and well fed, but does nothing about their physical needs, what good is it? In the same way, faith by itself, if it's not accompanied by action, is dead. I can't imagine a better scripture for a homeless ministry to settle on and to talk about. There's another one in 1 John chapter 3, where John says this: if someone has enough money to live well and sees a brother or sister in need but shows no compassion, how can the love of God be in that person? Dear children, let us not merely say that we love each other. Let us show the truth by our actions. Our actions will show that we belong to the truth, so we will be confident when we stand before God. You know, just in closing this question, this answer, there is a real simplicity to our Christian faith that is often lost in the complexity we create around faith, right? Um, the Lord gave us the two greatest commandments: love the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, and strength. And he said the second commandment is like it: love your neighbor as yourself. And I would add a third great commandment, which is the Great Commission, which is about sharing the love of Christ to everyone so that they too can become disciples of that same loving Lord. So love God, love others, and then make disciples of other people by sharing the love of Christ so that they can also then love God, love others, and make new disciples. So it's kind of a virtuous cycle. And that's the simplicity of our Christian faith that a 5-year-old can the question, what would love do? Because Jesus is love. John tells us that God is love. So what would love
The phone Welcome back to Conversations on a Bench, our 24-hour live streamed event, talking about stories of hope and stories of trial and ways we can all do better in our community on caring for people who are in crisis. I have Joe with me at the moment. Joe, what brings you to the Open Door?
Oh, homelessness? Yeah, so it's been a really strange, long trip. I was born and raised in New Jersey. Went to a rehab down south in 2019. After completing that, went to Texas to kind of start a new career. When that sort of like ran into some troubles, I moved up here with some family. Started my career over again here in Michigan. Same career, went off really well. Yeah, ran into some issues and didn't have much of a support system and found Open Door. So I've been here a couple of months.
Well, we're glad to have you.
Yeah.
Where have you seen God at work here?
Just about everywhere. I mean, this place feels like a magnet for positive energy. I feel like I actually described this place earlier at the Legacy Center class as a spiritual boot camp. And I mean that in a positive way. Like, I enjoy that. I really do. I've learned a lot of discipline, self-care, and just self-worth, really, being here.
Glad to hear that. What are you doing at the Legacy Center? They're a great partner, by the way.
Yeah, so I'm taking their financial literacy courses so that I can possibly avoid the situation next time.
And I've heard that that is a great course. That's very deep and very broad.
Yeah, so far it's going really well.
Very good. Very good. Yeah, we love the people over there. They're so good to us, and I feel like so many of the things that they teach over there can be so helpful across the board. You know, even if you think you've got a handle on something, sometimes revisiting it totally makes a difference.
Yeah, for sure.
So, yeah.
And it's nice to just be like plugged into another resource in the community, because, you know, moving here sort of, you know, in the blind, you know, it's like there's a thrill to living without a safety net, but
is there?
Yeah, well, I'm sort of an adrenaline junkie in that regard, it seems, but yeah, it's nice to like connect with resources and good people. And the Legacy Center is just one of many I found here in Midland.
Yeah, I think we've got some really good connection in services here, where people, like, I think, you know, tell me if you agree with me, that I think at the Open Door, people want to know you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it feels like family. I mean, I won't mention any other programs I've been through, but when I was in a similar situation down south, there weren't quite so many friendly resources. Mm-hmm. You know, it was, you know, there's a lot more sense of community here, and like being here, I feel much more part of like a little family rather than like just sort of a, I don't know, like a number being processed through a system.
And you're not a number here.
Yeah.
You know, we think you're a person.
Right.
You have dignity, and obviously a lot of talents and resources.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's helping you figure out which talents and resources that you have are going to be beneficial to you going forward.
Mm-hmm.
You said you're a writer?
Yeah, I'm a published writer, amongst other things, musician, IT specialist. That's how I earn my money in IT, because I like to feel I work a respectable job, but I write and play music, you know, as a lifestyle.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's a lifelong pursuit.
What instruments do you play?
Guitar, mandolin, some keyboards, enough to write a song or two, but,
that's pretty cool.
You know.
How'd you learn to play the mandolin?
Just picked it up. I had been 2 or 3 years into playing guitar, self-taught, and by the time I was 16, I was in a band in high school, and I grabbed a mandolin one day at a flea market and just learned that too. And
how long did you spend in New Jersey? Because you sound New Jersey.
So I was born there in '78, and so I went to the South for substance abuse treatment in 2019. So, you know, 42. I was 42 when I left the Northeast.
So a pretty good long time.
Yeah.
I say that because I've got some family on the eastern seaboard, and
okay. What parts?
Well, Maryland mostly,
Okay.
but like my aunt came from up in the Connecticut area, so similar sounding ways of saying things, you know.
Yeah, for sure.
So I won't call it an accent because it's not like a Texas accent, right?
Right.
But it is just a way of saying things.
Mm-hmm.
So very cool. So what do you feel like as far as impact goes? Do you think the Open Door is making an impact on people? Making an impact on the way the city sees people?
I can't speak for the city because I'm sort of new here and I don't get around too much, but I know that, I mean, the people I do speak to, when I mention that this is where I'm at, they all say, okay, that's where you need to be. You know, it was, so I came here, like I mentioned, I'm an IT contractor, and I was on a 2-month medical leave of unpaid absence from work when I came here, having lost my previous housing just due to some weird circumstances. And everyone from my therapist to my employer to everyone said, oh, that's perfect. That's where you need to be, you know. And I found that, yeah, it's great. Like, I've been able to weather a lot of personal and professional storms because of the support I get here.
Wow. That's what we want to do.
Yeah.
To make sure that we can be that footing for you and that hand up, because again, we know people have resources. You have lots of assets and lots of resources, and they may not right now be monetary or you know, housing, but there are so many things that you have and that you can do and that you are as a person, and we want to see you flourish. And I think that you're starting off, right? I mean, you're launching in that direction, right?
Yeah, and you know, like this place is, like, I was really sort of, in the beginning it was like, you know, the rules, the curfew, like the things like that, like they can be kind of, you know, but like they taught me a lot of discipline. Like I find myself like studying more in my time off, engaged more in personal pursuits, just sort of like up early, you know, productive, and it's like, you know, teaching me a lot of the stuff maybe I kind of like missed out, you know, early on, when maybe somebody should have taught me, but, you know, didn't, hence the winding road I took to get here.
Sure. Well, I think nobody's life is a straight line, right?
No.
And so whether it's your life or my life, none of us make all the right choices in all the right directions, and it just goes, you know, we all tend to be like this, and sometimes that cliff is a little long fall down, isn't it?
I like to think of Open Door as a major data point in my personal cloud. So,
I love that. I think we need to use that as a quote.
Only if you pay me royalties.
Oh, okay. You signed.
That's right, that's right.
So that's pretty cool. So where do you think you want to go next?
I'm not really sure. So like I said, I kind of came to Michigan out of necessity, all the way from Texas, really in the blind. Yeah, it's wherever my career takes me, really. Right now, that happens to be Michigan. But, you know, I'm sort of a free agent in the world.
There you go. Well, there's IT everywhere, right?
Yeah, and the ability to work remotely is a blessing. It means I can travel, do the whole digital nomad thing maybe one day, and grab a camper and just...
And just that idea, that is just something that never would have happened 20 years ago, right? You couldn't just get in a car and say, I'm going to live, who knows, I'm going to live on a beach.
Right, exactly.
So, and I guess if you think about it, that is, it's another form of homelessness that is a little bit more structured.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, that's a lifestyle choice that you might be able to make someday, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's definitely within the realm of possibility. And it's weird because I was really stuck in, I'd say, a professional and lifestyle rut before coming here, and I didn't have a whole lot of confidence to sort of like reach out for the next thing. It was like I was given a lot of blessings in terms of my job and, you know, a lot of different things, but they were all sort of just, they fell into my lap, you know, and it was like I didn't really have the self-confidence to like reach for the next thing, but I get that here.
I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah.
So you mentioned that you did substance abuse treatment. How is addiction defined or redefined the way you do things?
So, I mean, I've struggled with alcoholism pretty much since I was old enough to walk into a liquor store and buy my brand of medicine. And I adopted it, and being a writer and a musician, it was very easy to like say, oh, well, this is just the acceptable way to be. And I got away with it for a good number of years, but it took its toll. It definitely took its toll, you know, and it took 2 trips to treatment, I'll be honest.
Again, life is not a straight line, is it?
Yeah, and I mean, like, coincidentally, in 2011, I began collecting disability, and in 2022, after 3 years of sobriety, that was when I started my IT career voluntarily. I said, you know, I'll go back to work full time, and it's been taken off, and like for me, like the mantra that's like kind of like resonated through all my recovery is to like build the life I don't want to relapse from. You know, I steal that from the Smart Recovery podcast. So,
but that's a really good way to put it, isn't it?
Yeah, and it was like, that was the thing, like of all the recovery tricks and tips, and there's great number of them out there, and you know, they work for different people, different strokes for different folks, but that's the one that it was like, okay, if I create this thing that I don't want to lose, and you know, like I have a reason to keep my eye on the prize.
Well, thank you for letting us be part of that.
Sure.
You know, for giving you that space to, in essence, relax.
Yeah.
You know, to not live in crisis mode, and to be able to say, okay, I know there are things about my life that will be secure here, so I can work on the other things that I need to put back together.
Yep.
So thank you for trusting us to help you with that.
Yeah.
So, and I know that, you know, one of the interactions that you can have here, even with staff and volunteers and that kind of stuff, people that see you and hear you, and, you know, again, value where you're going. So, you know, I know that John is really great with people, and he can give it to you straight because he cares about you.
Yep.
And really be able to put those things together to say, here's what we're looking at.
Yeah. Yeah, it was, so since going to treatment in 2019 and like afterwards, I did a lot of, in fact, almost exclusively, it's been sort of like sober living houses and group living situations of like different degrees of, you could say luxury and but you know, a lot of the places were very much like the inmates running the show, like, you know, and very little oversight and like not a whole lot of structure. And like, that's one thing I noticed when I came to Open Door was that there was like a program and there was like, you know, like tiered access to like established resources. It wasn't just sort of, you know, like hodgepodge, a bunch of people just like holing up and, you know, like getting by and, you know.
Sure.
So yeah.
Because again, it's that whole idea of flourishing, right? We don't want you to just get by. We want you to flourish.
Exactly.
And you know, there are certain things that you're going to have to put back together to make that happen. And so if we can, you know, be that foundation, give you that hand up to help you get there, that's what we want to do.
Yeah.
You know, we don't want you to continue to go on the hamster reel of whatever was causing you trouble. You know, we want to see you find that life that you don't want to relapse from.
Yep, and I'm finding it.
That's really cool. That's
well,
really
I
good
found it. It's getting stronger. I should
there
say
you
that.
go.
Yeah.
So are you still looking for permanent work, or do you have something in the hopper?
I have a few things in the hopper. So in addition to the contract that I actually just left, I do have side projects that I'm doing, software projects, some things that are sort of, you know, in the embryonic phase, but
Sure.
I have high hopes for.
Good.
Yeah.
Very good. Well, I appreciate your willingness to come and chat with me. It's really nice to talk to you and hear where you're going and what you're doing. And, you know, I wish you the best and hope we run into each other again. It's been very great talking to you.
Likewise. Thank you so much for talking to me.
So next thing we need is to hear some of your songs.
Okay, well, I don't have a guitar, but when I get one, you'll be the first to hear me play.
You'll have to come and see me again.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
Thanks so much, Joe.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you. That was fun.
After 50 plus years of going through daily letdowns and disappointments, when I got here, I was at the end of my rope.
I was in a very dark place when I got here. I was really depressed.
I lied to the shelter and I told them that my mom wanted me to come because I didn't know that you could have an option of not having a home. So I told them that my mom wanted me to come. So I lied.
I'm lucky to eat once a day. And that'd go on 3 or 4 or 5 days in a row with nothing to eat, wandering around, not knowing where to go, who to talk to, or even asking for help.
The open door they do a lot for people. I mean, a lot. It's not just, a lot of people have no idea what the door is all about. And once you get in here and talk to staff, and you see the things that are happening around here, they're really great for the community.
It feels like home environment. Get a bed to sleep in, get my meals 3 times a day.
They've helped me see that I can move forward from the problems that I've had.
They have given me a second chance.
There's people that care here.
The people here that do care and counseled me when I needed counseling.
They're just great people. They really are. I mean, they love us, you know.
I can progress through every day now knowing I'm getting better every day.
The phone rings from Open Door, and I rush in the house, wash my hands, and come down here in my work clothes, and I look pretty unsightly, and pick up food and deliver it. To be very frank about it, I grew up in a needy.
Stories of hope and stories of trial and what's happening in the world of homelessness here in Midland County. I have David with me this evening. Tell me a little bit about yourself, David. How'd you get to the Open Door?
Well, me and my roommate got in an argument, and I go, see ya.
Oh. Too much, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
So you mentioned you've got a sore back. Is that an ongoing problem, or is that something that's recent?
Oh, I was at a bar with a friend, and I had a seizure and fell in the parking lot and fractured 11 discs in my back.
Yikes, yikes. Do you have seizure problems regularly?
When I drank.
Well, then that would probably be better if you didn't, huh?
That's what my doctor said.
There you go. They're pretty wise guys, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
So what are you working on here at the Open Door?
What do you mean?
Well, where are you going next? I know at the Open Door we try to work on those things that are keeping you here, right? We want you to move on and go on to better things.
The staff has got me a birth certificate.
Awesome.
Because they are helping me get an apartment.
Wonderful, wonderful. So have you lived in this area for a long time?
I lived over by Northwood University.
Okay, so in Midland though?
Yes, ma'am.
For a while, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you grow up here?
No, ma'am.
Where'd you grow up?
California.
Oh, a long way away. How'd you get here?
A girlfriend.
That happens too, right? Sometimes we follow people here, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So what do you think about Michigan? It's cold here.
I love it.
Do you?
Yes, ma'am.
Good deal. So what are you doing here? I mean, like, what kind of things are you doing at the Open Door? You've got chores to do, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You got a roommate?
I got several. I clean bathrooms.
And you do a good job.
Yes, I do.
Thank you for helping us.
I don't mind it at all.
Well, I appreciate that. It's something you'd have to do if you lived in your own house too, right? So
yes, it would.
That's kind of what we do. We
always
work together.
I always kept my house clean.
Good deal. So what do you like about the Open Door, and what gives you a little bit of a chap?
I love the staff.
People good to you?
Yes, they are.
Good. You feel like they're helpful?
Yes, very much.
Good. How are you doing dealing with some of the other rules around here? Doing okay?
I'm doing fine with them.
Good. Because I know sometimes it can be hard as an adult when you've lived your own life to have somebody tell you when you have to come in and when you have to get up.
Well, it's not that hard.
No? The structure's okay? I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. So if you were going to tell someone about what it's like to be in your situation, what would you say?
Don't drink.
That's a good one. Messes with your life a little bit?
Yes, it did.
So you're gonna, what choices are you gonna make different?
Don't drink.
Don't drink? There you go. Seems to be that's the one thing, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Probably a good idea.
Yes, it is.
So do you have family that lives around here, or are you pretty much alone?
I'm alone.
Well, I'm glad we can be your family.
I'm glad so, too.
You'll always have a place here to come and hang out and chat, and
yes, ma'am.
we'd be glad to help you when you need it. Sound like a good idea?
Yes, it does.
So what else? You want to tell anybody anything else?
Like what?
I don't know. I'm asking you. This is your chance to tell people what they need to know.
I have no clue. I'm kind of nervous.
So, what have you done throughout your life?
I graduated college in California, moved to Michigan 25 years ago, went to CDL school, graduated, got drunk, lost my license, and it went downhill from there.
So it seems like alcohol has been a pretty big problem.
Yes.
Addiction has caused big problems for you.
Yes, ma'am.
So what kind of resources in town have you been able to connect with to help you stay sober?
Never tried.
Never tried. So this is the first chance, huh?
Yes.
Well, congratulations. That's a big step.
Yes, it is.
It's a hard step.
First step.
There you go. One day at a time.
First step is always the hardest.
It is. And again, it's not something that you just flippantly say, oh, I can do this, right? It's something you have to try hard at every day.
Yes, it is.
And I think that's a pretty big deal.
Yes, ma'am.
So sobriety could change your life.
Yes, definitely.
So how are you going to do it?
Stay sober.
Stay sober, yep. And one of the things John will tell you too is to trust the Lord, right?
Yes, he does.
He does, because you know what? That's where the hope is.
We always pray every morning.
Mm-hmm. We have our morning prayer every day, and we talk about the Bible.
Yes, we do.
And we talk about what God wants for your life, which is good, right?
Which is great.
Things like peace,
and quiet.
Hope, quiet, not in a room full of men, right?
No.
But peace and hope,
yes.
Gentleness, goodness,
yes.
Kindness, all
yes.
those things we want to show at the open door.
Yes.
So, and we want to extend to you.
The open door's got great staff. If you ever get in a bad situation, the door's always open.
24 hours a day it's open, huh?
Yes.
And even when it's tough, right?
Yeah.
Because I know you came to the open door and had to get sober first, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Do you know why?
Yeah, I do.
Because you know what? If you think about where you are today, if you are trying to be sober,
Alcohol, biggest problem I had.
and if somebody came in while you were trying to be sober and they were not trying to be sober, that would be hard for you.
Yes, it would.
So we didn't want you to be making a hard time for somebody else. And so you made the right choice. You said, I'll be sober.
I got sober.
Yep, you did.
Real quick.
You didn't want to stay outside?
No. It costs a lot of money in a hotel room.
It sure does.
It cost me $600 for 2 nights.
Holy cow. Well, I'm glad you're here now.
So am I.
Good deal. Well, it's very good talking to you, David. Thank you so much for spending some time with me this evening.
Very good talking to you.
So I hope we get to run into each other around here too, because I'm here every day and you're here every day. I'll probably run into you again.
I hope so.
So thank you. So it's very good to talk to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, you poor thing, getting up and down. David's gonna, the back is gonna.
A landmark decision from the U.S. Supreme Court on the issue of homelessness. In a 6-3 vote, the High Court cleared the way for cities to enforce bans on homeless people sleeping outdoors when there's no shelter space. The case centered around Grants Pass.
Grants Pass, Oregon, population 40,000, a small city dealing with a big problem.
Oh, look at that.
Over the past 2 decades, as outsiders moved in, housing costs went up, forcing a growing number of people onto the streets.
The U.S. Supreme Court has sided with Grants Pass, Oregon, ruling that regulations and penalties around homeless camping do not constitute cruel and unusual punishment. The decision will likely have major implications on how cities make and enforce public camping rules. This case is the most significant to come before the Supreme Court in decades on the issue of homelessness.
Federal housing assistance has shrunk to its lowest level in nearly 25 years, even as homelessness and rental prices have hit historic highs.
According to new federal data, a record number of people are now unhoused, more than 653,000, a 12% population increase since last year.
Nationally, seniors are now the fastest growing age group experiencing homelessness, roughly 140,000 and counting.
This age group, 55 plus baby boomers, they have additional concerns. Some have health or mobility problems emergency shelters are not equipped to handle.
We've thrown billions of dollars at this problem, and we can't come up with a solution.
That the housing first approach to homelessness is not solving, but actually deepening the homelessness problem.
Communities that have made progress on homelessness, one thing they all have in common is people work together.
We all agree that communities are stronger when everybody who lives in that community has a safe and stable place to call home.
Now to a bizarre discovery at a grocery store in Michigan.
Contractors were curious about an extension cord they spotted on the roof. Upon further inspection, they found a woman living inside the supermarket's sign.
Everything we work so hard for every day, you know what I mean, could be lost if we had something happen. If you fell, if there was a lawsuit situation, I cannot in good conscience allow you to be up on our roof. Do we have like shelter
it's just,
information?
Yeah, it has the camo, the hunter camo on it. It's just a 10-bag, regular little 10-bag.
So
yeah, that's all.
I mean,
because they're going to hold
I mean, it's like the open door I can knock, and that's typically all we can offer is something like that. That's it. Are you familiar with the open door?
Nope, I can't go to this place.
Okay, all right. So that's essentially our only resource that we offer for homeless. You know what I mean?
I can't go to those places.
Okay.
Welcome back to Conversations on a Bench. I'm here tonight with Tina Mann, and Tina is a missionary. She's a missionary here in Midland. She's been a missionary in some foreign spots, and she's been a missionary in her hometown because she loves Jesus and she has a heart for people. So Tina, tell me a little bit about why you volunteer at the Open Door.
I love working at the Open Door. The people who are here are so real and just, they love other people. And every person is valuable. Every person has worth. And I just want to help wherever I can to help people to realize their worth, their value. God made us all with gifts, and everyone needs to be encouraged to find theirs.
Have you always been interested in helping homeless people?
I've always been interested in helping all people.
Anyone.
Anyone.
And I know when you come to volunteer in the office, you usually have lunch in the soup kitchen. And I think that's fantastic because you sit with a different person every time.
I do. I try to. A lot of times I'm there kind of late and I don't find very many people, but I do try to.
Except for some of our friends who are latecomers.
Yes.
So that's kind of nice. And you have people that will come back then and talk to you.
Yes.
Which is really kind of neat. So you've developed some of these relationships with people.
Right.
So, and I think some of those relationships extend even outside of here.
True. A lady who was here who would come and I would sit in the soup kitchen with for a long time. And she's now in a Bible study I go to, and I see her every Monday night.
Yeah, that is wonderful. And so you've seen the growth.
Yes.
Of people that may have been in shelter at one time and then have come to be out of shelter but still come back for soup kitchen because there's that community that's built there. And then when you know people by name,
yes, that makes it very personal.
that you're caring for them outside of here.
Right.
Which I think in some ways changes perspective even of our community.
Right.
Where, you know, instead of creating an us and them, it creates an us.
Yes.
Just an us.
That's exactly the way it needs to be.
Yeah.
And I think that different people in the community, I've met people in the grocery store that have been here, that I've been able to talk to and just engage in conversation and, you know, just cheer up people's days.
Because everybody wants the same thing.
Right.
It's just some people have gone about getting it in different ways.
Right.
You know, and I think that that's where the open door and I think your mission aligns, that the idea that true hope is found in Jesus.
Exactly.
And if we can lead people to that knowledge, you know, it's between God and them on where it goes after that.
Right.
But if we can help people understand that they have worth in the eyes of the Creator, that the one who created the stars cares about them.
And I think it's important that we help people who are not homeless, people who are not involved, to realize that each of these people are valuable souls and do have merit and do have value.
And abilities and assets.
Yes.
And I know you've got some folks that go to church with you who are regular people around here.
Yes.
And again, people that have worth and value.
Right.
And offer great things to the community, really.
Absolutely.
So, and I think sometimes we have a tendency to go about our business and just not to see, you know, we have blinders on. We just don't see people that are outside of our normal little circle here. And I just love the fact, Tina, that you see people outside your circle.
Yes.
And also people that are outside of even your general world. I mean, you spent some time, where were you this spring?
I was over in Southeast Asia. Yeah.
Were you working with people in poverty there?
No, but I saw some.
Sure.
I did see some. There are people all over the world who have problems with just existing, just trying to make a life.
Sure. Another thing we so much appreciate is your generosity toward the open door. And as a donor, what would you say is the reason you give and the reason that you would encourage other people to give toward caring for people in poverty?
Well, there are people in poverty who just need a place that's safe and secure where they can learn and where they can learn about God, learn about Jesus, learn about why they are here, just to get a start, to get direction. And Open Door does a wonderful job of helping people to work through their problems that they have, to find leads to finding employment, to eventually finding a home, a house or an apartment, but a place of their own to live. And I just think that's very important. I mean, nobody wants to see anybody just laid out on the street. Right. We all want people to have warmth and security. And so I give, and I would hope that other people would give to help support those efforts. it's a full-time job for people in the staff at a place like this to just be able to work with these people day in and night, whatever, all the time. And then I see stories about how they have come through and they've made it, they've got a job, and it's just so rewarding to see that. It really is very rewarding.
Well, thank you. And, you know, I think I appreciate you've given of your time, your talent, and your treasure here. And, you know, you shared your life with people. And we definitely have some people that they come back specifically when they know you're here to chat with you.
Yes.
And, you know, sometimes that's time. You know, you're just giving
It
of your
is.
time to listen to someone, to
Yes.
help them feel heard, to help them feel appreciated, and to befriend people.
Yes, and it's, you know, every one of these people has a story.
Yep.
They all have a story. And I love to listen so that I can better understand what their situation is. You know, what they've been through, how they've gotten to this point. And then to offer encouragement to have them move on to something better.
Right. And that's our goal, is really to move people on to something better.
Yes.
That the Open Door is not permanent housing.
Right.
It's crisis shelter. So, you know, we're trying to help people deal with the things in their lives that have caused their homelessness, to connect them with other resources to help to deal with some of the things that have caused their homelessness. And I think even we were talking about this earlier, that we had 238 individuals stay at the Open Door last year for over 12,000 nights of shelter. So
a lot of folks.
It is a lot of folks. But if we look at those 238 people and we multiply that out times, you know, the 50 years that the Open Door has been in existence, and we realize that the number of souls that we have said, I see you, God sees you, I love you, I want to care for you, I want to help you make the next step, I want to give you that hand up.
Right.
You know, I think that it's amazing to think about how many people God has given us to show his love and grace to.
I look at it as God gives us the opportunity to help them.
Yeah, to be his hands and feet, right?
Yes.
So, and it's a beautiful thing. It's not always an easy thing.
No.
You know, whether it's people that are not doing a great job of participating in their own recovery, or whether it's people that are just they've experienced trauma, and so now it's like they're now, they call it secondary trauma, where they're letting out their frustrations on you.
Right.
And so it's not always easy, but I think it is rewarding when we remember that even our Lord took a whole lot.
So
right?
fact. Oh, so true.
And so if I can't take somebody screaming at me once in a while,
right,
you know, Jesus took it all the way to the cross. I can handle someone who's having a bad day.
Absolutely.
So.
And I think you do a wonderful job.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you, and I appreciate your giving and your grace that you have here, and your outfits. Frankly, you have the best outfits. But no hat tonight, so your head must be cold. You always wear a hat.
I know. My hair is not very thin. It's very thin, so. But I figured there was no sun tonight.
Oh,
so.
there we go. That's true. You can't get a sunburn tonight.
Right.
So, although these lights are pretty bright.
Oh, yeah. I think I'll be okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, good. So thank you for spreading the love of Christ here at the Open Door, and then taking it outside.
Yes.
Because, you know, even the conversations you have with people outside about people who are in crisis, or the conversations you have even within your small group, including someone who has previously been in crisis.
Right.
I think that sets an example, and it encourages people, again, that we're all the same.
Yes.
We've just made some different life choices, and we all need the love of Christ. So.
Right.
I appreciate you.
I love doing that.
Great. Well, thanks for coming and spending some time with me tonight.
Well, it's been a joy to do it. It really has. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Okay, we're going to get ready for our next person, who I think I saw.
The phone rings from Open Door, and I rush in the house, wash my hands, and come down here in my work clothes, and I look pretty unsightly, and pick up food and deliver it. To be very frank about it, I grew up in a needy family, and so I know what it's like to be hungry, and that's why I have a compassion for people that are in need. I really have a compassion for people that need food and need help. Well, I mentioned that they could use some food. And from there on, it sort of mushroomed. Then some people that I did deliver food to, they knew of people. So I'd leave an excess food amount with them, and they would pass it on to their friends that had children that knew what hunger was like. Well, I just enjoy being with people. I like to help people and just have a lot of fun here. I met Todd probably about 6 years ago. He reminded me of one of my favorite grade school teachers. And I guess that kind of drew me to him. I've met so many wonderful people here. I wonder where they're at after they leave here and how they are doing. I just hope the best for them, and I pray for them.
I was living in Woodland, and I couldn't afford my rent. I got behind. They wouldn't renew my lease. So I went through some changes, you know. Didn't have nowhere to go because I was from Mississippi. So I ended up coming to the Open Door. Place here, it's a good place. It's what you make out of it. If you come here, you do what you gotta do and move forward. But if you come here with your old ways and think you're gonna do the same thing here, it ain't gonna happen. Old habits, you gotta leave them alone if you come here. You know, you don't know, ain't nobody got no chain, no ropes on you, but you got to follow the rules. You don't follow the rules, you get booted out. Besides a shelter over my head, a place to eat, you know, what they helped me with is being a man. I prep food for the cooks. I dishwash. I do whatever chef want me to do. I do it all. That's the only job I ever had that showed respect, like we were like a family. Get a little spiritual guidance in your life, you know, and that's what goes on here. But like I said, if you want it, see, God ain't gonna push you to do nothing.
There's hope here. There's hope for everybody, and that's something that's very special.
Welcome back to Conversations on a Bench. I have Brian here with me right now, and my first question for you, Brian, is University of Michigan or Michigan State?
I'm actually not from the state, so.
Oh,
Auburn,
good answer, because at least it wasn't the wrong one.
Yep.
So tell me a little bit about yourself. How'd you end up at Open Door?
Made a couple mistakes, trying to get my life together.
Okay.
I ran away to Florida, decided to take care of everything, and so.
So Florida didn't work out so well for you?
Mm-mm.
Well, we're glad you're back. Are you from the area?
Yes, I was here for 5 years before I left.
Okay, so you didn't grow up here?
Mm-mm. Grew up in Georgia.
Oh, so you kind of been all over the place, huh?
Oh, yeah.
So,
Army brat.
Oh, really? So you traveled a lot as a child?
Somewhat.
Okay.
My mom was a Major JAG officer, so
Okay.
she was like, when she got stationed somewhere, she just had to stay in that area
Okay.
until her case was done.
And then move on to the next one. So how many times do you think you moved as a kid?
Probably 3 or 4.
Okay, so not huge.
Not huge.
But enough, huh? So what are you doing while you're at the Open Door?
Getting my life together.
Okay, well, what does that mean?
Getting my GED,
Okay.
getting my probation dealt with, and then just meeting people along the way, getting a job.
Sure, sure. So just those things that are going to hopefully lead you in the right direction
Oh, yeah.
and help you get past crisis. So do you feel like staying here creates a peace for you?
It does. Like I said, I'm from the South, so shelters in the South are a lot more iffy,
Okay, what do you mean by iffy?
a lot more dangerous.
Oh, okay. So do you think that that has more to do with the size of the shelter, or like what do you think causes that?
Bigger city,
Sure.
a lot of people.
Okay, so like with us here, we have 20 beds, and
Mhm.
we're pretty full. I mean, I think we might have 1 bed open right now, so
I
we're
think
pretty
so,
full.
yeah.
But I think even with 20 guys, sometimes structure too can help with that.
I love the structure.
So as far as you're concerned, it's not a problem knowing when you need to get up and when you need to come in and what time dinner is. You're
This
okay
is
with
scheduling
that? There you go.
and communication.
Well, and it helps you in your next step, right?
Mhm.
So what kind of a job are you looking for?
I was trying to become a chef before I fell into addiction,
Really?
so I'm going to look back into that.
That's kind of a cool thing. So how has addiction plagued your life?
My biological mother, I'm adopted, so my biological mother was addicted.
Okay.
And then I became addicted to alcohol and pills.
Okay.
So just sort of like
What kind of trouble has that caused for you?
probation, losing friends, just
So
being alone.
Pretty serious stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so do you think that in making a choice for sobriety, that one of the things Joe told me when he was sitting with me is he said, creating a life that you don't want to relapse from.
True that.
Do you think that that's a pretty good
That's a really good
statement?
description.
So yeah, so for you, looking for that employment, maybe going to learn to be a chef again
Mhm.
would be kind of a cool thing. And then having some place to lay your head at night that isn't here. We like
True.
it that you're here, but I'm sure you don't want to stay here forever,
Not
right?
forever.
That's not the goal, right? And maybe get in a car.
Get in a car, getting my life together, just
So-
be able to live a drug-free life
Yeah.
and alcohol-free.
Well, and I think that's the thing. What did you use drugs and alcohol to do?
Just to forget. I lost a son when I was 17,
Oh.
and then the mother of my son passed away.
Oh my goodness, you've
So-
experienced a lot.
So to not think about that, I would drink and get high. And then that led to troubles with my relationship I was in recently. So we split, of course, on good terms, and then I just decided I was still in heavy addiction the first time I was here. So that didn't work out. So this time I'm trying to do everything right.
Sure. Well, and I think that you can drink and you can use to forget, but you only forget for this long, don't you?
And there's memories I want to remember, so
That's true too. And sometimes even painful things are good to remember.
sure what makes you you.
They are. And I think one of the things we try to encourage people here at the Open Door is that God's with you in those hard times.
Yes.
That He's walking with you, and that doesn't mean that doesn't mean everything's always beautiful. Sometimes things are hard, but that Jesus went to the cross for us, and He therefore walks with us in the hard things that we have to do. That suffering is terrible, but it has a purpose too.
It does. It makes you stronger.
And it makes you know that you can rely on Him better than you can rely on yourself.
He does. And he does send angels out for you. I remember at my darkest hours,
Yeah.
someone would always step in and
Yeah.
be like, talk to me. Just like strangers I'd never even
Really?
met.
Those are cool stories, aren't they? It's like God sent somebody for you. So, and that the struggles that we have are pointing us to God.
Yes, they are.
So, and I'm very proud of you and your choices for sobriety.
Awesome.
And
Thank you.
I really hope that this is just one step in the right direction, because every day, right, you have to make those choices every day.
Yes, I do. And I have a lot of people counting on me to do the right thing.
Oh, good. So thoughts for school or something? What are you going to do about this chef thing? I'm curious now.
I learned under chefs.
Okay.
I never went to culinary school.
Well, maybe it's time.
Maybe.
So, because Michigan has some great programs for
They do, and
for
I'm just
adults who
now
go back
learning
to
about
school.
them.
In fact, someday you should pop in and talk to Mary in the office, because Mary did that. She went back to school as an adult.
Oh, wow.
So very cool things to do and ways to get yourself moving forward. So very cool.
Awesome.
So well, thank you so much for
Thank
taking
you for
some
having
time to
me.
talk to me. I hope we run into each other again. Again, I'm here every day. How about you?
Yep.
So good. Very good.
Nice
Thanks,
to meet
friend. You too.
The phone rings from Open Door, and I rush in the house, wash my hands, and come down here in my work clothes, and I look pretty unsightly, and pick up food and deliver it. To be very frank about it, I grew up in a needy family, and so I know what it's like to be hungry, and that's why I have a compassion for people that are in need. I really have a compassion for people that need food and need help. I mentioned that they could use some food. And from there on, it sort of mushroomed. And then some people that I did deliver food to, they knew of people. So I'd leave an excess food amount with them, and they would pass it on to their friends that had children that knew what hunger was like. Well, I just enjoy being with people. I like to help people and just have a lot of fun here. I met Todd probably about 6 years ago. He reminded me of one of my favorite grade school teachers. And I guess that kind of drew me to him. I've met so many wonderful people here. I wonder where they're at after they leave here and how they are doing. I just hope the best for them, and I pray for them.
I was living in Woodland, and I couldn't afford my rent. I got behind. They wouldn't renew my lease. So I went through some changes, you know. Didn't have nowhere to go because I was from Mississippi. So I ended up coming to the Open Door. Place here, it's a good place. It's what you make out of it. If you come here, you do what you got to do and move forward. But if you come here with your old ways and think you're going to do the same thing here, it ain't going to happen. Old habits, you got to leave them alone if you come here. You know, ain't nobody got no chain, no ropes on you. but you got to follow the rules. You don't follow the rules, you get booted out. Besides a shelter over my head, a place to eat, you know, what they helped me with is being a man. I prep food for the cooks. I dishwash. I do whatever chef want me to do. I do it all. That's the only job I ever had that showed respect. Like we were like a family. Get a little spiritual guidance in your life, you know, and that's what goes on here. But like I said, if you want it. See, God ain't gonna push you to do nothing.
There's hope here. There's hope for everybody, and that's something that's very special.
Welcome back to Conversations on a Bench. Our 24-hour experience sitting here, right here, on the grounds of the Open Door, talking about some of the things that affect people in crisis. Today, right now, I have the privilege of having my Yoda join me.
That's not true.
This is Jim Cross. Jim was the president of the board when I first came to the Open Door. And he was the one I had mentioned before about Jim's son, Matt, had a double lung replacement #2 in Grand Rapids when I first started working here, and Jim was the interim director and I was the boots on the ground. So we learned to work really well together. And
we did.
Jim was the one who said, hey, well, you want to try this? I wasn't so sure.
You weren't very sure at the time.
No, I was not.
I must say, I've never been on benches this comfortable, so this is awesome. Thanks.
Thank you, Jane. My mother lent us these benches, so we're okay. Yeah.
Good.
So give us a little background about how you came to the Open Door.
So, aside from my time before college, after I graduated, moved here and lived here my whole adult life other than 1 year overseas. And so I knew Open Door was here. That's about all I knew. So for 30 years, driving by and not really thinking anything of it.
So you knew it was a homeless shelter?
I was aware it was a homeless shelter, didn't really know anything else. Assumed it was faith-based, but that was it.
So how'd you
So
know more?
A friend of mine invited me to the second annual fundraiser, Dine on the Door. And at that time, the previous director was brand new in the job, maybe 2 or 3 weeks on the job. So she spoke briefly at that dinner. I had recently retired, and I wanted to do something that was kingdom-oriented, but outside the church, in the community. And so I thought, I should go talk to Renee. And so I did. And she said, you know, we'd really love to have local churches come and do chapel services. And so that's how I got started, is once a month a chapel service on Thursday nights.
And
here
it's like
in
a
the soup
magnet.
kitchen. Yeah.
She could suck people in.
Yep, and it worked. And you know, it was interesting. The first night I came, met a young man that was in the shelter, and he told us this really sad story. So the next day, I talked to Renee. I said, what about so-and-so? We've got to do something. And she said, well, here's what he told you that's not true, and here's what he didn't tell you that you should probably be aware of. And I thought, oh. And you know, right then I learned something.
Right.
I learned that these people are survivors.
For sure.
And they know how to get through each day.
Right.
They might not be thinking about the day after tomorrow, but they're getting through each day any way they can.
It's a good point. And you know, I think that kind of begs the question of, we see a lot of people in town with signs.
Yep.
Some of them say things like, my kids need food. Some of them say, I'm a homeless vet. Sometimes it's, my girlfriend needs money or whatever. And how would you, I'm curious, how you would suggest, you know, what if you see someone like that, what do you do?
Ask them what kind of help they need. Some, not all, but some, that's their job.
True.
And I was aware of one situation where it was a cold winter day and somebody was out by Myers holding the sign up. And so Renee, the previous director, went and talked to this person. She talked to him for 20 minutes. Oh no, I'm not homeless. My car's right over there. And he made $800 in the 20 minutes.
Just sitting there with the
Sitting
sign.
there.
Yeah.
So I don't necessarily want to give that person another $20 because that's really not what they need.
Right. And I mean, I think that ask more questions is always good. And, you know, I always like to say, if you see somebody with a sign and you don't feel comfortable, always call the open door.
Yep.
Because half of the time we may know the person, and other times we're more than happy to go out and check and see if there's something they need.
Sure.
You know, I think that panhandling is interesting because it's not illegal.
Right.
And so if someone wants to make that their job, they can make that their job. But I know we had a gentleman in shelter last year who that was his job for a while, and then he came into shelter, and he was still standing out on the corner here actually at Buttles and Jerome at one point in time with a sign, and we're like, you can't do that, you know, and stay here. And, you know, then he'd be out by Kroger. And we're like, you can't do that. And so there were times we were chasing him down, and I finally went to him and I said, look, why are you standing out there with the sign? And he said, well, I need someone to pay for my cigarettes. And so it gave us a great opportunity to talk about the fact that the open door provides your shelter and your food and your clothing and whatnot so that you can start to build your life back, and that it is not fair, I guess is a good word, for you to be standing out there with a sign and asking other people to support your cigarette habit.
Yep.
And so what it came down between him and me was a, look, if you are going to continue standing out with the sign, then you're going to need the sign. I said, you need to get with the program. And for a while then, every time I passed him, he'd be giving me the thumbs up and saying, I'm with the program, I'm with the program.
That's
and
awesome.
well, and we just, that developed a relationship between the two of us to the point of, after we had storytellers here, which is a group of people that come and will videotape and audio tape some of our guests who are willing to tell their stories. He had met with them, and then I was walking across the parking lot, and he was sitting in the smoking section, and he yelled out to me, and he said, yesterday was the best day of my life. Want to know why? So I went over and sat with him, and he said, people listened to me.
Wow.
You know, they cared.
Yeah. And that to me was one of the things that starting to volunteer here changed in my life, because I would drive down Eastman in the winter and I'd see men on bicycles on the sidewalk, but I wouldn't really see them. I'd just drive by and I would kind of notice them out the side of my eye. Well, now I know some of them.
Yeah.
And I know their stories, and I know why they're on a bike, and I care about them. And that changed a lot for me, I think in a really good way. I saw you had Scott on earlier.
Yes.
I've known Scott for probably at least 7 years, maybe 8 years now. And I met him through one of the programs that Open Door partnered with our Redeemer Church on, Jobs for Life.
Okay.
And I met Chris then too.
Uh-huh.
And that was really good for me because you get to know them at a very personal level. You understand more about their story and where the brokenness in their life comes from, as well as being able to encourage them and give them hope.
Yeah. And I think knowing people's names, you know, and even talking to Scott and hearing that, you know, Scott likes to work, but, you know, his age and his record get in the way.
Yep.
And, you know, we can't undo things that have happened in the past, but we can move forward.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for some of our friends, it's getting late for them to move forward.
It gets harder and harder. Yep.
And I think that is something as a community we're going to have to figure out how to handle that.
Yep.
Because there is a difference between a 20, 25-year-old young person who doesn't want to work and someone who's getting to the point in their lives where most of us are retired.
Yep.
And, you know, what are we going to do about that?
Well,
and I'm not sure we have a good answer yet.
You're faced with challenges here with how many stairs people have to navigate up and down. It's not easy.
No, and even Scott said that. He said,
Yeah.
you know, while he looks like he can handle it okay, doing it every day is
Yep.
a little much.
Yep.
You know, and we're seeing people come in wheelchairs or needing walkers
Yeah.
because the population itself is aging.
Yep.
And, you know, we know that.
Yeah.
So that is definitely a challenge for sure.
Yep.
We're very thankful for some grants we had last year to put in the flooring, the new flooring in the
Yeah,
shelter.
that looks great.
And it just allows people to go up the ramp and across into the soup kitchen even though they have to go through the kitchen because of the other stairs, but without trying to navigate over carpet.
Right.
Because that's hard, I think, when you're pushing
Yeah.
a walker
Oh,
or
yeah.
walking with a cane
Yep.
or in a wheelchair. But mobility challenges, we're seeing more and more people with mobility
Yes.
challenges.
Yep.
So eventually that's going to become a problem. It's starting to become a problem. And again, whether it's homelessness and caring for people here or whether it's just in the community at large, you know, what I think we've talked about just looking at the data and that in the 60s and 70s, homelessness was a young person's issue and how some of those people have now grown up and are now still older people who are now homeless.
Yep.
And some of it has just been over time. We're seeing more people over 50 who were employed, you know, did have a fairly normal Alice population kind of life, you know, so they were asset limited, income restrained employed, income constrained employed. So they were working people who were one crisis away.
Yep. And you see people like that here every day in the soup kitchen and sometimes in the shelter. I know one of the people that I met and got to know over a period of time was Dave. And so Dave came in the shelter, if I remember his story right, he was caring for his parents. His parents both died fairly close to each other, and he sunk into a pretty deep depression and ended up in the shelter. And it was a place not for him to come and live forever, but it was a place where healing happened. And it was really neat to see how the team here really almost encouraged him to, no, you are ready to not be here anymore.
Right, because it's a safe place for some people.
Because he didn't have a lot of confidence and still felt he was broken in a way. But he was invited to get out there, and he did, and he's done really, really well.
Yeah,
and that was super encouraging. Yeah.
And I think some of those people who have been here, some people just are done. They've gotten their lives together where they can live independently of the open door, and they just fly.
Yeah.
And there are other people who we still remain their family.
Yeah.
You know, and they still come back, and whether they're just coming for lunch and probably not needing the meal as much as needing the people.
Yep.
You know,
it is a community, a family, right?
For sure.
Yep.
Well, and whether it's, you know, we have a regular in the soup kitchen who committed a crime as a younger man that now he has no connection with his family. And so during COVID, who do you call?
Yeah.
And again, that's what we want to be able to be.
Yep.
Is to be the people who are there to bridge that gap.
And maybe the bridges have been burned everywhere else, but the bridge doesn't burn here.
No.
It doesn't mean that they can stay if they don't want to follow the rules, but at the same time, call us. Come back.
And
right?
or how many people have we had? Thankfully, we have very little violence here. But you know, shortly after I started working here, we had a major fight in the soup kitchen between two people, both of which were trespassed for a portion of time. But what did we do? You know, one of them would come right across the street every day, and we would bring him lunch every day. And then when he was ready, can I come back? And the answer was yes. However, you need to make amends with the people that you caused problems with.
Yep.
And he did.
Awesome.
You know, and so now we're back. He's actually comes back fairly regularly, sometimes just for camaraderie, sometimes for lunch, sometimes to see John.
Yep.
So And I think that that's building community.
Yeah. So what's the most significant thing that you've learned since you started working here?
Most
2.5 years ago.
Yeah. I think it's been an explosion of understanding.
You keep telling me you don't know enough yet.
Oh, I don't. Yeah, I don't know enough. And whether it's learning on the person-to-person side, things like de-escalating issues, things that sometimes when someone's screaming at you, it's not about you at all. Yeah. And sometimes the grace is just to let that happen.
Yeah.
And, then to realize that when that person comes down, you have put pennies in the cup in that, because they may never apologize for that, but you now are the person they want to come see when they come back on campus. Or whether it's just things like how to help staff weather things.
Because this isn't easy work.
It's not.
At all.
But more than anything, it's knowing that we have no ability to save anybody. Not only are we not the savior of the world, Jesus is, but we also don't have the ability to make things better for people. We can only point them to the Lord and point them toward the resources that they need to make their own choices and to be part of their own recovery.
Yeah, it isn't a place to come and live forever at all.
Right.
It's a place where you can get help and support, addressing some of the barriers that you might face in your life. Yeah. But it's a place where prayerfully transformation is going to happen. And that's why I keep coming back.
Well, and I know you have just been in many different places here, like starting with chapel and then really being the grand poobah as the president of the board, and then just volunteering. And I remember that I think the first time I came here when I was just curious and I came to meet with Renee, and you were sitting at the desk with your little hat on because it was cold. Just the how to humble yourself. I think that we can't do anything if we aren't willing to stoop.
Yeah.
We were talking about that in our small group the other day. There's a song out there by Ghost Ship, and I think it's called Where Were You? But it's all about Job and how, Job has it out at God.
Yeah.
And God does return the question of, were you the one that tells lightning where to strike?
Yep. Sit down, son, and let me tell you something.
But then at the end of that, it said, and basically God stooped to answer me. And if God stoops to answer us in our anger and in our discontent, how dare we not stoop to care for each other?
Yeah.
And that's what we want to do here, is care for people.
Yep.
So.
And you and your team do it really well.
We try. We are definitely not perfect at it.
It doesn't mean you don't have hair on fire days. That's why I keep my hair short.
We do have hair on fire days, that's for sure. And then sometimes we do crazy things like sit on a bench for 24 hours.
Awesome.
But, the goal really is to help our community understand that no matter where you are on the poverty to riches continuum, you're a person made in the image of God.
Yep.
And you matter. And I think sometimes we can say that, but we still keep the us and them when it's really just us. And so whether someone is standing on the corner with a sign and telling you complete lies, or whether they're your best friend and you, play cards every week, you still matter.
And there's brokenness in places that we can't see with our eyes. When I first started coming here, there was a Mercedes in the parking lot. Young man in the shelter, things just were not working at home anymore. He had a law degree. But I think he was spiraling into some adult onset mental illness, and his mom just couldn't have him at home anymore. And this was a really good place for him for probably a year, maybe more than that. And I'd heard he's doing a lot better now, but you don't expect to see a Mercedes in the parking lot at a homeless shelter, right?
Well, and not too long ago, we had a great big fancy pickup truck, or you know, one of the gentlemen I just sat down with a few minutes ago said he graduated from college. You know, and it's helping people understand that I think we tell lies about people in poverty. We think that people are lazy, or we think that homelessness is only caused by criminal activity or addiction. And yes, those can be problems. Sometimes they can be results, not causes. You know, even had a conversation with Scott, who said, doesn't seem to be, seems to me that the police are following me, that everywhere I go I can't stay. And you know, yes, we do expect people to abide by the laws of Midland, for sure. But that sometimes, again, it's the cause, not the effect.
Yes, exactly.
And you know, I think that there are many things that we tell ourselves in order to not to have to get involved. And it's a shame, first of all, because the people that we're getting involved with, again, people just like you and me, they just haven't, they've had the same desires, they just haven't gotten there in the same way.
I had my best day ever. Well, why? Because somebody listened to me.
Exactly.
And that's often the place to start. And that's what happens in the soup kitchen. Every day.
Right.
Yeah.
Or the fact that you go in there and people are glad to see you.
Yeah.
So, and for someone who lives alone or someone who has no more family, I know that there's a gentleman right now that Jeff is talking to who has not come into shelter. We're kind of working on that, who has been incarcerated long enough that his family's gone. They've all died.
Wow.
You know, he's older.
Okay.
And, you know, there's pieces of that that says, well, what do I do now?
Yep.
So, and, you know, there are programs in place, but sometimes they don't happen immediately. Sometimes there's that gap in service.
Yeah, that wasn't I burned all my bridges with my family. It's poof.
Right, they're gone. And so, and that does happen. You know, and I think a weird thing that we've seen is a lot of people that have gone through the foster care system that end up in our care.
Yep, both in the men and women.
And the
right?
women.
Yep.
And that to me is kind of odd. I don't exactly know why it happens. I do know that regardless of whether you're adopted into a good family or a not so good family, or whether you haven't ever been adopted at all, that there's trauma that comes with separation from your biological parent.
Anything in that process, yep.
Right, it causes some trauma.
Yeah.
And, you know, I sat down with Brian just a few minutes ago, and, you know, he said that he's adopted and his biological mom had addiction issues. And so sometimes it's not the family you grew up in, it's some of the things you brought with you biologically. But but regardless, people willing and brave enough to tell their story. And for us to realize that there is also probably someone sitting behind a big lovely desk at Dow that is also struggling with addiction issues. And that it really doesn't matter how big your pocketbook is.
Right.
Your brokenness can be anywhere.
Yeah. And you're one step away from being here or being on the street. Yep.
And I think that's another good point with the Alice population too. You know, people that are one crisis away from homelessness. People that are hard workers. People that have skill in what they do, where we might have a mom who, single mom, has to get her kids to daycare or school, get to work, blows a tire.
Now what? Lose a job?
Right, because if I don't have that tire fixed, then I can't get my kids to daycare and I can't get to work. But if I have that tire fixed, I can't pay my rent. You know? And it is absolutely not wrong if someone does not pay their rent to start the eviction process. That's how this works. But that for us to understand that sometimes that person who all of a sudden can't pay their rent, or you know, has a medical bill that they can't cover or whatever, that sometimes that person is a very hard worker. We've even found here in Midland that they could be teachers.
Wow.
You know, respected employees.
Yep.
And what are we going to do?
Yeah.
You know, we love it when the value of our house goes up if we own it.
Yeah.
As long as we don't have to move.
Yep.
We don't love it so much if we're paying rent.
That's a totally different picture.
Yeah. So, and I don't know the answer to that. You know, I know that the continuum of care and the local planning body is working on some possibilities, but I also know that we could easily go full circle. And, you know, I came from Chicago before I came here when the projects were still standing.
Yep.
And
how did that work?
Well, what we found is just putting people in a home and leaving them, that's not the answer.
That's the housing first approach that I've heard about.
Yeah, and I think housing first, it's not the problem, it's housing only.
Which is what housing first, I think, often turns into, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And so if we can give people a house and a stable community and good connections, but we have to do more, we have to do better.
Yep.
We can't just leave people on their own,
Yeah.
because poverty of relationship is a big deal. So.
That's at the root of many, maybe all of the people that are served by Open Door at some point, right?
Yeah. Whether it's I don't have another couch to sleep on, or again, I was just talking with Joe, who was talking about how he had family who was willing to let him stay with him, but his job didn't remain. So he had to keep moving family because his job, like his contract ran out. So he went to the next one. And he said, I didn't want to be a burden on them.
Okay.
And that's honorable.
Yep.
But then, you know, what happens and where do you go?
Yeah.
Wow. So, and, you know, I appreciate the fact that there are so many people working on these issues. And, you know, Jesus said the poor will always have with us. And so I think there's a bit of we can work on it till he comes back.
But it doesn't mean we just sit back and do nothing.
It's not an excuse, for sure. It's, and especially if, as believers, how many times does the New Testament tell us, what are those, all those one another verses?
Yeah.
You know, love one another, do good to one another, forgive one another, carry one another's burdens.
Yep. What's that look like? Yeah. You guys are living it out here.
Yeah, and I think that that's where the church can get involved here,
or
other places in town, to really learn to do that one anothering.
Yeah.
And having those compassionate interactions.
Yep.
I'm going to talk to Bob Marsh tomorrow.
Oh, good.
And I think Bob is somebody who's really good at that one anothering.
He is really good at that. Yep.
You know, he stops to pick people up. He always includes somebody when he needs to go somewhere or do something. He takes them with them, and I think he's really got that down.
Yep.
And maybe we need one
He's
anothering
a good
lessons.
example for all of us, really.
Yeah. We need one anothering lessons from Bob.
So why would people want to support Open Door financially? Why would they want to volunteer here? Why would they want to work here?
Yeah.
Am I supposed to ask you questions?
I think you can ask me questions,
all right.
yeah.
All right.
So, I mean, I think that number one about why you would want to work here especially is because you feel it's a calling. Yeah. You know, I think that sometimes people have really good intentions maybe and somewhat romantic ideas about what it's like.
I want to help people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I will say that, you know, I know people in the service, in that kind of service, like social workers and therapists and that kind of stuff that burn out pretty quickly. And some of that, I think, is understanding that I can't really save somebody, but I can help them along the way. And so I think that...
I don't want anybody else to yell at me.
Yeah, you can't take it home.
Yeah.
You know, you have to be able to walk away from it and say, I'll be back tomorrow to try this again. Yeah. But I think it definitely has to be a calling. You have to be willing to say, Jesus says, carry my cross. Jesus says, lay down my life. Yep. And so we practice that here. So I guess if you want to die to yourself, working here is a good place.
Come on in.
Because it is a great joy know people and to serve people, but it's also can be very stressful. It can also be at times very stinky.
Some great days of celebration and some really sad days sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and even things like when people you love that have left the shelter end up overdosing.
Yeah.
You know, we are involved in things like that, funerals that should not have had to happen. Yeah. And that's where we trust God that he had that person's days numbered and he knew.
Yep.
And he'll comfort. I think as far as volunteering goes, I think it's a great way to get your feet wet in serving people.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever given a tour to someone who came through and said, oh yeah, I knew all this about the Open Door.
Exactly. Yep.
People tend to come and we talk about the history and we talk about what we do here, and they go, oh, I didn't know you did
I had
all
no
this.
idea.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And I think that people from our community, a lot of the businesses in our community will sign up with you to do soup kitchen service.
Yep.
And they love it.
Yeah. They come back.
Yeah, exactly. Or sometimes they fight over the dates.
Yeah.
In fact, I think you and I had a conversation about someone who called me because she said, don't bump my group. We love it. You know, don't make us not do this. We don't, you know.
I won't do that again.
But, you know, but that's encouraging.
It is.
You know, when someone says, we love serving at the Open Door so much that bump somebody else. Don't bump us. But I think that there's also, again, a humbling in your own soul when you're willing to stoop.
Yep.
I think it brings you closer to the Lord. I think it helps you realize your own weaknesses and your own similarities.
That's really well said. Yep. Yep. We're not so different from each other.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
And that maybe someone has made different choices than you have. Maybe you don't have a record and somebody else does. Maybe you don't have an addiction issue and someone else does. But they have great value.
Yeah.
And they can have such a great, they're an asset to the community.
Mm-hmm.
And so we need to find a place.
Yep.
And as far as being a donor at the Open Door, I think supporting the cause of caring for people is very honorable. Knowing that you are a part of someone's life change story. We can't do it without people. We do not have any government funding. So it's all individual donors or foundations or grants that we receive. Grants tend to be geared toward a specific project.
Projects, yep.
But, you know, other places will say, well, or people will say, I don't want to give money to keep the lights on. But let me tell you, at the Open Door, keeping the lights on is part of the mission.
It is.
We're keeping the lights on for people who couldn't keep their own lights on.
Yep.
You know, we're keeping it warm in there so that people aren't sleeping outside in tents.
Yeah.
And so
it's a part of who we are and what we do.
Yeah. And so the overhead is the program here in many ways. It enables us to bring people out of fight or flight, out of that crisis mode, and so they can bring it down and start to really work on things.
Yeah.
And, you know, again, I would invite people to come for a tour.
That's a really good way to get people started learning, right?
Come
About
to
our
dine on
community.
the door.
Yeah.
You know, we've still got, I know on one of the scrolling things that happens, there's a QR code about Dine on the Door because there's still sponsorships and tables and tickets where we're really going to have a celebratory time of being 50 years old, like a 50th anniversary or 50th birthday party for us to talk about what God has done.
That was a while ago for me.
Kind of a while for me too, but you know, so that we can celebrate what God's done and really look forward to what is God going to do in the next 50 years should He tarry. You know, what's going to come next, and it's an exciting time.
So when I retired, a couple things. I saw men especially retire and get lost because their identity was all tied up in who they were at work, what they did at work, their title, whatever. So that stuck with me. I don't want to do that. The other thing that stuck with me is Brian Mouser, who some people in the community would know. He told me once, so we can do a couple things in life. We can make a difference, or we can take up space. What are you going to do? And
Good point.
I wanted to make a difference. And so that's part of why I'm here now.
And that's what we do, right?
Yep.
And making a difference one person at a time.
Yeah.
You know, our friends that come in here have to do their work one day at a time, and so do we.
Yep.
So
keep up the good work that you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for being so generous with your time, talents, and treasures here at the Open Door.
And you need to thank me for making you a job offer a couple years ago.
I do, although I did think you were going to fire me.
I know.
So you freaked me out a little bit there, Jim.
That's a fun part of our story together.
And I still oftentimes on those very, like you said, hair on fire days, or those days when I haven't slept well and I know what I'm going to face when I come in the door, I'll say to Jeff, "Who left me in charge?" Jeff says, "Jim did."
Jim did. Sorry.
So, and I love the fact that we can have great conversations and yet disagree on things, because here you are in your Michigan gear when you should have been in green and white.
Well, I wouldn't have worn this, but I knew
Yeah,
I would
I
see
even
that.
have my green and white shoes on tonight.
Nice.
So yes, we are very much a Michigan State family. Not because Jeff or I were Michigan State, but because we're very proud of our son, who's
I may
working
have
on
to
degree
wear my
2.
national championship shirt in tomorrow. Just
You go ahead,
All right.
because you know what? God opposes the proud, but gives grace to the humble.
I earned that, didn't I?
You did. You did. So, but thank you. Thank you for coming
Yep.
by
It
and
was a
talking
pleasure.
to
Glad
me
to.
after bedtime.
Not quite.
So- Oh,
Matt
I was
stays
gonna
up late, which means we all stay up late.
Oh, is that how that goes? Well, I appreciated him coming by and seeing us and putting up with all the ladies in the house tonight for Bible study, right?
That's right. Yep.
So, well, very good. So, well, thank you.
Yep, you're
Thank you
welcome.
for
Enjoyed
coming.
it.
Are we off? Thanks for chit-chatting.
Yeah, thank you.
people have needed.
And it's hard to fix them up.
It is. Well,
and to keep up with it.
because again, Scott can fix them. Scott is not fast.
Yeah.
And we have had people who are more skilled than Scott and can tell us, okay, order this piece or that piece or whatever, but they're few and far between in any bike shop.
I'm gonna swap mics on you.
Bike shops are busy when bike season is in full swing.
Yep.
Meredith, I need a different conversation to have. Let me just put it on the other side.
Sounds like a you problem.
Well, you know, I mean, I guess it's kind of cool that people tend to bring up the same things. You know, that makes me feel like we're somewhat cohesive.
What do you want to talk about?
I don't know. I do not know. And I think some of the conversations with other service providers bring up some of those other conversations. And so it's kind of been, tonight, it's been guest after guest after guest. And so some of those conversations are going to be the same. But I think you and Jeff can help me with some stories. I want Jeff to tell stories about Ben and, you know, travels with Ben. Well, again, how did you meet Ben? He came in here jacked up.
I can't really remember how I met him, other than
Oh, I can hear your audio. Your mic might have been hot.
Great.
when was that? Because it was off.
I don't know, but I heard it through the phone. I heard it for safe service providers.
How is that?
Nationally, seniors are now the fastest growing age group experiencing homelessness, roughly 140,000 and counting.
This age group, 55 plus baby boomers, they have additional concerns. Some have health or mobility problems emergency shelters are not equipped to handle.
We've thrown billions of dollars at this problem, and we can't come up with a solution.
That the housing first approach to homelessness is not solving, but actually deepening the homelessness problem.
Communities that have made progress on homelessness, one thing they all have in common is people work together.
We all agree that communities are stronger when everybody who lives in that community has a safe and stable place to call home.
Now to a bizarre discovery at a grocery store in Michigan.
Contractors were curious about an extension cord they spotted on the roof. Upon further inspection, they found a woman living inside the supermarket's sign.
Everything we work so hard for every day, you know what I mean, could be lost if we had something happen. If you fell, if there was a lawsuit situation, I cannot in good conscience allow you to be up on our roof. Do we have like shelter
it's just,
information?
Yeah, it has the camo, the hunter camo on it. It's just a tent bag, regular little tent bag. That's it.
So
yeah, that's all
I mean,
because apparently they're going to hold my
it's like the open door knock, and that's typically all we can offer is something like that. That's it. Are you familiar with the open door?
Nope, I can't go to this place.
Okay, all right. So that's essentially our only resource that we offer for homeless, you know what I mean?
I can't go to those places.
Okay.
The phone rings from Open Door, and I rush in the house, wash my hands, and come down here in my work clothes, and I look pretty unsightly, and pick up food and deliver it. To be very frank about it, I grew up in a needy family, and so I know what it's like to be hungry, and that's why I have a compassion for people that are in need. I really have a compassion for people that need food and need help. Well, I mentioned that they could use some food. And from there on, it sort of mushroomed. And then some people that I did deliver food to, they knew of people. So I'd leave an excess food amount with them, and they would pass it on to their friends that had children that knew what hunger was like. Well, I just enjoy being with people. I like to help people and just have a lot of fun here. I met Todd probably about 6 years ago. He reminded me of one of my favorite grade school teachers. And I guess that kind of drew me to him. I've met so many wonderful people here. I wonder where they're at after they leave here and how they are doing. I just hope the best for them, and I pray for them.
I was living in Woodland, and I couldn't afford my rent. I got behind. They wouldn't renew my lease. So I went through some changes, you know. Didn't have nowhere to go because I was from Mississippi. So I ended up coming to the Open Door. Place here, it's a good place. It's what you make out of it. If you come here, you do what you got to do and move forward. But if you come here with your old ways and think you're going to do the same thing here, it ain't going to happen. Old habits, you got to leave them alone if you come here. You know, ain't nobody got no chain, no ropes on you, but you got to follow the rules. You don't follow the rules, you get booted out. Besides a shelter over my head, a place to eat, you know, what they helped me with is being a man. I prep food for the cooks. I dishwash. I do whatever chef want me to do. I do it all. That's the only job I ever had that showed respect, like we were like a family. Get a little spiritual guidance in your life, you know, and that's what goes on here. But like I said, if you want it, see, God ain't gonna push you to do nothing.
There's hope here. There's hope for everybody, and that's something that's very special.
After 50 plus years of going through daily letdowns and disappointments, when I got here, I was at the end of my rope.
I was in a very dark place when I got here. I was really depressed.
I lied to the shelter and I told them that my mom wanted me to come because I didn't know that you could have an option of not having a home. So I told them that my mom wanted me to come, so I lied.
I was lucky to eat once a day, and that'd go on 3 or 4 or 5 days in a row with nothing to eat, wandering around, not knowing where to go, who to talk to, or even asking for help.
The Open Door they do a lot for people. I mean, a lot. It's not just, a lot of people have no idea what the door is all about. And once you get in here and talk to staff, and you see the things that are happening around here, they're really great for the community.
It feels like home environment. Get a bed to sleep in and get my meals 3 times a day.
They've helped me see that I can move forward from the problems that I've had.
They have given me a second chance.
There's people that care here.
The people here that do care and counseled me when I needed counseling.
They're just great people. They really are. I mean, they love us, you know.
I can progress through every day now knowing I'm getting better every day.
A landmark decision from the U.S. Supreme Court on the issue of homelessness. In a 6-3 vote, the High Court cleared the way for cities to enforce bans on homeless people sleeping outdoors when there's no shelter space. The case centered around Grants Pass.
Grants Pass, Oregon, population 40,000, a small city dealing with a big problem.
Oh God, look at that.
Over the past 2 decades, as outsiders moved in, housing costs went up, forcing a growing number of people onto the streets.
The U.S. Supreme Court has sided with Grants Pass, Oregon, ruling that regulations and penalties around homeless camping do not constitute cruel and unusual punishment. The decision will likely have major implications on how cities make and enforce public camping rules. This case is the most significant to come before the Supreme Court in decades on the issue of homelessness.
Federal housing assistance has shrunk to its lowest level in nearly 25 years.
even as homelessness and rental prices have hit historic highs.
According to new federal data, a record number of people are now unhoused, more than 653,000, a 12% population increase since last year.
Nationally, seniors are now the fastest growing age group experiencing homelessness, roughly 140,000 and counting.
This age group, 55 plus baby boomers, they have additional concerns. Some have health or mobility problems emergency shelters are not equipped to handle.
We've thrown billions of dollars at this problem, and we can't come up with a solution.
But the housing first approach to homelessness is not solving, but actually deepening the homelessness problem.
Communities that have made progress on homelessness, one thing they all have in common is people work together.
We all agree that communities are stronger when everybody who lives in that community has a safe and stable place to call home.
Now to a bizarre discovery at a grocery store in Michigan.
Contractors were curious about an extension cord they spotted on the roof. Upon further inspection, they found a woman living inside the supermarket's sign.
Everything we work so hard for every day, you know what I mean, could be lost if we had something happen. If you fell, if there was a lawsuit situation, I cannot in good conscience allow you to be up on our roof. Do we have like shelter
it's just
information?
Yeah, it has the camo, the hunter camo on it. It's just a 10-bag, regular little 10 bag.
So
yeah, that's all.
I mean,
because they're going to hold my
it's like the open door knock, and that's typically all we can offer is something like that. That's it. Are you familiar with the open door?
Nope, I can't go to this place.
Okay, all right. So that's essentially our only resource that we offer for homeless. You know what I mean?
I can't go to those places.
Okay.
The phone rings from Open Door, and I rush in the house, wash my hands, and come down here in my work clothes, and I look pretty unsightly, and pick up food and deliver it. To be very frank about it, I grew up in a needy family, and so I know what it's like to be hungry, and that's why I have a compassion for people that are in need. I really have a compassion for people that need food and need help. Well, I mentioned that they could use some food. And from there on, it sort of mushroomed. Then some people that I did deliver food to, they knew of people. So I'd leave an excess food amount with them, and they would pass it on to their friends that had children that knew what hunger was like. Well, I just enjoy being with people. I like to help people, and just have a lot of fun here. I met Todd probably about 6 years ago. He reminded me of one of my favorite grade school teachers. And I guess that kind of drew me to him. I've met so many wonderful people here. I wonder where they're at after they leave here and how they are doing. I just hope the best for them, and I pray for them.
I was living in Woodland, and I couldn't afford my rent. I got behind. They wouldn't renew my lease. So I went through some changes, you know. Didn't have nowhere to go because I was from Mississippi. So I ended up coming to the Open Door. Place here, it's a good place. It's what you make out of it. If you come here, you do what you gotta do and move forward. But if you come here with your old ways and think you're gonna do the same thing here, it ain't gonna happen. Old habits, you gotta leave them alone if you come here. You know, you don't know, ain't nobody got no chain, no ropes on you, but you got to follow the rules. You don't follow the rules, you get booted out. Besides a shelter over my head, a place to eat, you know, what they helped me with is being a man. I prep food for the cooks. I dishwash. I do whatever chef want me to do. I do it all. That's the only job I ever had that showed respect, like we were like a family. Get a little spiritual guidance in your life, you know, and that's what goes on here. But like I said, if you want it. See, God ain't gonna push you to do nothing.
There's hope here. There's hope for everybody, and that's something that's very special.
Nice and cozy at 45 degrees with our chai, thank you, Indira, and just decided we could have a chance to chat about some of the ways that Meredith has seen God at work. You've been here, what, 7 years?
Eight
years. So Meredith, in her youth, is the second longest employee here at the Open Door, and you've had lots of roles.
Oh, too many to count. I started as a shift worker in the women's shelter right after I graduated from college. So I was working part-time. I was doing second shift on Friday nights and Saturday nights, and then first shift on Monday mornings.
What would make you choose to do that out of college?
Well, one job is better than no job.
Yes, but you didn't have no job as far as I remember.
Well, it's not that I had no job. You know, I was born and raised in Midland, and then I went to school in Grand Rapids, and after I graduated, I decided to come back home. Moved back in with my parents for a little bit, and I was just looking for a job where I could use my degree, which is in journalism, for something worthwhile. I didn't want to just write press releases for anybody or do anything for anyone, but I really wanted to make a difference, and especially if it was making a difference in building the kingdom of God, like that was the primary goal. And so one of the job openings that I saw was for shelter work, which I'd never really thought about, but I saw that it was for here, for the Open Door.
Were you familiar with the Open Door growing up?
No, I was familiar with Caregiving Network, which isn't far from here.
Right.
But
and a good partner.
Yeah, and a good partner, but I had never really made it all the way over here. I don't think I even remember. I remember Buttle Street more than I remember Open Door. But this was the only opening that there was, and so I applied, and Renee, who was the executive director before, looked at me during my interview and she said, this kind of isn't the spot for you. You can do a lot more. And I said, but I feel like this is the place I'm supposed to be. And so that's kind of where I started out. And I ended up moving to full-time and being in the women's shelter for almost a full year before she moved me over here to the admin side, where I started doing more press release work, more office work, and here we are.
What do you do now?
Well, what
What
do
don't
I
you
do?
do? No.
So technically, I'm the marketing and partnerships coordinator, which means that I do a lot of different things, right? Like today, we're doing a lot of stuff with the website and with social media, and I oversee all of that. Anything in print or design, it's there because I either made it or because I approved it. And that's more on the marketing side, press releases, all those things, the emails that go out. And for partnerships, that's what we call really our development and donor processing side of what we do here, right? So with that, I do a lot of work with our upcoming event, Down on the Door, our annual fundraiser, writing grants with you, looking for funding in different places, and donor processing. So anytime a gift comes in through the mail or it's dropped off at the office here, whether it's like a physical gift in kind, if it's not food, or if it's like check or cash, I'm the one who's processing that or overseeing someone who's processing that and making sure all that money, all those gifts are accounted for and that we can use them to the best of our abilities. Sure. Yeah.
And I think that grants is a good thing to bring up because all of our money that comes through the open door that allows us to function comes from individuals, grants, or foundations. And so we've got some great partners here in town. We're very thankful for the grants that we've even been awarded this year. Huntington Bank, where else have we gotten grants from? We had a grant from Blessed Sacrament earlier this year.
Yeah, DuPont.
DuPont, yes.
That's a great one.
And then even DuPont with the computers recently.
Yes.
And just the partnerships that we have in town. We're very thankful for Nick Israel, who is helping us from Dow. And the reason you are seeing us at all, hearing us at all, is because Nick has volunteered his expertise and all of his toys to do this.
And special shout out to Heath.
Right, the lights, the fact that you can see us and we're not sitting in the dark is because Heath Hetherington from the Center for the Arts has provided microphones and lights and stuff for us so that we could do this. We're thankful that people have felt that this was a worthwhile effort. We had dinner tonight because Pizza Sam's generously donated a pizza for us in the crew, and just the many people that have stopped by with coffee or chai or whatever to look after us while we're sitting out here in the dark. It takes a village to even do this, and we're thankful for the people that really think of us and care for us in that way. So tell me some stories. Tell me about some of the people you know that have come through the open door and have really affected your heart.
Yeah. Well, it's funny, we joke about this all the time, but because I've been here for so long, we said earlier, right, we usually serve somewhere between 225 and 275 homeless people a year. Now, it's not new people every single year, but if you do the math, I think it's about 200 people every year that we house. I've been here for 8 years. That means there's at least 1,500 homeless people in Midland that I know personally, and I see them everywhere. I can't go to Kroger. I can't go to Walmart. I can't go thrifting without seeing somebody that I know. I can't go through a drive-through without seeing somebody whose life has been touched by the open door. So,
and many of times they know you. They recognize you. If they don't remember your name, they know your face.
They do, and it's incredible. And it makes you feel so connected within this community. You know, I've lived here basically all my life, but I don't think I've ever found quite the same community that I have right here. And I think for me, really the stories and the people that I connect with the most were the people who were here when I first started, you know, or people who I've known for years, and I just see the way that they've grown and that God has worked in their lives. Like, and sometimes, right, that means things are getting better. Sometimes it means that they're
Not.
Not, right? They're going, I was talking to another lady in the shelter yesterday who talked about bumpy adversity.
Okay.
And this idea that, you know, when life goes wrong, it's just a bumpy adversity. Some of us have more bumpy adversities than others. But one of the things that we were talking about, even leading up to today, was a woman who has now passed away, but was at the women's shelter when I first started working here. And she was an older gal who had lived quite a long life before she came into shelter when I met her. And the more that you talked to her, she came across very grumpy at first. But she had a very wicked, dry sense of humor. And she was just funny. She loved to crochet, not knit. She loved to crochet. She was a big fan of Frozen. That was when that movie first came out. But the more that you talked to her, the more you learned about her story and the reason why some of her walls have been built so high. She'd been born in a larger family with, she and her siblings were really close. She actually ended up being the caregiver for her like adult disabled brother for many years before he passed away. She did get married and have kids of her own, but her husband was abusive and she ended up having to leave that relationship. And even later in life, her children, who in a lot of places where we would expect in a community a child would care for their aging parent, these children didn't do that. When they would let her live with them, they would take advantage of her. They would
essentially elder abuse.
Well, yeah, I mean, they would take parts of her Social Security check. They would take her food benefits, to the point that, you know, even the feeling of being able to see her grandchildren, right? It wasn't a relationship anymore. It was a transaction. And so over the years, we've gotten to know her, and she'd been in shelter several times. She ended up getting some permanent housing with a senior living development here in Midland. But she passed away a couple years ago. And when she passed away, you know, we were the ones who were left with dealing with her remains. She left them to somebody who was associated with the Open Door. And it's not that she didn't have family, and it's not that she didn't have all the things that you would expect a thoughtful, well-adjusted person to have, but this was still her home.
Sure.
Even when she moved out, this was still where she found her community and found those things. And, you know, the longer that you walk with somebody, the longer that you talk with them, the more that you can see, even if there are moments when someone can be a little unpleasant, right? A little ornery, a little angry. The more that you build that bridge of compassion, the more you can understand why that person is that way.
Sure.
And you can have these kinds of conversations where you say, do you see what's happening?
Right.
Do you see the way you talk to people? How can we change that? How can we change for the better?
Right. And I think that it becomes less accusatory and more, I love you and I want to see things work out well for you. And sometimes the behavior that you're exhibiting is causing problems for you and not helping you.
Yeah.
And, you know, I know we had a woman in the last year or so who also passed away. And she had an interesting story because when she came to the Open Door, she and God were not on good terms.
Yeah. Yeah. She was another one who came when I first started, who, again, an older woman, a cancer survivor, but she had been adopted by a minister and his family when she was just a baby. But after her parents passed away, and she still had her surviving adopted sisters, but they lived out of state. When her world bottomed out, it was just, she didn't have anywhere to turn, right? She ended up losing her apartment, and she moved back in with us. And it was interesting trying to talk to her about Jesus, because she's someone who knew the Bible, and she knew it well, and she knew how to tell you that she knew it well. She was very feisty. She was someone who always wore, she had like outlandish outfits. She would wear sparkly shoes. She always had to have her hair done. But she would tell you what was what. That was for sure. She hated cheese. She didn't want cheese on any of her food. She's just funny. She was a firecracker. But when she moved out, she actually ended up moving out because somebody from one of the local churches, another older single woman, was looking for a roommate, right? She had this big house and she wanted to basically sublet it. And so she moved in with this roommate who was a strong believer and kept talking to her about Jesus. And our hairdresser, who she went to see every single week, kept talking to her about Jesus. And so by the time that she did pass away, she had finally been able to make amends, not because, you know, of the open door and the way that the open door talked to her, but because through the open door, she kept and found new connections to people who kept telling her the gospel.
Right, and kept assuring her that, again, she was well-loved.
Yeah, and then it wasn't too late.
Right.
You can be 77 years old.
There you go.
And Jesus is still waiting for you.
And the interesting thing about that was you went to her funeral. You took a guest who was with us at that point in time to her funeral. And then there were people at her funeral that you knew from when you were working at the shelter and who had been in shelter then, but were not in shelter recently.
Yeah. Well, and there was a family who was in shelter with her at the same time, and they basically adopted her as their grandmother.
That's awesome.
You know, and it, again, for someone who she never had children of her own, just another really beautiful example of the way that we find community, right? It's not linear, but it certainly can happen all at once, you know, if you're meeting the right people. Yeah.
I think some of those friendships can even happen from volunteers. Like I think about Miss Vicky, who I never knew. She passed away during COVID before I was here, but people are still remembering her and like sending gifts to the open door in her memory. But she did so much while she was here.
She did so much. I mean, she did so much for guests. She did so much for me personally. You know, I don't even know if I can think about it right now without crying. Like, she was such an exemplary, godly woman who did everything, right, because of her love for Jesus. And that touched my life. That touched the lives of guests who came in, of other volunteers who worked with her. I mean, what a testimony to an amazing woman who, I mean, she built the office here just as a volunteer. She'd worked in the legal department at Dow for many years. But back when she started volunteering here, this house that we're staring at right now, that's our admin building, it wasn't an office building yet. It was still transitional housing. So everybody worked out of that tiny front office
Wasn't
in
that
the men's
someone's
shelter.
bedroom at one point in time?
Oh, I don't even know, but they would call it the dance because there was one desk and one computer, and they would just like dance around and use
see
it.
who was sitting at it.
That's crazy. That's crazy. It feels like constantly I'm thinking we don't have enough space, and yet we surely have way more space than they did when they started doing that. God is so good in what he gives us.
And I think we've been flexible over the years. Meredith's office is now in the basement, which I think Renee's office was in the basement at one point in time, and then Bob's office was in the basement. And being flexible to use what we have where we have it, and like you and I were saying, there's a spot in the basement that smells a little musty. We did have a flood earlier this year.
That's true. That's
so
true.
we're still finding spots that were not undamped.
Well, and this, I know that we've been joking about this week of this feeling of like, well, what's next? What's next? What's next? Something bigger. I mean, the reality keeps coming back over and over and over again. We work out of 3 old houses that are constantly falling apart, right? We have a leak in the office building here, in the closet where we keep all of our paper supplies that we check every winter and every spring.
We have little plastic buckets up there
that we pour out so we can save our poor paper.
And even that's funny because Matt Smith, our president, he says, yes, every time I drive by the open door, I look at that roof and I go, how long is that going to last? And, it's hard because they're old buildings and they're falling apart, and how much are we going to do to keep them? But at the same time, we still have to keep functioning. We do have to keep the roof from caving in. We do have to keep the basement from flooding and that sort of thing, because it's being faithful with what we've already been given. And unfortunately, that costs money. And you know, that is, and we're trying to be very frugal and not be foolish with the donations we've been given, because again, they come from real people. And you know, in that way, we are very thankful for our faithful monthly givers who sacrifice. You know, maybe it's the cost of a couple coffees, or maybe it's a lunch out, or maybe it's a dinner out with their family per month, and they sacrifice that to care for people and to do things like keep a roof, a literal roof, over the head of people who have no place else to go.
Yeah. And, you know, that's one of those things, a question that we get asked all the time, whether you're giving a presentation or a tour, or you're just meeting someone across town who knows that you're connected with the Open Door, and they have that moment of compassion. They say, how can I help? What is the most helpful thing I can do? And the most helpful thing you can do is maybe the most boring answer.
Yes, exactly.
Which doesn't market very well, but it is so true. It is giving a monthly gift. It does not matter how much it is. If it is that $5 coffee, if it's $50, if it's, you know, $16.72, we'll take that too.
Right.
But to have this baseline, you know how encouraging it is. You know, a lot of people have their monthly donation set to come out either on like the 1st of the month or the 15th. You can see it in our databases, in our bank accounts. When those days hit, it is a blessing.
Oh, for sure.
And then when you see the list of names every single month of faithful, 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 it's incredible. It's humbling.
It is, and it reminds me that those people are really the backbone of what we do. You know, they're the faithful people who quietly keep doing what cares for the people that we care for. So, yeah, it is, you're right, it's very humbling. Because we live off the generosity of other people. And both from this is how I put gas in my car, and this is how, you know, I buy my groceries. But it's beyond that, obviously. You know, it takes people to care for people. And I know we had a complaint at one point in time last year after the woman who had been living in the Family Fair sign, and Family Fair's parent company sponsored part of Dine on the Door last year, and the comment that was made, it was, why isn't that money going directly to the people you serve? And again, a not quippy but very humble response is, it takes people to care for people. And the fact that our shelters are staffed 24 hours a day, that allows
After 50 plus years of going through daily letdowns and disappointments, when I got here, I was at the end of my rope.
I was in a very dark place when I got here.
I was really depressed.
I lied to the shelter and I told them that my mom wanted me to come because I didn't know that you could have an option of not having a home. So I told them that my mom wanted me to come, so I lied.
I was lucky to eat once a day, and that'd go on 3 or 4 or 5 days in a row, nothing to eat, wandering around, not knowing where to go, who to talk to, or even asking for help.
The Open Door they do a lot for people. I mean, a lot. It's not just, a lot of people have no idea what the door is all about. And once you get in here and talk to staff, and you see the things that are happening around here, they're really great for the community.
It feels like home environment. Get a bed to sleep in and get my meals 3 times a day. They've helped me see that I can move forward from the problems that I've had.
They have given me a second chance.
There's people that care here. The people here that do care and counseled me when I needed counseling.
They're just great people. They really are. I mean, they love us, you know.
I can progress through every day now knowing I'm getting better every day.
A landmark decision from the U.S. Supreme Court on the issue of homelessness. In a 6-3 vote, the High Court cleared the way for cities to enforce bans on homeless people sleeping outdoors when there's no shelter space. The case centered around Grants Pass.
Grants Pass, Oregon, population 40,000, a small city dealing with a big problem.
Oh, God, look at that.
Over the past 2 decades, as outsiders moved in, housing costs went up, forcing a growing number of people onto the streets.
The U.S. Supreme Court has sided with Grants Pass, Oregon, ruling that regulations and penalties around homeless camping do not constitute cruel and unusual punishment. The decision will likely have major implications on how cities make and enforce public camping rules. This case is the most significant to come before the Supreme Court in decades on the issue of homelessness.
Federal housing assistance has shrunk to its lowest level in nearly 25 years, even as homelessness and rental prices have hit historic highs.
According to new federal data, a record number of people are now unhoused, more than 653,000, a 12% population increase since last year.
Nationally, seniors are now the fastest growing age group experiencing homelessness, roughly 140,000 and counting.
This age group, 55 plus baby boomers, they have additional concerns. Some have health or mobility problems emergency shelters are not equipped to handle.
We've thrown billions of dollars at this problem, and we can't come up with a solution.
But the housing first approach to homelessness is not solving, but actually deepening the homelessness problem.
Communities that have made progress on homelessness, one thing they all have in common is people work together.
We all agree that communities are stronger when everybody who lives in that community has a safe and stable place to call home.
Now to a bizarre discovery at a grocery store in Michigan.
Contractors were curious about an extension cord they spotted on the roof. Upon further inspection, they found a woman living inside the supermarket's sign.
Everything we work so hard for every day, you know what I mean, could be lost if we had something happen. If you fell, if there was a lawsuit situation, I cannot in good conscience allow you to be up on our roof. Do we have like shelter
it's just
information?
Yeah, it has the camo, the hunter camo on it. It's just a tent bag, regular little tent bag. That's it.
So
yeah, that's all.
I mean,
because apparently they're going to hold my
it's like the open door knock, and that's typically all we can offer is something like that. That's it. Are you familiar with the open door?
Nope, I can't go to this place.
Okay, all right. So that's essentially our only resource that we offer for homeless. You know what I mean?
I can't go to those places.
Okay.
Welcome back to Conversations on a Bench, our 24 hours of sitting here at the open door talking about stories of hope, stories of trial, of what we see as valuable in the community of working with people in crisis. And right now I have Pastor Philip Miles with me here. He is the pastor at Sunrise here in Midland. And Sunrise is very involved with us at the open door.
Yep.
And so I guess I'd like to ask you questions about why is that? You know, what value do you see that we have here, and why are you passionate about caring for people in crisis?
Well, first of all, I think we think it's the most Christ-like thing you can do, right? I mean, Jesus has a bit to say about visiting people in need and helping people who are, he refers to them in the Bible as the least of these, and I don't think that that's a statement of their value. It's certainly more of a statement of probably just their position in society according to society's values. And so, yeah, we see it as a reflection of what Christ has asked us to do in serving people that maybe are in a systemic situation where they're constantly dealing with these types of issues, or they're in maybe an anomalous situation for them, but they need help. And so when I first got to Sunrise had a partnership with with Open Door already, but we've actually seen it grow over the years. And I think what's been really fun for us is, at least from my vantage point, is that involvement has grown grassroots, I guess, or naturally. We see people all the time talking about their volunteering at the Open Door, and to be honest with you, we don't have any sign-up sheets at Sunrise. We don't have an organized schedule at Sunrise where we tell people, hey, this is your week to go serve at the door or serve at the soup kitchen. But people do it, and they do it because they just have a heart for people who are in need. And so, yeah, we feel like it brings, it's an opportunity for our people to give back. And
I think that serving, it's not just a benefit to the people you serve, it's a benefit to you.
Yeah.
You know, it is a way that it grows our faith, it grows our dependence on God. One of the things that Jim and I were talking about is that the most Christ-like thing we can do is to stoop.
Yeah.
You know, is to humble ourselves. And I think that serving, if you do it right, is a very humbling experience.
Yeah.
You know, you realize that the people that you serve are just like you.
Yeah. Well, to that point, I mean, so I've had the opportunity to have meals at the soup kitchen. I teach chapel occasionally on Thursday nights myself. And one of the things that I have enjoyed about that engagement is when I meet folks in the city throughout the week that I've met through chapel, or that I've met at a soup kitchen, or that, I know they're guests at the door. Like, I know their name, I engage with them as a person, not as a project. And candidly, like, before I was personally involved in any way at a ministry like the Open Door, it would be easy to sort of like, I had taught at, missions and done different things, but this is sort of, I guess, the proximity and the closeness and the frequency really puts like names with faces and personalizes it a lot. I ran into one of the ladies from the women's shelter. She was working at Firehouse, and I had just seen her at chapel, and I was able to say hello to her by name, and we got to talk. And those experiences are a huge part of the value of our service to the Open Door, because I shouldn't even say to the Open Door, I should say with the Open Door, because I feel like I've lived in much larger cities with probably larger problems from the macro, but it becomes so faceless or nameless, and it just becomes, you just see the numbers, you just see the problem for what it is. And I think a lot of people have the misnomer that a place like Midland doesn't have those issues.
Sure.
And so we do, and we see them, and obviously that's what brings us here. But it also affords us the opportunity to really touch lives. And we could talk about that. I'm sure there's a lot of stories of people that, the relationship continues past, like, oh, I put stuff on your plate and you moved on to the next meal or whatever.
I guess it gives a different understanding to if our names are known by God.
Yeah. Yeah.
it gives us the opportunity to really be the hands and feet of Christ, as we also know the names of the people who work at the sub-store.
Right, yeah,
You know,
yeah.
we know the person who, when you pull up to the window at Taco Bell, you're
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
oh, hey,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
there's a dignity that comes with people knowing who you are.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think about that too when I go places, and I'm sure you see this all the time at church, where there's someone who might have been coming for a while, or you may have run in circles with them, but you really don't know who they are.
Right.
And sometimes when they know who you are, it can be jarring a little bit, like you try to kind of do a little bit of a dance to try to get them to tell you who they are.
Yeah, for sure.
And, you know, I find that one, it's humbling from the point of view where you're saying, I don't know who you are.
Yeah.
But I think that there's also that difference when someone who you might be running in their circle and you just assume they don't know who you are.
Right.
And when they do, there's that lifting up that happens with that. And I think that for us to know people and to sometimes know their situation, sometimes we can't even remember their situation,
right.
but that their situation doesn't affect my knowledge of you, my acknowledgement of you. If I see you in the grocery store, I, generally speaking, try not to approach someone if they don't seem like they want that.
Right, yeah.
Kind of learned that in doing some CASA work when I was in Saginaw and working with kids in the court system.
Yeah, they may not want to know you because of how they know you, right?
Exactly.
yeah.
But I find that here that happens very, very rarely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, people, you make friends.
Yeah.
Now, and I guess speaking to your involvement at chapel, how is that different than what you do for a living? I mean, you preach every Sunday.
Yeah. Well, it's different in a couple of ways. One, it's different because I don't know the situations, right? So people come in the room. It varies from week to week, month to month that I'm there. There are some staples, some people that I've have seen before, or I've seen before, haven't seen for a while, and then seen before. So there is a difference in that regard, where it's like I'm probably speaking more broadly. I'm probably seeking to try to address what I presume are issues that are being faced in the room, but I don't know the specifics. Whereas on a Sunday, if I'm doing my job as a pastor, I'm trying to be in contact with, enough people on a regular basis that have a pretty wide perspective of what's going on, so I can contextualize maybe a little better on a Sunday than when I'm at chapel. But I will say what is really interesting about chapel is when people will come up afterward and we get a chance to talk, very quick to share the ins and outs of their situation. Not a lot of, some, but not a ton of hesitancy about sort of some of the pretenses stripped away. It's like, I'm here for a particular reason. I'm going through this. And oftentimes, that's sort of you get right to like, hey, how are you doing? What's, what brings you? And individuals are quick to tell that story. They've kind of been put in a position where, there's not a lot of hiding that something's going on. Whereas I think at church on Sunday, it can be easy to hide, whether it's because of numbers or because it's like, hey, we're just checking a box or whatever. To that point, I will say that one of the really big takeaways for me, or one of the big positives for me in working in that context, and not to be redundant, but it really it just forces me to really take to heart the kind of there, but for the grace of God go I. We are all souls, people, seasons. I have an adult son. He's 20, will be 23 in a couple weeks. Married, has a baby on the way, and I think his whole life is in front of him in a sense. But you just don't know what happens in a life. You don't know what hiccups are coming in your life. You don't know what bumps are in the road. And it would be easy in certain contexts to judge people based on the bumps that they're going through and sort of allow that to define them as a person, instead of recognizing that sometimes, yes, those situations are the result of decisions, but sometimes they're not the results of intentional decisions. They're the reality of things that happened in someone's life, and they're just trying to recover from those challenges. And I think, and being able to navigate those relationships the way we've been able to through the open door has helped immensely in that. And so chapel's a big part of that. Get back to your original question. Chapel's a big part of that because for me, that's probably my most striking touch point. Mm-hmm. I actually I'm not at the door as often as a lot of our people are, but I'm in chapel, monthly or so. And so that's the place where I really get to interact with people. And I enjoy that because I expect it to be a uniquely spiritual engagement. Sure. And I enjoy that part of it. So
I think it's good to remember too that brokenness is the human condition.
Yeah.
You know, we are all broken and naked and painfully needy before God.
Yeah.
And if we come to whatever work we happen to do with that in mind, it means that I am serving from a place of equality with people. Yeah. We're all in a place of a problematic place. Yeah. And we need rescue.
Yeah.
And
some of us are just more aware of it than others.
Well, and we don't call ourselves the Midland Rescue Mission like a lot of places do. It just isn't in our name. Mm-hmm. And yet, I think that I don't know whether that was intentional, but I do know that it is a good reminder to me that we don't really do the rescuing.
Right.
That the only hope for anyone in the end is found in Christ.
Yep.
He does the rescuing. God does the rescuing. And so we are just helpers in the process of moving people toward a life that is outside the shelter.
Yep.
So we're holding hands. We're giving hands up in essence. But the best thing that we can do is to let people know we aren't the savior, right, but we know who is,
right,
and we can share that with you.
Yeah.
And I think that is imperative. You get people that come, whether they're coming to volunteer or whether they're coming to work here, and they have a savior complex, or somehow, I can go and do it, and you're like, oh well, you're going to last about 2 weeks before you are now groveling on the floor because you just don't have that kind of power.
Yeah.
And that kind of arrangement is never a good idea. You are not the savior of the world.
No, and honestly, that's one of the things that we like about working with Open Door as a church is that shared value, right? The service and the commitment and the stooping, as you described, in order to serve those who are in need is the outworking of a deeper conviction that it is the gospel that transforms, and we've been transformed, and we should bring that transformational reality to bear. And we do that. We may do that. We may model that in service, but at the end of the day, we're really just representing the Savior that transforms.
Little Christ, right?
Exactly.
And that's what the whole Christian word is.
And so we feel like we can really partner with the Door in that way because we don't have to preload for our people. Like, hey, when you go down there, like, there's going to be some things that go on. Like, there's just a real useful and very like we just had you at our service on this past Sunday, right? And you're up there sharing what I presume to be not the well, we're at Sunrise, so this is the version we're going to give this week, right? You're just talking about what the Open Door does, and it aligns just perfectly with the way we approach mission and service through our church. And so it's really a no-brainer. Plus, I'm just convinced that, and this may not be the right time for this, but too many churches try to reinvent the wheel. And it's like, why not find an organization that you can partner with that already has all the expertise and all the staff and all the know-how, and really just mobilize your people to go serve them.
And I think not that I'm very involved anymore in the functions of the church world,
Right.
but I know early on when Jeff and I were in the Chicagoland area, we were seeing larger churches have to do everything internally. So, you know, they were essentially the hub of ministry. So we want to have our own coffee house, we want to have our own gym, and we want to have our own bookstore, and you know, and so everything had to come into the church. And you know, I don't know whether that's just gotten out of fashion or whether people are just tired of being tired.
Yeah.
That, you know, there are already organizations that are doing good work, and like you said, how do we then go out and be useful? And you know, one of the things I think is a complaint, and you know, I've kind of talked about it in my own circle, is this idea that so many times we have spent so much time understanding every word and nuance of the scriptures and that kind of stuff, but it stops there. That somehow we haven't said, okay, now we start doing those verses, those one another verses. We start doing those go verses. Instead, we just know how to parse out the pericope. You know, so how do you think, you know, how do you do it at Sunrise, and how do you motivate people to, you know, for lack of a better word, be the church where you know Christ and make him known, where your body is meant to serve, and so you go and do, instead of you just come to church on Sunday morning, you hear a good word, you nod, and then you listen to podcasts and scripture the rest of the week, but you don't do anything.
Right. You know, I wish I could take some credit, but we've inherited a spirit of service. So I'm the second pastor at Sunrise. Previous pastor in the previous ministry was really just molded by a conviction that we've been sorely blessed, severely blessed, blessed over blessed, and we need to be a blessing, or otherwise we're just sort of hoarding all of that. And so
like an ingrown toenail.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so for us, it's not. It's one of those things where instead of always trying to tell people what they should go and do, we obviously talk a lot about one another service and what it means to be the church. And then we try to look for ways in which the church people are already sort of like our partnership with Open Door really came out of that. Like our people led to that. They're the ones that were like, we're going to keep giving our service. And as we began to see that groundswell of support, then it was like, we were almost like pulled into it as leadership. It was like, we really need to make a financial commitment here. We need to make, you know, and you well know, I mean, we've had members who have served on the board. We've had, you know, and all of that was happening when I first got here. And so we've been able to just build that out and continue to highlight the areas where people can serve, put before them like financial commitments behind it. Like, hey, we're gonna bring this on as a budgetary item. And so, yeah, it's for us, I mean, there's no grand strategy at play. It's just continuing to rehearse for people what the Word of God makes pretty clear. And we say those things enough times that I finally get to the place where I'm like, all right, I'm probably repeated myself enough times, and somebody goes, oh, I've never heard you say that before. And you're like, okay, I've been saying it for a long time, right? So I just got to keep saying it, you know. And but to your point, like you made, you know, I was talking to a young man just this evening, and which was like 6 hours ago now because it's so late tonight.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we're getting on toward tomorrow. 10 minutes till tomorrow.
Yeah, we're getting there. But I was talking to him, and he was, you know, like a lot of young guys in their 20s, you know, there's sort of like an interest in online, you know, kind of apologetic ministries and all these things. And that's a great thing. We support that. People should know what they believe. They should be able to give a reason for their faith. But one of the things I was saying to him was like, but the things you believe, the arguments have to be won first in your own heart, meaning that has to change you.
Chuck Swindoll, who used to say you can't impart what you don't possess.
Yeah. And so that's that's my desire as a pastor is to, you know, I always say you can fake spirituality with knowledge. Like you can just make people think you know a lot and that you're really mature because you know all the big words. Like you said, pericope a minute. Yeah,
Sorry, went to Moody. A good shout out from Moody Bible.
No, I get a lot of hassles in church too for some of my words, but at the end of the day, if your head knowledge doesn't evoke heart worship, then what good is it? Like it just makes you really just a clanging cymbal or what, you know, just an empty
like
vessel.
The book of James, right? If it hasn't changed you, has
Exactly.
it really saved you?
Exactly. And we actually preached James, you know, about a couple years ago, and it was a reminder that like faith, you know, if you have a saving faith, then that saving faith is going to be a working faith, and not because you want to earn your salvation or earn any sort of like grace that is bestowed upon us, but because you have received that grace, you recognize that like I've been given a rich treasure, you know, and this is all through the New Testament, parables of Christ and other parts of the epistles, where we continue to see like, you know, we've been forgiven much, so we should forgive much, right? We've been given much, so we should be generous in our giving, and
it's always a flowing through.
It's exactly right.
It's been given to you.
You're a pass through for the blessings of God.
Right, and so why would we hoard that?
Yep.
You know, why don't it needs to come out, come in, come out.
For sure.
You know, that overflowing cup.
For sure.
Kind of thing.
For sure. So I have a question for you.
Ask
then.
away.
Yeah. So you serve here every day, right?
Every day.
You're full time, more than full time. You're like full time plus, right? Is it hard to maintain? I guess what I'm getting at is like, is it hard to maintain the the vision of it all, or does it become work? Is it, you know what I mean? Like, does the challenge become like you forget to see the faces, you forget to remember the names?
I think that's always a challenge.
Yeah.
But I think that again, it's very humbling.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's humbling because the people that I see every day in the shelters, in the soup kitchen, they know my name.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so when they know my name and I don't know theirs, you know, that to me is a humbling thing.
Yeah.
It's we need to do some different things. And it's very easy to be busy at something in my office and skip lunch. And remembering that when I skip lunch, I also skip saying hello to the people who come in every day for lunch, whether they're volunteers or they're guests. And honestly, the peopling of it all is what I love.
Yeah.
And whether it's the peopling with the people in the shelter, whether it's the peopling with the staff, or whether it's the peopling in the community, I love that.
Yeah.
And so that, to me, is the easy part.
Okay.
The part that gets harder, I think, is wanting success for people that they don't want for themselves sometimes.
Yeah.
So it's being patient with the work of God in their lives. Thankfully for me, and it just might be a wiring, it doesn't make me angry that they haven't yet reached the thing. It makes me sad.
Yeah.
And, you know, I find myself feeling like the story of the pleading mother, you know, where I'm just, God, why? Why isn't this done yet? Why does this person keep experiencing this? Or what happened here, and how do we fix it, and whatnot, knowing, again, that I don't have the ability to fix anybody.
Yeah.
And I think the harder things are the base things of running a ministry, you know, asking people for money.
Yeah.
You know, that's a hard thing to do. Even though I firmly believe that this is a worthy cause, knowing that you are asking someone to part with what could potentially be their treasure, instead of looking at it from a different perspective. That there are lots of people that like to be generous, that can be generous. There are even some people that have to be generous. You know, it's part of their financial planning.
They got it. Yeah.
Right, and so it's being willing to speak up for those who can't speak up for themselves. You know, I mean, that's scripture right there, right? God says, speak for those who can't speak for themselves.
For sure.
And so some of that is literally asking people for money.
Yeah.
And that for me is where the rubber meets the road. That's something I don't necessarily love to do, but it's keeping that perspective that I'm actually doing the work that God's given me to do when I do the hard things. Renee Pettinger said to me a long time ago, not that long ago, I guess I haven't been there for that long, but one of the first things I heard her say is that hard is hard, hard is not bad.
Yeah.
And I know
That's
that
good.
many other people have said that, but that to me was one of the things that she said to me that really stuck. And recognizing that in the lives of the people I serve as well as in my own life, that sometimes you find yourself putting off the hard stuff and going, wait a minute here, hard is not bad, it's just hard.
Yeah, I say it at Sunrise a lot. It's like there's a lot of, like, when we recognize that there's a lot of work to do, like, that's a good thing. Like we want to be at work for the kingdom of God, and it's like there's a lot of work to do, and that means that there's something for, Jesus prays for the Lord to send laborers into the field for the harvest, right? And it's like, well, that means that there's work. Like work is a kingdom value. It's something that, like, laboring in the field of God for the glory of God is something that, like, we do because we're the servants of Him. And so, like, it can be easy, I guess, to lose sight of the fact that, like, it's like we're trying to fix something that can't be fixed, right? And so we're always, like, trying to labor in getting that thing fixed. It's like keeping your kid's bedroom clean. And so it's like, I just cleaned this. And so that's why I ask, mostly just because, like, also it just helps me know how to pray best for you while also praying for the open door, right? We need resilience, endurance.
Sure.
are
And sometimes
the things
being
that
willing
I hear.
to stop.
Yeah.
I had a conversation earlier today with Joe Coffey from Home to Stay.
Okay.
And he brought up the idea of leading by example, even with our staff, on taking time away.
Yeah.
And he mentioned taking your PTO, and I was like, because I have 158 hours of PTO that I'm supposed to use before the end of the year. It's obviously not going to happen.
Right, yeah.
But that we don't win any prizes by not taking a break.
No.
That, Jeff and I talk about this a lot. My inability to rest is my inability to trust the Lord to take care of things. It's a control issue.
Mm-hmm.
It's saying, I'm only content when I have control over something.
Yeah.
And so I think it's working here has been very much a self-examination on what God's doing in my life too.
Yeah, it sounds like it highlights where you need to be sanctified, where you need to grow. And that's, it's a hard thing to accept. I took about 2.5 weeks this past summer. Was not really sabbatical, but just, like, needed to unplug, really needed to, like, get my mind right, get my, kind of get ready for the new year. And it took me the first 3 or 4 days away with just me and my wife to finally, like, relax enough to stop thinking about the email that didn't get sent, or the thing that got left on my desk that somebody's gonna have to look at, and they're gonna have to find that, and to really stop looking at the phone, stop responding to the emails, don't look at the text messages. And it was hard to sort of unplug from that, but then once I did, like, I was like, oh, it was like fresh water. Mm-hmm. But it's not easy to do because I think we're probably off topic, but I think it's one of those things where it's like we live in a society that values busyness.
Oh, for sure.
As if that, like, legitimizes your existence for some reason, and yet we serve a God that rests.
Exactly.
And taught us and called us to rest. In some pretty extreme ways when you study rest and Sabbath and Jubilee and some things in the Old Testament.
Some people get swallowed by fish and sent to other places.
Yeah, exactly. I think, I hope you find a way to grab onto a couple of those PTO hours before the end of the year.
And, some of it is to kind of switching that around to say that, yes, we live in a culture that values busyness, that values wealth, that values, strangely enough to me, like and again, this is somewhat off topic, but it kind of goes together, like even the idea of the way people look on the outside.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And impressions in that way become so important to people
Yeah.
that then they categorize people.
Yep.
Like, again, the whole idea of homeless people are lazy, where, you know,
Yep.
we have people who are working 3 jobs.
I was gonna say, most of the people I meet at chapel are coming from work. They were
Yep.
at work all day. They're still
Right,
in their work
or
clothes,
are getting ready to go to work because they
Yeah,
work
yeah,
at night.
Yeah.
And, you know, so we look at these things and we say we value busyness, but at the same time, when you watch TV or get online, what do you see? You see pictures of leisure.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so you work like a dog so you can not work.
Right. Right. Yeah.
But at the same time, we don't value people who are doing very hard things.
Yeah.
And, you know, we've created.
That's almost regarded as like a folly, right? It's like, why are you working so hard?
You know, there's some really weird juxtapositions in there. And, you know, I know you guys have been really helpful with like benevolence kind of things and that sort of stuff, because we see people who are working very hard, who are supporting their families or whatever, and yet are still one crisis away from ending up here.
Yeah.
And, you know, I can't solve that problem. And, you know, again, just because Jesus says the poor will always be among you doesn't mean we stop caring for them by any means.
Yeah, for sure.
But it's a stark reality to the fact that we've kind of created this mess.
Yeah.
And we live for ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
We don't live to care for others.
Yeah.
Or we care for others only when it puts us in a good light.
Yeah.
And so I think that that's something, again, that we're learning here at the Open Door. When people come in and, you know, are, again, standing right here and screaming at us and we're going, I know this isn't really about me.
Yeah.
You know, to humble ourselves. And I was just talking about, again, another early in my time here at the Open Door, I was at the women's shelter when I was training.
This is when it was out on M20.
Yep, because we cross-trained at that. Well, we still do. We cross-train. Everyone learns how to work in the shelter.
Okay.
And so I was out there like on a Friday night cross-training. Renee was training me. And a lady who was new in the shelter didn't like the way things were organized in the refrigerator. And I mean, honestly, and I'm 5 feet tall.
Yeah.
Renee is much taller than I am. She's very imposing.
Mm-hmm.
And this lady was probably, you know, a foot away from her, screaming at her. And, you know, Renee stood there. And she waited till she wound down. And then she very calmly said, do you want to go outside and talk about this? And that was another great lesson for me about knowing it's not all about me.
Yeah.
Neither when someone is mad or if somebody's had a great life-changing experience.
Yeah.
You know, we're just a vessel.
That's right. Yeah.
And, you know, we look at people with dignity because they're made in the image of God. And, you know, seek to steer them in the right direction.
Yeah.
And, you know, that doesn't mean there are a lot of things we do not do. You know, we are not a harbor for fugitives.
Right.
You know, if someone comes in and they've broken the law and they need to deal with some of that, we think you have to be accountable for the things that you've done.
Yeah.
You know, you need to be responsible for taking care of your warrants, or if you're on probation or parole, you need to make sure you're reporting and following the instructions that you're given. And, you know, there are rules to stay at the Open Door.
Yeah.
Because that's part of life.
Yeah.
But one of the things I've had conversations with every single person that sat in that chair that is currently in the shelter, and I've asked, you know, how are those things going for you?
Yeah.
And they'll tell me that either they're not that bad or they've actually been a blessing. Cool. And, you know, that's encouraging to me.
Yeah.
To say that the things that are set in front of us sometimes are what are changing us. And again, hard is hard.
Yeah.
Hard is not bad.
But I mean, that's all, and I'm grateful to hear that, because I mean, but you and I both have kids, we have adult kids, and you start to look back, like, I wonder sometimes if just God's goodness is found in some of the lessons that you learn, even in that, right? So it's like, as you release an adult child out into the world, you then realize like, oh, I never really had any control.
Anyway, right.
Like I was just, and so then you're then reminded like, it's the same for the folks that come here. Like I'm not in any control over their life, and I don't need to be. Like that's a pretty arrogant position to put myself in. I'm not here to be in control of their life or to tell them how they should live. I'm here to help them gain, a gainful position where they can kind of like, they can get on their feet and they can be moving in the right direction and serve them and help them figure out the direction that their life needs to take as they follow Christ or don't follow Christ, but still need to be served. Like that's one of the things I appreciate about the Open Door, for all of its spiritual emphasis and for all of its spiritual value. It doesn't reserve its service to people who share those values.
Right. Well, God doesn't do that, right?
Right,
And
exactly.
I think that's a great, even looking at the Old Testament and how the people that followed and the people that didn't follow,
right.
Blessing came to all of them or cursing came to all of them.
Right.
It wasn't necessarily, you kind of got swept up in whatever was going on.
Yeah, the wave of God's goodness.
Yeah.
The rain falls on the just and the unjust,
Exactly.
the Bible tells us. And so I think that that's important because we don't reserve good for those who we deem good.
Right.
We reserve good, or we share good with all of those that are made in the image of God. And sometimes they reject that. I mean, you could tell 1,000 of those stories. But sometimes...
But that's not our business.
Exactly. And sometimes, maybe less times, but still sometimes, their life is transformed in a meaningful way. And not just materially, but spiritually. In such a way that maybe there's generational change.
Right.
And that, and we've seen those stories. Our church has had the opportunity to participate in some of those and still does, and it's not always immediate, it takes time, but it's what really makes serving at the Open Door a blessing, more so I would say, if you can count things in that terminology, more or less, but like more so than just preaching at a rescue mission on a Friday night and then just going like, I don't know, and moving on. Here, we kind of get to see the receipts a little bit of long-term service in the lives of people.
And I think we all are part of that story somewhere.
Yeah.
I look at my own life and realize that like my great-grandparents were the ones that were radically saved in Scotland.
Mm-hmm.
They got on a boat, came to Canada so that they could be missionaries in the Caribbean.
Oh, wow.
So God got a hold of them, and that grace has trickled down to me through my family line.
Right.
And, by the grace of God, it's continued onto my children.
Yeah.
But, it's interesting to me. Tim Keller had talked about this, he's passed on now, he's in the presence of God, but he talked about this a few years ago, that there was a time in ages past where we talked to people and we said, God has forgiven you.
Mm-hmm.
And that was our approach with people because people understood their need for that.
Yeah.
And how the way society morphs and changes, that today our our kind of approach with people is that control issue.
Mm-hmm.
You think you have control.
Yeah.
You don't.
Yeah.
And it doesn't take us very long, like you said, releasing kids out into the world and you realize, hey, but how many times do we come to that point where we think we have control or we're grasping for control and we realize I have very little control of anything. I didn't choose where I was born, to whom I was born. I didn't choose, even things like we work hard, we go to school, we pick the college, whatever, but still there's so much out of that we don't have any control over at all.
Yeah.
And when we start to realize we're riding the wave of God's grace, and that, I could be here today and gone tomorrow.
That is true. And I think the humility you talked about that comes with that but also the freedom that comes with that.
Oh, for sure.
It's like, well, yeah, I mean, I can give my life to this or whatever, because really life's a gift and it's a blessing. And so it's like, I don't, you know, you talk about hoarding resources, but like sometimes the resource that we hoard is the life that we have, you know,
Well,
and we just live
freedom
it for
is a
ourselves.
good point. You know, people think they're free. Yeah. And you realize how much of your life is controlled by something else. I mean, I guess that kind of goes with the control thing.
Yeah.
I am not free to do a lot of things.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, I have to say, like, I could speak for the organization that is Sunrise, but honestly, like, I would have to say more than that, just personally, like, kind of weirdly, I'll say it this way. I met my wife's a Midlander, met her in 1997. My youngest son recently asked me what life was like in the 1900s, and I was like, I'm just gonna strangle him. But I met my wife in 1997, and she used to live right out here on M20, just past Park Lane. And I've driven past this place for decades, and didn't always or ever really know what it was. There's also a church in town by the same name, so I didn't know if there was some affiliations.
Right.
I didn't really know.
Occasionally we get each other's checks.
And so but we moved here back in 17, and pretty quickly once we got involved at the church, you know, Jim Cross was like, hey, come out to this, you know, you got me plugged in out here, took me, you know, brought me out for the tour and all that stuff, and really rapidly realized, like, oh, this is a great ministry and something that we're really, you know, like really lucky to have, or fortunate to have, or blessed to have in our city. And yet, you know, drove by it for 20 years and didn't know what it was.
And Jim said the same thing.
Yeah, and so, you know, I'm sure the people that need to know what it is know what it is, but I hope that more people will come to know what it is, so that they can give of their time, they can give of their resources, they can partner, and not just to satisfy whatever they have kind of broken in their own soul, that they're able to mask with their resources, but so that they can, you know, just allow someone else the gift that is a reprieve from whatever is just burdening them at that particular season in their life. And so I guess what I'm getting at is, like, I'm grateful and thank you, and thank your, you know, the people here that work here and that serve in this way, for providing an avenue for ensuring that the underserved in our community are served, but also for, like, being a place where we can sort of channel people and trust that they're gonna be serving with an organization that we can be proud to serve with. And so we love the Open Door, and super excited. So I hope that I hope that our partnership just continues to grow and grow and grow. I don't know if you know this, I actually tried to come work here, like,
I didn't.
like 8 years ago. And there's a whole story there, but basically somebody told somebody not to hire me because they're like, no, that guy wants to be a pastor, and if you hire him, he's not going to last long, and he's going to want, because he's going to be looking for a church job.
Well,
so
then there was another calling on your life, right?
Yeah, and that was true. That was very prophetic, because it wasn't long after that I got called to go to Sunrise. So they knew something I didn't know, but
well,
yeah, I sat in that conference room and interviewed for a job.
Mysterious ways.
Yes, he does indeed. Yes, he does.
Yeah, and I mean, getting back to what you said about being a beacon in this community, and I really feel like you're right. The people that need us, for the most part, know where we are.
Yeah.
And that's because the community we serve is very well connected.
Yeah.
They know each other very well. And so they introduce each other to us,
Yeah.
which is lovely.
Yeah.
But I think that we also allow the Sparkle City idea
Yeah.
to flourish.
Yeah.
Because people can only say we don't have a homeless problem in Midland because we're that buffer.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You know, and we want to be that buffer because in some ways it protects the people in crisis from people who don't care about them. You know, and I think we're going to see, unfortunately, with some of the housing crises that we have, with some of the growing addiction problems we have, I think we are definitely, and even the aging, when people are getting to the point where they can't work anymore, but haven't had a job that allowed them to save for retirement and all that sort of thing. I think we're going to see homelessness in the presentation that we see in some larger cities, some of the street homeless idea. I think it's going to grow, and I think we need to be ready for that. I don't think we are ready for that, and I know Open Door isn't ready for that because, like, especially here, we have 19 beds. 18 of them are currently filled. And it's October. We're sitting outside in 45-degree weather, but it's not cold enough to camp. You know, if I can sit out here like this, I could also camp. And so I think there's a bit of storm that is coming. I just don't know how to answer it right now. And it's going to take some creativity on our part because, again, we're full up. And you know, it's something you can pray about for us.
For sure.
You know, what's next, and how are we going to alleviate this problem?
Well, this leads me to a question that I should probably know the answer to, but in Midland proper, the city of Midland, not the county, is this the only shelter for folks who are in need?
It is the only shelter. It's the only shelter in Midland County.
In the whole county?
In the whole county. And we serve Midland County first, kind of like you'd look at it with your family. We serve our family first in Midland County. And then we also will serve Isabella County. We'll serve Clare County. Because there is Restoration House out there that is kind of in flux of having a permanent shelter. They have gone from church to church.
I actually remember hearing about,
So it's been a harder situation for them. And then we will occasionally serve Gladwin County because they have a small shelter there. And so if they're full, or you know, if they have a family that they can't serve or whatever, we will take them too. So, but yeah, we're it.
Wow.
And I know too that like Saginaw and Bay City, they've been pretty full recently. So it's not just us that are full. You know,
seeing it as a problem that's.
I think
I'm not framing that as though they're the problem.
No,
but like
no.
The problems that are being faced.
It is an issue that's there, and I think that before we can answer it, we just need to meet the need. And you know, our goal here at the Open Door is to treat people as individuals who have individual issues that we want to walk alongside them to try to solve. And our goal is not to make them perfect people. Our goal is to get them out of crisis. So we're not going to solve every problem they have before they're ready to leave the shelter. We want to get them to a place where they're not in fight or flight mode. Where there are certain things that they can care for on their own. And then they're ready to go. So it's that individual care. You know, we're not a low barrier shelter. Let's put it that way. You know, a lot of cities will have low barrier shelters where people come in and can stay regardless as long as they're not doing drugs on the premises or not being violent. And you know, again, we look to meet individuals' needs. And so we don't have low barrier capacity. Not saying that couldn't potentially ever happen, depending on the need as it grows. But like right now, where would you put people? You know, we don't even have room for that. So.
Interesting. That's super like insightful and really kind of helps frame some things that as you think about like. I mean, you're talking about 19 beds. For an entire county of 100,000 people. That's
19 beds here, and we have capacity for up to 23. So we have a couple cots and couches that, especially if we have people that can't get up the stairs. That's pretty much all we've got for them here at the men's shelter. The women's shelter is bigger since we've moved out here. It has 28 beds, but those 28 beds also are 3 rooms that are family rooms, so you could have a mom and 1 kid that takes up a room, or it could be a mom and 3 kids that take up a room. We have 1 room that they could have 5 children, or a mom and 5 children in.
Yeah.
And then the other rooms are single women, you know, in bunk bed kind of situation.
Gotcha.
So, and thankfully, we have rarely been full over there since we moved over there. You know, that's been great. We feel like we are meeting the needs of mothers and children and single women in Midland County at this point. But, you know, that could change on a dime.
Sure. But I got to imagine that the challenges between the 2 houses are just could not be further from apart, right? I mean, like what the men face versus what some of the women in the families face.
Oh, for sure. I mean, and again, I think homelessness doesn't have a regularity.
Yeah.
You know, we have people of all ages. We've had people born into the shelter.
Wow.
And we have people who have gotten to retirement age and really need to be in a nursing home.
Mm-hmm.
That we've had to find some place to go because they are nearing the end of their lives. So we've seen it all, and we've had young people like right out of the foster care system into the shelter, young people like 18-year-olds that come out of jail in both shelters. So the ages are a very wide range. Homelessness in the 60s and 70s was very much a young person's problem.
Mm-hmm.
And some of those young people got their lives straightened out and went on to live independent lives.
Yeah.
And some of them have just been homeless since the 60s or 70s. Wow. And, you know, so we're seeing that homelessness is becoming more of an everyone's problem. More people, again, that should be leaving their jobs and retiring, that maybe their children aren't able to care for them, won't care for them. Maybe they don't have any children and they don't have any savings. And so what do they do when crisis strikes?
Yeah, they come knocking.
They do.
Yeah.
And, you know, we're here to help them out.
Yeah. All hours of the day.
All hours.
All hours of the day.
The open door is always open.
Always open. Man alive. Might need to let that pass. Is that common? You guys get noise like that?
Yeah, we do.
Whoa.
So, but that's why we've got microphones tonight, right?
Yeah, for sure. Well, so we're praying for you for endurance and resilience. We're praying for you guys as you continue to meet whatever, you know, may be on the horizon. Are there staffing needs or anything that we can be praying for?
We do have some staffing needs. We have a few open positions at this point. We have, I think, 3 open positions right now.
Okay.
And then, which is, I think it's always an issue, you know, and anywhere you go, that some people are ready to retire, some people are moving on to something else. You know, there's always a need for people to serve. You know, again, always we need those people who are going to make the financial commitment to help us. You know, whether it's filling out a card to make a $10 a month commitment that then keeps us moving forward.
Do most of your support come from individuals or from organizations, grants? What do you guys?
Most of it is actually individuals. You know, the
great.
people that are the backbone of the open door are those faithful monthly givers. And again, we're not necessarily talking huge amounts at one time.
Yeah.
But, you know, if you think about it, if you gave $10 a month and you were willing to do that, you know, over 20 years, you become one of the largest givers at the open door over 20 years. And, you know, faithfully supporting people.
Yeah. Praise the Lord.
Yeah.
It's good to know. Can I pray for you now?
I would love that.
Yeah, let me pray. God, I thank you so much for this ministry and God, this outreach and Lord, really just this place that serves to reflect your heart for those that are in need. And Lord, I'm grateful, Lord, and praise you for this reminder, even from Saralyn tonight. Lord, we are all in need. We all have a desperate need for your blessing, your goodness, your grace, your deliverance. And so, Lord, I pray that you would continue to bless this ministry. Bless Saralyn as she leads, Lord, with the endurance and the resilience that's necessary to continue in each day. To, Lord, not get bogged down in the tasks and the tedium, but also to remember that the work is the people. And God, I pray for just continued support, that you would, Lord, would be an increase in support for this ministry as they continue to meet the need. I pray for these staffing positions, God, that you would send folks to help them in order that they can continue to do the work to the fullest. God, we pray for our community, and we pray, Lord, that for those that are teetering on the edge of crisis, Lord, that you would meet them in their need, and that, God, even now, somebody out there, that they would be pulled back from that brink, from never even having to come into contact with this place, Lord, that they would find in their sphere or in their community or even through their church, Lord, just the help that they need. But God, we are grateful that if that is not the case, that there is a place for them here. And so, Lord, we just thank you for that and praise you for all these, just this opportunity to talk tonight and to hear, Lord, what you're doing here. And we pray, God, that you would just use this even to bring awareness and to bring glory to your name. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Before
Absolutely.
you go,
yes,
one more thing that I thought of that I wanted to bring up was Sunrise is also one of our successful examples of our family support program.
Yeah.
And our family support program is when we have a family that is coming out of shelter. Most of the time it's a mom with children. We have had a dad with children come out of shelter before too, where we connect them with the church, and the church then partners with them to become their family. And you know, I'm really thankful for Sunrise's influence in the lives of the mom and child that you have come around.
I think we actually took the dad and sons as well. I think we
Did
were
you really?
involved
Okay.
in their life. I don't want to say their name, but yeah, we. In fact, I just heard the other day, within the last couple of months, that the gentleman and his sons that we were neighboring with for that season, I think it was a year, 2 years, I can't remember the timeline, the duration. But even still, we have folks that were not a part of our church during that season. One gentleman in particular, who through contacts that he has with folks who were a part of the church then, is now involved in that life, taking them to shop for groceries, helping them get where they need to go to doctor's appointments, picking them up in his car and taking them to places. And he wasn't part of the neighboring program. He has just since come to the church in that time frame, and through just friendships in the church has been introduced to that individual. And so we're just seeing the ripple effect of that program. That isn't even it's not even programmatic at this point. It's just relational, and it's part of that. And so that's a really cool story. I remember he mentioned to me how he knew the gentleman, and I said, "How do you know?" And but then also, we were partnered with another church, Crossway, and I think doubled up as a church, as two churches for a young lady and her children.
And that's been really great, because I think just watching that unfold, because usually when a church partners with the family, there's some coverage of rent and that kind of thing, and this mom actually did not need that kind of help. What she needed was more family help. So when she needed a couch, her family support program got her her couch. When, you know, her birthday party.
I think we did some birthday parties.
Yeah, we did birthday parties both for her and her daughter. And, you know, I just think that really is what it means to be a neighbor, right?
Yeah, it's a great program. And if anybody has a chance to do it, like we have seen it really bear out fruit in the lives of the people that are involved in it, and in the lives of those that are kind of brought into their, you know, as the one, again, that they're serving, but like not as a project, just as a person.
Exactly, and that's the thing, is that it's how can we be your friend, or how can we be that support that you need if you don't have a babysitter? How can we be the trusted person, and when you say this is going wrong and I need some parental advice maybe, where do you go? And I guess I'm really thankful for that.
Thank you.
And
well, I'm glad they got a young lady this time, because when we first started, we had the gentleman and his sons, and we had couples that were all signed up to partner in the program, and all the wives were all geared up, and they knew what they were going to do. And then we got a single dad, and they were like, "Well, what role do we have to play?" Like in the way that it was like, it really put a lot of onus back on the dads and the husbands, and that was actually really fun to watch, because they're like, "Oh, we're gonna," and of course there was certainly usefulness for the wives and the ladies involved, but I think in their minds they had kind of crafted this picture of like, we're going to help this young single mom and her kids,
It made them think outside the box a little
It did,
bit.
yeah, and it sort of put them in more of a support role than kind of leading out in front, and so it was fun to watch them pivot and adjust. But they got their wish the second time around.
There
They
you
got
go,
to
and
help the
it's
young
been
lady,
fun,
so.
like even with the last birthday party to watch Suzanne do everything
Oh.
so little girly. I was
Yes.
like, I had a little girl. I don't think I could have done that.
The
so that was
right
pretty
person for the
impressive.
job, for sure.
Absolutely.
Well, good.
So just wanted to say thanks for
Of
that.
course,
So-
yeah. It was awesome, and people love doing it. So we're grateful and look forward to doing it again.
Well, thanks for coming out and sitting with
course.
me in the dark and the
Yes.
cold. We could see our breath right now.
Yeah.
But
I'm a Florida kid. You got me out in the cold.
There
This
we
feels
go,
like
look
winter
at
to
that.
me, and it's like, oh boy, I know what's coming. It's coming. So,
Well,
but thank you.
thankfully,
Of course.
they chose to do the mission control for this is in California.
They're,
so they're not freezing like we are.
No,
but
they're
I
loving
guess
life.
We're made of tougher stuff.
That's right. Yeah. Well, thank you.
Well, thanks for coming.
Appreciate it so much. It's super good to be here. Yeah, you as well.
Or morning, as the
Yeah,
case
morning.
may be.
Yeah. All right.
The phone rings from Open Door, and I rush in the house, wash my hands, and come down here in my work clothes, and I look pretty unsightly, and pick up food and deliver it. To be very frank about it, I grew up in a needy family, and so I know what it's like to be hungry, and that's why I have a compassion for people that are in need. I really have a compassion for people that need food and need help. Well, I mentioned that they could use some food. And from there on, it sort of mushroomed. Then some people that I did deliver food to, they knew of people. So I'd leave an excess food amount with them, and they would pass it on to their friends that had children that knew what hunger was like. Well, I just enjoy being with people. I like to help people and just have a lot of fun here. I met Todd probably about 6 years ago. He reminded me of one of my favorite grade school teachers. And I guess that kind of drew me to him. I've met so many wonderful people here. I wonder where they're at after they leave here and how they are doing. I just hope the best for them, and I pray for them.
I was living in Woodland, and I couldn't afford my rent. I got behind. They wouldn't renew my lease. So I went through some changes, you know. Didn't have nowhere to go because I was from Mississippi. So I ended up coming to the Open Door. place here, it's a good place. It's what you make out of it. If you come here, you do what you got to do and move forward. But if you come here with your old ways and think you're going to do the same thing here, it ain't going to happen. Old habits, you got to leave them alone if you come here. You know, ain't nobody got no chain, no ropes on you, but you got to follow the rules. You don't follow the rules, you get booted out. Besides a shelter over my head, a place to eat, you know, what they helped me with is being a man. I prep food for the cooks. I dishwash. I do whatever chef want me to do. I do it all. That's the only job I ever had that showed respect. Like we were like a family. Get a little spiritual guidance in your life, you know, and that's what goes on here. But like I said, if you want it. See, God ain't gonna push you to do nothing.
There's hope here. There's hope for everybody, and that's something that's very special.
It's finally Friday morning. Thank you for joining us for Conversations on a Bench. It's time now to meet our staff. This is Lou. Lou is obviously not afraid of the cold, considering it's freezing out here tonight. But we wanted to bring Lou in because Lou has such great contact and does such a great job with our guys. So I was hoping that, first of all, Lou, you could tell me, what are you doing at the Open Door? Like, how'd you get here? Why do you like working with the population we work with?
Okay.
And then tell me some stories of hope.
What brought me here to the Open Door was simply a God thing. I can't make that up. I was, at the time before I got here, I was doing security at Northway University, and I wasn't the fastest security guard. So
did you have to chase people a lot at Northwood?
Well, it was just that I had to be in certain places when the alarm goes off in like 3 minutes.
Sure.
If I'm on one side of the campus and I get to the other side of the campus in 3 minutes on foot. I'm
if you don't get there, then the cops get there?
No, it's going to be out of luck for me.
Oh.
So I was like, well, God, I need something better that can serve, because this is not it for me. And so it happened that one of our CRS here happened to just call me like as soon as I prayed, like within the day.
How'd you know him?
Me and the CRS worked at a cemetery.
Oh, really?
Yeah, worked at cemetery. We used to sell everything except the casket.
Oh, really?
Yes, we sell the plots and everything except the casket. So we were buddies there, and he called and said, hey, man, I want to work with you again. And I'm like, okay, where you working at? It's called the Open Door. It's a homeless shelter. I'm like, uh-oh. He goes, what? I'm like, same thing like the one in the city up 30 minutes away from here. I'm like, I don't know.
But you worked before with troubled youth, didn't you?
Yes. That was at Wolverine Human Services, where that was a job within itself. Mm-hmm. Dealing with children whom, bad parenting homes or bad environments, and it caused them to be a victim of their environment.
Sure.
They turn into that era, and it's like you gotta kind of get them out that mindset. Like, hey, this ain't you. You can be better.
And, the funny thing is, when we interviewed you, John made a comment that if you could last more than 6 months at your previous job, that you would survive here just fine.
That's the going thing at Wolverine. If you last more than 4 months, because it gets testy.
Hard.
Hard
work.
You got kids that are angry.
Sure.
They're hurting, and only thing they know how to do is lash out. They don't know how to talk through their problems. And my job is to be that listening ear. Sure. Even when they're yelling and screaming and want to fight, and say, hey, wait a minute. What's the root of the cause? Sure. Let's talk about it.
And you do that here?
I do that here. Every person that goes through something has a root to it. There's something that it comes from. So instead of us lashing out, instead of us getting mad and You know, whether it's the whiskey, whether it's the drugs. Let's talk about it. Yeah. Let's see what this is. What is the root of it? I'm not a therapist yet. I'm starting back in school in January. But I went through life in a way where I had a lot of anger in my life. Lost my father. So my father passed away at 9 years old. Who was a big part of my life. My granny at 11, another big part of my life. And it's like, wow. Then I spiraled. I thought life was over. And my mom did the best job. She was patient, kind, you know, and she like, what's wrong? Like I felt like everybody I got close to was gonna die. Oh. So I kind of backed off her from it, like I don't want to lose you either. So I started being a rebel. And I did things I had no business doing. But it took this play that I went to called Heaven's Gates and Hell's Flames. And this play was so realistic about Christ and hell, and it's real. And I remember sitting there in that play going, all right, God, if you're real, you took my granny, you took my dad. Why? And he said, okay, I'll show you why. And he said, you needed more angels to run this race. And they're your biggest supporters. Plus, they did their mission on earth for me. So there's time for me to come home. That's all right. Okay. It's okay, I'll listen more. And I just started learning God for myself. You know, growing up in a urban environment in a black church, you get a toxic thing of if you don't do it a certain way, live a certain way, you're going to hell. And they misrepresented Christ so bad for me when I was younger, to the point I didn't want to know Christ at one point. I was like, this bad. If he's this, I can't do anything. I can't make a mistake. You know, then I was like, no, that can't be right. That can't be right. That don't make sense to me. And so, like I said, I started deep diving, and I had people in my life that was teaching me about the word. And it was like, okay, this seems more how God is. Also with this job here, while I'm working here, honestly, it's good for me. When I say it's good for me, I mean like it's good for my spirit in a way where I'm helping people. And on multiple levels actually, that's just rewarding. And I don't do it I do this for free, honestly. I really would, because it's like I'm doing something that somebody did for me. They spoke life into me. Sure. They helped me turn my life around. So if they help me do this, certain people in the community, it's like I can help somebody else. Sure. Pass it on.
Which is very biblical, right? Yeah. That God has poured into us, not so we can hoard it, but so that we can pour into others.
Exactly. And being here, I've encountered a former guest, when he came in, I looked at him. I was like, I know this guy.
Ask you about that.
I'm like, I know this guy. Why do I know this guy? And I got the vibe. Like,
Sure.
I know this guy so much. Kind of found out we went to high school together. I was a freshman. He was a senior at the time. Did I party with him at one time, actually? Yes, I did party with him. I was like, okay, this is why he's the popular guy in school. His parties are legendary. But things happened at his party where I had to get out of there. I'm like, yep. And to see him now, he's a shell of himself, if that. It's like, wow, it hurts a little bit. Because like, I remember how fun he was.
And how smart.
And how brilliant.
Just super smart.
And I was like, wow. I remember his mom and everything.
It does make you wonder. You know, it's like you say, why, God, why did you rescue me out of that?
God has a plan for me. He has a plan for us all. But God, I've encountered death on several occasions. I should not be here. I was not supposed to be born. For one, I was supposed to die in an incubator.
Wow. Preemie?
Preemie. 8-month baby. My mom tells a story that I laugh at all the time till this day. She said the doctor came in when they had an incubator. My mom was in the room. They looked at her. He was like, according to his results, he's not going to make it. You know. And she said, doctor walked out. Like, I'm sorry. Like, we're gonna watch, but I'm sorry. According to my mom, of course I was there, but I wasn't there. But according to my mom, I heard the words I did an angry cry. I turned over and did a push-up. And I was saying, I'm a fighter. Mom said, since then, you've been a fighter your whole life. Like, everything that comes against you, you fight. You don't run from it. I said, I can't run. I know God got me. Why would I run from it? He brought it to me. He'll bring me through it. So I'm not afraid of what life brings me. I know God is with me. So also recently, what I found out, I guess we have now, by his last name, I just have to just have a conversation with him. We're related.
Someone else?
Yes, we're actually related.
Huh.
Yeah, I'm like, huh.
Well, you know, there is a rumor, Lewis, that everybody knows Lewis.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm wondering who God will bring to us because somehow Lou knows them.
I know him. I would know him. I make it an effort to show the brighter side of my life, which means when I walk up my house, my mission every day is to make somebody else smile, make a laugh, make somebody feel good about themselves. We are in a time of life where everything is bad, pretty much. Everybody's going through something. From the top of the top to the lowest of the low, everybody's going through something. And if I can just make you laugh a little bit, I did my job for the day.
There you go.
If I can smile, you see my smile. You got a bright smile. Thank you. But how about your smile? Can you show me your smile? Show me. I'll make a joke or I'm terrible with dad. I love dad jokes. I love dad jokes, and people are like, oh, that's so corny, but it's funny.
Yeah, I say, but you laughed, right? Yeah.
So that's just me. That's what I do. If I can give out some kind of hope to somebody, make somebody just feel good about themselves for a moment, I succeeded for my day. So that's my mission every day I walk up my house.
Well, I'm glad that that's your mission here.
Oh, yes.
Because not only do you tell the best dad jokes, but, you know, I think that you have a relationship with a lot of the guys that come through that is honest, and you're gracious with them, and I think you show respect to them, and then in return, you receive respect, and when you don't receive respect, you don't fly off the handle. You just wait for it to calm down and try again.
Try again.
And that's that whole idea of open door, following God's lead is not one chance, two chance, 3 strikes, you're out. It's, you know, even in our corrective action notice idea that when we have someone who is not living up to the potential that they have, helping them to do that. And yeah, we have to write it down or we have to talk about it or whatever, because that helps us follow the steps of we're moving in the right direction, or maybe we're not.
Right.
But, you know, that idea of God doesn't give 3 strikes, you're out.
He doesn't.
He keeps pursuing us.
He does.
And
that was the case, nobody would be here.
Nope. So therefore we keep pursuing people. You know, sometimes they need a time out of the shelter for a while, and you know, then what do we do when someone exits, whether it's a great exit or not a great exit? What goes in that note? Eligible to return on. Yep.
That's the thing, and sometimes I even drive across the street because I know where they're going to usually be at. I sometimes sit in the parking lot and talk to them.
Yep.
Like, hey, what happened? And back in the shelter, what happened? Man, Lou, I said, okay, so how can we be better next time? Yeah. Well, I said, okay. I said, but if you need any help in between time.
Yeah, because life isn't a straight line.
It's not.
It wasn't a straight line for you.
No.
It's not a straight line for the rest of our friends. It's not a straight line for me. You know, I think that if you had told me when I was a teenager that this is what I would do with my life and this would be what is the most fulfilling thing I've ever done, I would have thought you were nuts.
Yeah, same.
But, you know, God molds us and changes us and moves us in all kinds of weird directions.
Yeah, my plan being a former athlete was to try to go to the NFL. Like, I just knew I had the talent. I had the recruits. I had it all. And I left God out of that. Because I said, I'm doing this.
Sure.
And my mom said, you know, when I had broke my ankle, Mom says, God had to sit you down. She told me he had to sit you down. I remember sitting in the hospital bed, Mom's gone. Roommate had just, his family came and got him, so I'm in there by myself. I said, okay, it's time to talk to God. That's all right. I said, God, I'm talented. I said, according to sources, I'm one of the best players to touch this field. He took that from me. He said, I had to. He said, you forgot about me.
Yeah.
He said, you stopped praying, you stopped talking, your ego got so high, you couldn't hear me, but you hear me now.
Sure.
I said, okay.
That maybe what you're doing now
Mm-hmm.
has more impact
Yes.
on people
Yes.
for the kingdom of God,
Yes.
for eternity,
Yes. Yeah.
than all the talent he gave you in the first
Mhm.
place.
And I thought about it, and I had a cousin, Mark Willie, who played for the Pittsburgh Steelers. He was like, you wouldn't have made it. I'm like,
What?
I goes, what do you mean? He says, as much as I love, I never forget the conversation, as much as I love you, he said, it's a business at that point. He said, that business aspect of it would have destroyed you. Because it's no longer about
The thrill of the game.
the thrill of the game. It's about, okay, this person's a little bit better than you. He's a little bit faster than you. Okay, so you got to go. He said, you passionate about this game. You would have just lashed out. I said, yeah, I probably would have. He said, but I'm glad you didn't, because you're just like your father. Y'all touch people in multiple ways where that's just a gift. He
That's
said,
a
everybody don't
nice
have the gift.
compliment, isn't it?
Yeah. So everybody doesn't have that gift. Everybody can't talk to anybody on any level like y'all can. And everybody can't identify with anybody. Everybody can't love everybody. He said, y'all do that. He said, that's a gift. He said, that's what your gift is for the masses. It's not just for here, it's for the masses. He said, you can do anything. If people love you and you love them. I love people. I love people. They get on my nerves, but I love them.
Yeah, well, I don't think the two necessarily are opposite, right?
Right.
Sometimes the people that get on your nerves the most are the people you care about.
Every time. But this place has opened my eyes in different ways. Because I think of the story of, it could have been me.
Sure.
It could have been somebody that I'm very close to. It could have been anybody. And it's like, we are literally one step away from it happening.
Yes.
So be grateful, be humble, and give back.
There you go.
And if we can't do that,
Show honor.
God, show honor. God, I'm thankful. I may not have the best car, but I have a car.
There you go.
God, my shoes may be tearing off my feet, but I have shoes.
Oh, but you got some cool Crocs.
Well, shout out to Miss Sue.
Yeah. Yay for Miss Sue.
Miss Sue gave me these shoes. But you gotta be thankful for what God gave you. God gives you so much, and we think it's so little. But it's so much. Look at the guys I'm working with. I got somewhere I can call home.
Yeah, right.
They're trying to find their way.
Right.
Life can happen. Be humble. Be grateful. Don't take anything for granted. Once you do, you lost.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and I think that your story tells how the humbling of God is the lifting up.
Yes.
So, and while your name could have been in lights where everybody, literally everybody knew who you are. Now, again, it seems like everybody knows who you are anyway, but, but to not be known by God, or to not have that, it's just a much bigger thing, and to not have so who cares if everybody knows who you are?
I'm known by God.
If in the end it all burns, right?
Exactly.
Where the impact you're making today, in small ways, one person at a time, has eternal benefits.
Yeah.
And not just for the people you serve, for you.
Right. That's right. And that's the one thing I thought about, like, if the world knows me and God doesn't, and when I come to that judgment zone, what was the purpose?
It'll all burn.
It'll all burn. There's no purpose.
And so we are, hopefully, the work that we do is building on the foundation that was laid.
Yeah.
And that hopefully our works will go into eternity with us. You know, Pastor Phil was just here, and in church, I go to his church, and we've been talking about the passage out of 1 Corinthians where it talks about, you know, you'll be saved, but depending on what your works were, they may burn.
Right.
And, you know, that we do hope that the things we're doing are things that have eternal value, and that we're building into people's lives, and we're loving people like Christ does, and hoping to see that will have eternal consequences for people, and that, you know, the blessings of God will fall upon us.
Yeah. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. If more people have thought that way and understood this is what this really is about, it would be different. The world would be a lot different.
And we're trying to make it a better place,
We're
right?
We're trying.
And, you know, I think that's even in this town where, you know, people call Midland Sparkle City.
Yeah.
You know, people like to hide any problems that they have.
Sweep under the rug.
You know, sometimes hiding those problems also means hiding problem people. And I think that the work that we do not only shows that even people with problems have values, or have value, because, you know, again, you could be sitting behind a really nice desk at Dow and still have some of the same problems that some of our friends do.
Yeah.
They just haven't run into quite as big of a problem necessarily. But that really, for a community to thrive means we take care of
each other,
the people who can't take care of themselves.
My grandmother, God rest her spirit, my mother taught me these things about loving thy neighbor, helping thy neighbor. My granny would be the woman that would house anyone and feed anyone, even if it was her last. You know, and I would look at her like, what are you doing? You know? Like, that's the last bit of peanut butter we got. You know, and she would be, baby, you just don't understand. I'm like, you will one day. I was like, oh, okay. And I get it.
Now you do.
I get it. My mom would have me going to a place in Saginaw called Good Neighbors Mission, which is a shelter-ish. They give out clothes and food. Now we would serve food. And that would be on Saturday mornings. Now, if you're a kid.
Yeah, you want to be watching cartoons.
You're a kid. 6 a.m. is like prime time. Prime time cartoon times. And she would have me going, we gotta go help these people. I'm like, I don't want to help these people. Like, what do you? Come on, we gotta go. We'll go and I'd do it. We'd be there half a day. So how do you feel? Tired. I feel tired.
I still had work to do.
Right, I'm tired. I just want to go home and go to sleep now. And she's like, you'll get done one day. And I'm seeing so much in my life, like, wow. They was putting gems in my life, like, hey, we are all one race with the human race. We all got to take care of each other. So just because people are less fortunate than you, don't mean they're not human.
Right.
And that's the problem. People don't understand, like, oh, you're homeless, so I'm still human. Something in life happened to me.
And we're all broken, right?
We're all broken.
So, you know what? It's just a different level, or a different type, maybe, a different type of brokenness.
Different type of brokenness. And just because their problems got magnified in a way where they had to come here, doesn't mean your problem will be magnified somewhere else.
Right, right.
So be humble. Help this person.
Right.
Don't look down on nobody. We're Christians, but we're not Christ.
Yeah.
We don't have no.
Cannot save anyone, right?
Right, can't save anyone. We have no heaven or hell to put anybody in.
No.
So, as Christians, which I break that down every time, like I told somebody in my shelter, I said, what's the word Christian mean to you? Break the word down for me. I forgot who it was. He was like, that means you love Christ. I said, okay. I said, I study stuff. I'm doing that a lot now. I said, Christ-ian, Christ-like. So be like Christ. He goes, oh. I said, now, do you believe in Christ? Yeah, I remember him telling me no. That's okay. Understandable. I said, as Christ will do, I'm not going to force myself down your throat. I'm going to force Christ down your throat, but I'm going to show you that he's real.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you that this is the way you probably should go. You have free will to do what you want. But you're going to see all the evidence that he's real.
Yeah.
And he goes, well, nobody ever said it to me like that. So what they said to you like? That I have to do this. I said, oh, he was forced to go to church when you were a kid, huh?
I was going to say, you were just talking about that, weren't you?
Yeah, he said, yeah. I said, oh, been there.
Yeah.
I said, okay, we'll get there. And now the person who, excuse my language, I stuttered a little bit. Now the COVID hit me. Now that
Now you need my Michigan State blanket.
well, I gotta get a Michigan State jersey now. I'm being forced by my family now.
Oh.
But now the person wants to learn more. Like, oh, this is real stories. These stories. I said, listen, I said, these stories are real. I said, now me, I make the Bible comical a little bit. I feel like Jesus has to have a sense of humor. Because you look at stuff like the 2 fish and 5 bread. It's like, that's a lot of people. And they said the fish was as big as sardines. And they left full. I'm like, ain't no way. You know, I'm like, well, drink a lot of water, you'll be full. And I said, you know, you look at stuff like that, I look at the story, I said, now, I told her, I said, now, I said, living in biblical times, I couldn't have done. They like, well, I said, because I said the things Jesus did as a natural human form, you would be like, oh, you'd either be scared or you'd be in amazement. I said, the one that made me scared, Lazarus. I'm like, nope, that's too much for me. That man was dead. I can smell him.
Yeah, that's why he stinketh, right?
Right, he stinketh. Like, nope, that's too much for me. And so I told him, I said, you gotta make the Bible kind of. So the Bible is serious, I said, but it's fun. I said, God is serious, but he's fun. I said, God is high, but he's right here.
Lowly.
And he goes,
With meek and lowly.
he says, huh? I said, God is so good. He comes off his throne to hear you speak.
Yeah. Well, and in Job, right? Job has a hissy fit. God's like, who do you think you are, right? You know, again, a friend of mine really likes the imagery where God says, are you the one that tells lightning where to strike? It's like, whoa.
Yeah.
And that yet he stoops to answer Job.
Every time. And it's like, no matter how far we turn away from God, God never turn away from us. We turn away from God, he's still there. And what I love about God is that he's a gentleman. He can force his way into anything. But he just knocks on the door. Open door, I'm right here. I'm right here, I'm right here. Come on. Turn to me. I'm right here.
I think he's pursuing us.
He's always pursuing us. He loves us that much. That's pure love.
And walks with us in suffering. You know, I think we see a lot of suffering here.
We do.
And yet, when people say, well, why does God make me suffer? And, you know, some of the suffering that we see are people that they've caused their own suffering in some ways, and sometimes it's been done to them. But the point is not God relieve all my suffering. It's that God is with me in my suffering.
In your suffering.
You know, with that, as a friend of mine here in town who is confined to a wheelchair said to me, God is with me in my own Gethsemane every day.
Every day. Every day.
And I think that that's one way we can share the love of Christ with people here, is that God is with us in our suffering.
Yeah.
And he says, I will walk with you. You are not alone.
Like I tell somebody, I said, God is when I pray to listen, I said, what are you praying for? Is a question. Are you praying for materialistic things, or are you praying for your spirit, for your soul? There's a difference. Because God is God, he's not a genie.
Right, yeah.
I said, no. Of course we ask for things to happen. You know, things that go in our favor. I said, sometimes God be like, okay, I know he's going to ask me for that. I'm going to test your faith if you really want this. I'm going to show you some things. And he takes you through on the path. I'm like, You come back, you still want this? And you're like, yeah. Okay. You still want this? Yes.
Yeah, where would I be if God gave me everything I wanted?
Exactly.
It probably would not have been a good place.
It would not be a good place. If God gave you everything you wanted and in your timing.
Right.
Oh
What a mess we would
oh
make.
my goodness.
Right?
Oh, I couldn't even imagine.
And I think that's sort of kind of interesting things to think about. Just like it's interesting to think about if I can't live up to my own standards, you know, the way I want other people to treat me.
Mm-hmm.
If so many times I can't even act like that,
Yeah.
you know, what makes me think that somehow I can earn favor with God, that I can live up to the standards that God has. I can't even live up to the standards that I have for other people.
Right. Seriously.
And yet, he humbles himself, right? And he
Every
gives
time.
himself to us
Every time.
with no reserve.
What an amazing God we serve.
Absolutely. Well, on that note, Lou, I am going to say goodnight and talk to Casey.
Okay.
Because Casey, poor man, has been working all day
Yes,
and
he
has agreed
has.
to chat with me.
My man.
So thank you so much for coming out.
He's one of my favorites.
Well, shake my hand, Lou. Thank you. Look, I got to shake hands, friends, with the person everybody knows.
Hello, everyone.
So thanks, Lou.
You're welcome.
Have a good evening.
Y'all will.
The phone rings from Open Door, and I rush in the house, wash my hands, and come down here in my work clothes, and I look pretty unsightly, and pick up food and deliver it. To be very frank about it, I grew up in a needy family, and so I know what it's like to be hungry, and that's why I have a compassion for people that are in need. I really have a compassion for people that need food and need help. Well, I mentioned that they could use some food. And from there on, it sort of mushroomed. And then some people that I did deliver food to, they knew of people. So I'd leave an excess food amount with them, and they would pass it on to their friends that had children that knew what hunger was like. Well, I just enjoy being with people. I like to help people and just have a lot of fun here. I met Todd probably about 6 years ago. He reminded me of one of my favorite grade school teachers. And I guess that kind of drew me to him. I've met so many wonderful people here. I wonder where they're at after they leave here and how they are doing. I just hope the best for them, and I pray for them.
I was living in Woodland, and I couldn't afford my rent. I got behind. They wouldn't renew my lease. So I went through some changes, you know. Didn't have nowhere to go because I was from Mississippi. So I ended up coming to the Open Door. Place here, it's a good place. It's what you make out of it. If you come here, you do what you got to do and move forward. But if you come here with your old ways and think you're gonna do the same thing here, it ain't gonna happen. Old habits, you gotta leave them alone if you come here. You know, ain't nobody got no chain, no ropes on you, but you got to follow the rules. You don't follow the rules, you get booted out. Besides a shelter over my head, a place to eat, you know, what they helped me with is being a man. I prep food for the cooks. I dishwash. I do whatever chef want me to do. I do it all. That's the only job I ever had that showed respect. Like we were like a family. Get a little spiritual guidance in your life, you know. And that's what goes on here. But like I said, if you want it. See, God ain't gonna push you to do nothing.
There's hope here. There's hope for everybody, and that's something that's very special.
After 50 plus years of going through daily letdowns and disappointments, when I got here, I was at the end of my rope.
I was in a very dark place when I got here.
I was really depressed.
I lied to the shelter and I told them that my mom wanted me to come because I didn't know that you could have an option of not having a home. So I told them that my mom wanted me to come, so I lied.
I was lucky to eat once a day, and that would go on 3 or 4 or 5 days in a row, nothing to eat, wandering around, not knowing where to go, who to talk to, or even asking for help.
The Open Door they do a lot for people. I mean, a lot. It's not just, a lot of people have no idea what the door is all about. And once you get in here and talk to staff, and you see the things that are happening around here, they're really great for the community.
It feels like home environment. Get a bed to sleep in, get my meals 3 times a day.
They've helped me see that I can move forward from the problems that I've had.
They have given me a second chance.
There's people that care here.
The people here that do care and counseled me when I needed counseling.
They're just great people. They really are. I mean, they love us, you know.
I can progress through every day now knowing I'm getting better every day.
Welcome to Conversations on a Bench. Tonight, here we are sitting for 24 hours here at the Open Door out in the lawn. It is currently 41 degrees, and I have a warrior here with me today. This is Casey. Thank you. Casey just got off work, and yet he agreed to come and talk to me. So how are you doing tonight, Casey?
All right, the usual.
Oh, the usual. This is your normal time to be up?
Yep. For a little while.
Very good. So you've had some adventures while you've been here.
It's had its moments.
Well, I think one of the struggles, correct me if I'm wrong, that you've had is that it's hard to find employment when you don't have the right paperwork.
That is true. That is true. They're all hung up on paperwork.
Yeah, and what paperwork are you looking for?
Birth certificate, the whole 9 yards.
So you haven't been born?
Nope. For a while there, I didn't even exist.
There you go. And I mean, that's a hard thing, right? Because here you are standing in front of someone.
And the state tends to do things at their own speed.
And yeah, and the employers have to follow the rules of the state, and the state says no ID,
Yep.
no job.
Pretty much. Either that or you're working for cash under the table, which is often disreputable.
It can be, but it also isn't consistent.
No.
And so, again, if you have to have a paycheck, you have to have pay stubs to prove just about anything, right?
Yeah, and you can't rent nothing without ID or without a job.
How long did it take you to get your birth certificate?
3.5 months from the state of California.
And part of the problem, if I remember correctly, was that you didn't have ID to prove who you are to get your birth certificate.
They want a notarized statement that says who you are to get a birth certificate, and you can't get any ID to go to a notary without a birth certificate.
So it's kind of like this great big circle that goes nowhere.
Yep.
Even though, again, you're a breathing human being standing in front of people. Well, last time I checked, you had a pulse. So, you know, that created problems for you.
Yep, yeah, the pulse thing up to around midnight usually.
You're okay? Yeah.
After that, it's a little touch and go.
There's that vampire piece.
Coffee loses its effect after a while.
But, you know, again, so for you, employment became difficult without the right paperwork. Again, eventually it all came down, right? We worked for, did you work with Home to Stay on that?
No. Nope, I did that on my own.
Okay.
But, hey, state of California ain't moved. It ain't hard to get a hold of.
Yeah, well.
But it took them over a month to cash the check, and then it took them 2.5 months for it to get here.
Yeah, which, thank goodness you were living here, because if you had to pay your rent, if you had to pay your utility bills and that kind of thing, waiting for that.
Yeah, you'd have been pretty much forced into doing something disreputable.
Yeah, unfortunately, and I think that is a huge problem.
There's only so many pop cans you collect in a day.
There you go. There you go. So, but thankfully, once that happened, you have been gainfully employed, waiting to see what comes next, right?
I'm still waiting for the state of Michigan to get me the actual hard copy of my state ID. I have a temporary now because had it mailed to my mother's house. Her mailman returned it because he didn't recognize
the name.
So I waited for it to come. It didn't show up. So I called the Secretary of State Monday, and they says, "Oh no, it was returned to us." So I had to get a hold of the post office to say, "No, deliver it."
Right.
So I'm waiting for that to come back. But my employer is, the Human Resources Department is real insistent on having that. So they want it before my temporary expires, which is Monday. So I'm going to go down to the Secretary of State tomorrow and see if I can get another temporary, although possibly it'll be there by Monday.
Yeah, so there's a lot of patience apparently involved in this. Do you consider yourself a patient man?
If I wasn't before, I am
now.
now. Your options are kind of limited.
There's
not a whole lot you can do to persuade the state to do anything faster than it wants to.
That's true. That is so true. And, you know, thankfully things are working in the right direction for you.
Yep.
You know, hopefully here you'll be able to find some housing that works out so that you don't have to put up with your roommates.
My roommates aren't a problem. I've been fortunate in that regard.
Good deal.
I haven't had anybody in there that's been a difficulty.
So, and that's good to hear, you know, that we can get along, can't we?
Well, I've been fortunate in who they've assigned to my room.
There you go. And I think you've been pretty easy to work with here as far as, you know, learning to move within the patterns that we move here, you know?
It's not all that complicated. This is what's expected, do that. As long as you're doing that, for the most part, you're left alone to go about your business.
There you go. Things go along pretty well. So and I mean, I think that's the rules of life wherever you go, right? I mean, the rules themselves are different, but when you're at work, there are certain things that are expected of you. And if you decide you're going to go rogue and do your own thing, thank you for your service, they will say, and out you go. And you know, I think that wherever you go, you have someone who's telling you what to do.
Well, and most of the rules around here are, for the most part, common sense. They make sense why they're in place. And it might not necessarily be something directly to do with you, but you got a lot of people here with a lot of different situations. You got to have guidelines.
Right. And I think that we're caring for our neighbors when we do that too. So was having a conversation with David earlier and talking about substance abuse. And if you have someone who is struggling with sobriety, it becomes very difficult if someone who has not decided to pursue their sobriety is with you, living with you and living a different life. And so for us, obviously, sobriety is something we want people pursuing. So we say that's something you have to pursue while you're here, and so some of these rules are put in place for the care of other people.
Mm-hmm.
And, some stuff obviously are legal. It is legal for us to buy alcohol. It is legal for us to buy marijuana, but it isn't necessarily kind in this type of situation to expose someone who's really trying hard to stay sober to those kinds of things.
Makes perfect sense.
So, and I appreciate your thoughtfulness with that. And
It makes perfect sense. You get quite a slice of life. A lot of different people, a lot of different situations.
For sure.
Some of them come and go, and some of them stay for a while, and you kind of build your own little society where it's sort of becomes us against the world.
Well, I hope it's us with the world, hopefully.
Well, you get a lot of guys that are looking out for each other, that help each other out.
Yeah.
And cover for each other, hey, I got to be at work, I can't do this chore.
Right.
We got you.
Yeah.
So it works out. You kind of build your own little community.
That's a great word. And I think that happens here, whether it's in shelter or whether it's in the soup kitchen. A lot of people that have been previously in shelter that have come back for soup kitchen and starting to build that community. So whether it's, hey, can I borrow a drill because I'm working on something, or whether it's, I need a ride to this place and we can share that with each other. I think that the community that we build and help each other with life is what makes it easier to take those next steps. Because even if you ended up, you got your documents, you've got your job, you get your housing, if you're still all alone, what good is that going to do you?
Oh, I've got guys that have moved out and they'll hear about an apartment. Hey, an apartment opened up where I live. They call me.
Yeah. Somebody's looking out for you.
Or, hey, I know where you can get a job. They call me. They're not even here anymore.
Yeah. But
so, which is convenient. You bond with some of the folks.
Yeah, for sure.
It's kind of a little family thing amongst the group, and just because Timmy moved away don't mean you don't hear from Timmy.
Right, exactly. And sometimes people are moving out but not moving far.
Yeah.
They'll still come around and check on you.
It's unfortunate when they move out and they come back.
Yes, but I mean, people's lives aren't a straight line. I mean, is your life a straight line?
Nope.
So I think we just kind of need to leave that option open, right?
Right. Well, when they go, you're real thrilled for them. All right. And then it's like, hell, it didn't work out.
Right.
But they're back. They try again. They get it together.
Right. And sometimes it takes numerous times. And sometimes we see people come in and they're one and done. They just kind of did a pit stop and off they go.
Sometimes they get anxious and they move on before they have the resources lined up.
And, it happens.
Yeah.
But thankfully, we've got the ability to not say, well, you've already been here once.
Right. And they're, like I said, most rules are common sense, and they discourage you. It ain't a hotel.
Right. This is not a B&B, right?
You don't leave for 3 days and come back.
Right. Right.
You gotta, if you're gonna go, make an attempt.
Right. There you go.
It makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, there are lots of other ways to put that, right?
But no, I haven't found the rules overly cumbersome.
Good.
It's pretty much common sense. If you see, chores and stuff, if you see something needs done, do it. It's not that hard.
I think it's respecting one of the things that even our conversations with the people who stay with us, we don't call people clients. We call them guests because you're a guest in my house. You know, and so part of that is I treat you like that, and then you respect us like that, and so we have this common respect. You know, I don't go into somebody's house and make a mess. And
if you see something that needs done, do it.
Right. Or, you know, it's kind of like if you've eaten dinner at someone's house, you can get up and put your your plate in the sink kind of thing. It's
if you walk by the trash can's full, empty it.
Right. And so I think that helps us with respect for one another, that I respect you, you respect me.
The guys that don't jump into that are predominantly not going to be there long.
Yeah, kind of people can be their worst enemy.
Yep.
Definitely.
But I met some very interesting people, made some decent friends. Some of the staff members are very dedicated in their desire to actually help.
That's true.
That's true. Yep. You've got some of them that are your biggest advocate, which is nice to actually have someone to go, all right, this is what's going on. What do you think? What's going on? Just to talk through it with them. They'll point you in the right direction. I mean, I haven't needed much in the aid, but it's been there.
Yeah. Or get on the horn for you. You know, just say, hey, what's going on? I'll make some phone calls for you while you're doing whatever you need to do.
Like I said, I haven't needed a whole lot of assistance, but it's been there.
Right.
And it's nice to have there's support if you should need it.
Right.
If you can make it on your own, do it.
Right. Well, and one of the things that tends to be statistically true is that people have a tendency to solve their own homelessness. So sometimes that's going to be that, you know, kind of like in your case, you worked through to get your paperwork, you worked to get your job figured out, and you know you will probably find your housing and move on.
Already looking.
You know, and
I just need some time off work.
Right. But you know that you are taking the steps. Basically, all we're doing is providing the place to land while you do it. You know, a place so that you're not in crisis. You know, you're not in the fight or flight mode.
And if I need support, it's here.
Yeah.
And the guys that are expecting somebody to solve all their problems are mistaken. That's not what this is about.
We're going to walk with you in it, and you know, try to point you in the right direction. But you know, it's kind of one of those things. I ain't your mama.
Yep.
You know, and that we are not here to do it for you.
Exactly.
We're here to give you the resources you need to do it for yourself.
Yeah, we're not here. They're not here to solve your problems.
Right. Right.
But
because I can't. I mean, I can't.
They'll help guide you along it.
Exactly. We are not the saviors of the world for sure. That's what Jesus does. And we are here to help you get where you need to go. You know, what are your goals? How do we help you do them?
Yep.
So.
Like I said, some of the staff members have been remarkable.
So how'd you get here from California?
Oh, I haven't lived in California in decades.
Just happened to be no birth certificate in the process, huh?
It was lost in transit. I actually grew up around here.
Really? So you've been in Midland for a long time?
I left for 20-something years.
And just happened to be
Ended up back here.
Back in town.
Yep. Boy, has this place changed. All the houses I lived in, they knocked down.
Really?
Oh, you going out Indian and Buttles like you're headed for the highway?
Oh, all that used to be houses
through there. That's where these people lived.
Yeah.
They leveled
all of the low-income housing.
Yeah, 15-20% of the low-income housing is gone, which jacked up the rent on everything else. Sure. And then they build all this new stuff, so now the people in the service industries, you know, that work in the gas stations, work at the restaurants, stuff like that, can't even afford to live in town.
Yeah.
The median rent, guy that lives 2 doors down, his rent has gone up over doubled in 3 years. Over doubled.
And you know, that is one of the things that we're talking about, like as the local planning board, that before the flood, we were down 1,000 units of housing. After the flood, we're now down 4,000 units of housing. and the fact that what they're considering low-income housing right now is $1,500 a month.
Yeah, that's not low income.
No, it's not. I can't afford $15,000 a month.
Yeah, 1,500.
Or $1,500 a month. You're right. And it's like, how do we expect people who have grown up here to function here if we can't figure this out?
Well, and they're going to have to raise the pay rates for the service industries or put some housing in.
Well, and I think that it is so complicated. You know, you raise the pay rates and it's got to trickle down.
Mm-hmm.
You lower the rent and it's got to trickle down. You know, if the values go up on things, then, you know, the tax rate goes up, which is part of the reason the rent goes up. And so it gets all kinds of crazy everywhere. And so what do we do? And how do we solve it? Because we know it has to be solved. Because otherwise, what are you going to do? You know, where are you going to go?
Well, the median income here is quite high comparatively.
Mm-hmm.
But the people making the money, they don't want to mow their own lawn. But the people that mow lawns can't afford to live here.
And that's the problem, right?
Yep.
That is the problem. And also can't afford to commute.
Yeah.
You know, you can't afford to live in Bay City or Saginaw and then drive here every day. That would be crazy.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, I think that these are definitely those questions and those points of need that need to be presented to, like, again, to our local planning board, to our housing commissions to say, what do we do? Because, like, even with Home to Stay, have you met with Home to Stay yet?
Yeah, I did.
You know, but they can fill in the gap for a period of time.
But there's a shortage of places that they can even get you into.
That's true.
With an income that meets your skill levels.
Right.
And we don't have a whole lot of manufacturing or anything here.
Right. I mean, there's the Exalt batteries, or there's something else. No, they're not called that anymore. And obviously places at Dow that have manufacturing kind of things. But yeah, not a whole lot for sure.
And a lot of America has switched over to a service industry where you got people taking care of other people, doing things they don't want to do for themselves. That's not how an economy works. You have to actually make something you can put in a box.
Right.
If you're not making something to put it in a box, you're just taking care of each other. You have a few people that are actually making money and doing something, and the rest of the people are making them waffles and mowing their lawn and cleaning their clothes. You got to make things to put in a box. You can't ship guys that mows lawns to Europe.
That's true. And somehow we can ship all the pieces parts for things here, you know, where again, that was part of even what happened in this area. And I think Midland survived differently than Bay City and Saginaw did. That when the car industry went down and we stopped making seats and mirrors and widgets and things that put cars together, you know, all of the shops were gone.
Well,
we stopped making
Midland's
things.
a unique microcosm in that, you know, we've got Dow right here. Oh, it's basically a bedroom community built around.
Right, one place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know, normally your bedroom community is the suburb outside of where the industry is.
Right.
Dow's pretty much built its own little suburb around itself.
And yet when Dow built the suburb around itself, there was what we would consider low-income housing. You know, people could buy, there's a whole community of, you know, 2-bedroom, 1-bath houses, no basements, that were the low-income starter house kind of thing that are now, you know, worth $200,000.
Yeah, the property values gone up so much that if you've been working on a, you know, 30-year mortgage, you can't afford your house right now.
Right, right. And I think that's very true.
And so you're selling off your house, you're knocking it down. I used to live around the corner of Valley Drive. It was an inexpensive house. I rode my bicycle by there. There's a $3 million house sitting there
cow.
now. Yeah. It was an old 1920s house I lived in. Now there's a palace.
Wow.
It's gone. Most of the places I lived in town when I was young are gone and replaced with palaces. Interestingly enough, the ones over one place I lived over at Heinz and Fitzhugh still has the same window broken from 25 years ago.
Really?
Right next to the door is a side light. And it was broke when I lived there.
It's broken now.
It was broke when I lived there when I got out of high school. It was one of my first apartments. And I rode my bike back there and I started laughing because the side light was broken. Like, I wonder if they fixed it since then.
Well, it makes you wonder too if, like you said, things have gotten so much more expensive that we can't even fix the side light.
Oh, I'm sure it's been replaced since then, but I just had to laugh. Like, that was broke when I moved in.
That is
25 years,
so funny.
30 years later, it's broke again.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of the places that I live, they've leveled.
Yeah. And I think that it is very problematic when the people that have lived here for 25 years can't afford to live here anymore.
Where the H Hotel is, I had an apartment that was $400 a month. The building's gone, now there's...
Right. Fancy condos way up the top, yeah.
I mean, I'd be lucky to get a job sweeping there.
Oh. Or even where the Open Door used to be.
Yeah.
It used to be on Benson Street, and Benson Street doesn't even exist anymore.
Yep.
So things have changed, and not necessarily always for the better for everyone.
Yeah. I mean, stop at a restaurant downtown, they'll charge you $5 for a Coke. Huh?
Yeah, right. I could buy 2 2-liters for that, right?
Yeah. I mean, you go to Kroger, so you buy 2 12-packs, you get 2 free.
You wonder if we're losing our cotton picking minds.
They've made the downtown area inaccessible to most people. They've eliminated all the housing going out, Indian and Buttles. They've knocked down blocks and put up condos and stuff.
Got to do something different.
Something needs to change.
Well, especially because we have 19 beds. 19 beds at the Open Door. 18 of them are currently filled.
Oh, I won't be living here in town.
But the thing is, that 18 out of 19 beds being filled isn't going to get any better if people don't have any place to go. We have to do something different.
And it ebbs and flows, but with the weather changing.
Yep. But this isn't even that cold.
No.
You know, you and I are still, I mean, I'm obviously much more bundled up than you are. You look like you're freezing. But, you know, it's going to it gets colder. And if we're already full.
Yeah, at 16 below, there's going to be a line.
Yeah.
Welcome to February.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. So we have to do something different. And I'm not sure what that is yet. But it is your voice that needs to be heard. Because if we're saying that low-income housing is $1,500 a month.
That's not low income.
Right. And so the voices of people who once lived in houses that are no longer here, or once had their $400 a month apartment, you know, yes, things need to change over time, but we also need to make sure that we are being reasonable.
Well, and I don't know if you've done any apartment seeking lately, but whatever your rent is, they want your monthly income to be 3 times.
Right.
So they're looking at $1,500. Well.
Right, exactly.
You got to be making $4,500 a month.
Yeah. That's what I said. They wouldn't rent to me.
Well, break that down to the poverty line.
Right.
You're far in excess.
Yeah. Right.
Now you're looking at 30 grand. Something just over 30 grand to get a apartment? That needs to be your yearly income?
It doesn't make sense.
Graduate from high school and try to get your own place.
Right.
Because they're just giving away 30 grand jobs.
Well, and I think that you used to be able to do that.
Mm-hmm.
You used to be able to graduate from high school and, you know, get a job that was, didn't require extra stuff. You know, where you could walk out of high school and get a job at the grocery store, or get a job at the gas station, or get a job at the restaurant. And that was enough to pay your bills.
Right. It don't cut it anymore.
That's not true anymore.
No, you got to move to Hope or Auburn, and then driving back and forth from Bay City for $12.48 an hour.
Right, doesn't make any sense, does it?
No, you're working your first hour for free.
Right. And I think that the situation that will happen eventually is that either all of the service industry will move that way, or we're going to have to change the way we do things here.
Well, and this is all good portion of it's due to clever planning by the city council. They want the property values to go up.
True.
They want the property values to go up. They're catering to the higher income residents to give them what they want. If you have any questions about that, go look at downtown.
And I think that there is some realization that's starting to happen about the people that are being edged out, even when it comes to like teachers. Teachers can't afford to live in Midland anymore. And so what happens when you have a lot of openings in your schools? You know, you can't have good schools if you don't have teachers. But if teachers can't afford to live here.
Well, they're kind of making it where they're trying to bring in tourists with downtown. I understand that. It's a great place to visit, but most people can't afford to live here.
Yep, I hear you. I can't afford to live here either.
No.
And, you know, I think that, like, again, we're going to have to do something. We're going to have to do something different. And I just don't know what it is yet. Because I know I lived in Chicago when the projects were still happening in Chicago. And I don't think that you can just put up a cement building and throw people into it and expect that to solve the problem. You know, there are other things that need to happen. And you know, so we don't want that. We don't want to go back to that. We want people to be able to have the dignity of their own lives, and you know, gotta not be living in cement jungles.
Well, and the city limits keeps moving. You know, they moved out to Sandow Road. Shortly, they'll be headed for Homer Road, which is just pushing the affordable, because as soon as you become part of the city of Midland,
it becomes more expensive.
Exactly. So it's going to be farther and farther of a commute.
Yeah, sure.
For the people to provide the services. And look at the developments going on the fringes of town now.
And I think that some of those developments will have some affordable housing, but I think
token.
Yeah, but it's a few units. So that's definitely not our answer.
No. No. Eventually they'll end up having to bus in service people.
Well, that would be interesting.
Yeah. Well, it's like the bedroom communities outside of a major city. People take the bus out to take care of the children.
Well, and how does the bus system work here?
The bus system here is interesting. You can't get a ride into town on Sundays. You have to call a day ahead of time to get a ride into town. Dial-A-Ride's great. It'll pick you up, take you anywhere you need to go inside of town, but you can't afford to live inside of town.
So you would almost have to schedule your county connection to bring you in, then schedule your Dial-A-Ride to move you within the city. But even that, how many times can you do that a day?
As many as you want.
Okay.
But the county connection, they only run till like 11 o'clock. Well, gee, you got a job at a restaurant.
But I would say, what time did you get out of work tonight?
A little after midnight.
So you couldn't have gotten a ride home?
Nope.
So you ride your bike, right? Where do you ride your bike from?
Oh, I'm only a mile down the road.
Okay, so not bad here. But if you...
Well, that's why I took the job.
But if you were working, say, out 20.
Or if I lived out 20.
Right. That would be a highly dangerous situation for you. It's bad enough being a mile down the road. But if you were 3 or 4 miles that way on 20, trying to do that in the dark.
Right. Well, I pursued this job specifically because...
It was that close.
I've seen Michigan in the winter.
That's true too.
I am a pedestrian.
Yes, or a a biker.
Yeah. Haven't been able to afford heat for my bicycle yet, so.
So you were thinking ahead.
That's why I specifically
There you go.
I could have gotten something easier 5 miles down the road.
Right. However.
But right down the street, yes. I actually stalked them for that job.
That doesn't sound good, but I hear what you're saying.
No, I did, willfully, intentionally.
I'm going to get a job at this location.
Yep.
Right. Yeah.
Yep, it's the closest job. I can get all the hours I need. Yep, that's what I'm doing.
Until when you're ready to leave the open door, you can't live close anymore.
Well, I've got, things are improving. Transportation has been taken care of.
There we go. Well, that helps, doesn't it?
Yes, yeah. So, but it was a process.
Yeah, very much so.
And one of the big things you need to change things is money.
That is true. They say it makes the world go around.
So if you got to pedal a bike for a month or two, okay.
So it sounds to me like resilience fits into the category of things that fall into your character.
Resilience is nice, generally referred to as just plain stubborn.
Well, okay, yeah, stubborn, but flexibility.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And patience.
You got to roll with what's coming. It can be frustrating. Suck it up, Nancy. Hike up your pantyhose.
But I guess the next question is, does the fact that you had to stalk your job and that you have to look at riding the bike in the winter or figuring out the transportation thing or waiting for the housing, does that make you any more or less happy?
Doing it for yourself makes you happy.
So it doesn't take living in the mansion down the road to be happy. Happiness is found.
Standing up.
There you go.
Standing up. Do something for yourself. That goes with the stubborn thing. I've been accused right here of being a bit stubborn.
Well.
Because if I can do it by myself, I will.
Okay. But I think that knowing that, or being able to express that happiness essentially is something that is almost a willed thing.
Secret to happiness is lowered standards. If you're not happy, you're expecting too much.
Or you think it happens outside there. It's happiness will come to me later once I get all these things figured out.
An adjustment, one achievement at a time.
And one blessing at a time.
You wake up in the morning, well, I ain't bleeding. Or, well, I ain't bleeding bad.
There you go.
It's an adjustment.
I am still waking up on this side of the dirt.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, so it's 10 below, but it could be 12.
There you go. There you go.
Flexibility. But realistic expectations.
There we go.
You can't expect it to just happen overnight.
Yeah.
If you want the fire to burn all winter, you better start splitting wood.
There we go, folks. That's another great quote.
Nobody's going to do it for you, but you'll be missing it in February.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, reasonable expectations, and one step at a time.
There we go. And having a place to regroup.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, when you move one step at a time, it's nice to have some place to sit down.
There you go. Lay your head and fill your belly for the time being while you're working on putting it all back together.
It takes a while to adjust to the dependence.
Yeah, but I don't think it's necessarily dependence. I think it is a pit stop.
All right, but you've spent your entire life putting a roof over your head and all that kind of stuff. For one reason or another, suddenly you've been reduced to nearly a child role. Someone else is taking care of the food. Someone else is supplying the heat. That kind of thing, that takes an adjustment after decades of managing for yourself.
That's true. Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of swallowing involved there.
I think there's more of a lot of saying thank you. Because I can't always provide for myself. And so everyone needs someone to help them, right? And so I can either moan about it and feel like I have to swallow pride, or I can just say, thank you, I'll pass it on when I can.
Suck it up and do what you got to do.
And, you know, one day you'll be on the other side of it.
It won't be that long.
Right. And so on those days, you can give that hand up to somebody else.
And while you're here, you just do what you can to acknowledge what you're being given.
Right.
If it needs done, do it. You might not always feel like it, but do it.
And that's part of our community, right? We, like you said, we do for each other.
Yep.
And then, you know, we're again very thankful for the people who are out there providing for us in here.
Oh,
and,
certainly.
you know, again, there'll be a day where we'll be on the other side of that.
Yeah.
And, you know, you'll be able to see on Facebook that the open door needs canned beans, and you say, I can drop off a few of those. You know?
I unload the vehicles that bring the stuff in quite regular.
Yep.
And you meet some nice people.
Sure do.
I've enjoyed a great many of the volunteers.
Well, let's just say that playing is the wrong word. People come in to volunteer or to deliver things because they care. And they have a generous spirit that, when reciprocated on the other side, you know, we can be, for someone who's bringing something in, that smiling face and that willingness to carry the package can do more for them than they do for us.
Well, there's long been a, I can't remember who put it together, but there's no such thing as altruism. The people that are giving are receiving something for themselves out of it as well.
That's
it's
true.
a feeling of they've accomplished something. It brings something to them.
That's true.
So there is no such thing as altruism.
Well, I think that Jesus is the only one who is truly altruistic, you know, who gave with nothing in return. And, you know, for us at the Open Door and for those of us who work here, that's like, hey, I'm thankful for that. And so that's why I give back.
And it gives a feeling of satisfaction. It gives a feeling of accomplishment. It makes them feel that they have given something back. They're repaying something for the good fortune they have, and they like that.
Sure.
So
there is a blessing in giving.
Exactly. But people on both ends of the equation are receiving, which
Absolutely. You're right.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
No, there is not.
Nope, not a bit.
Just like when we do things around here, like, I don't know, dishes, cleaning the bathroom, sweeping up the rugs or whatever, part of that is accomplishment, right?
Yeah.
If you sit and do nothing all day, you start to feel more and more depressed.
And, you know, at least I've given something back for what I've received by doing
And
the
I felt
dishes.
like I accomplished something.
Yeah.
I had a purpose for today, and it was done.
Well, I did something that served everybody in the house.
Yeah.
The house serves me, I serve the house.
Right. Exactly.
Which goes to the altruism thing. There is a feeling there.
Yep.
And it's a good thing. It's a good thing.
Otherwise, probably, a lot of us wouldn't do anything.
Exactly.
So I guess it's a good thing all the way around.
It certainly is. There's nothing wrong with feeling good about yourself for helping somebody.
There you go. Good word. Well, I'm going to let you get to bed.
Alrighty.
Because I have to sit on this bench all night, but you don't. So thanks for coming to talk with me.
Oh, not a problem.
I appreciate you.
I really don't have a lot else to do at this time of night.
Well, except for sleep.
I got to read a book for a while
Okay.
before I go to sleep.
Well, you go.
After 50 plus years of going through daily letdowns and disappointments, when I got here, I was at the end of my rope.
I was in a very dark place when I got here.
I was really depressed.
I lied to the shelter and I told them that my mom wanted me to come because I didn't know that you could have an option of not having a home. So I told them that my mom wanted me to come, so I lied.
I was lucky to eat once a day, and that would go on 3 or 4 or 5 days in a row, nothing to eat, wandering around, not knowing where to go, who to talk to, or even asking for help.
The Open Door they do a lot for people. I mean, a lot. It's not just, a lot of people have no idea what the door is all about. And once you get in here and talk to staff, and you see the things that are happening around here, they're really great for the community.
It feels like home environment. Get a bed to sleep in and get my meals 3 times a day.
They've helped me see that I can move forward from the problems that I've had.
They have given me a second chance.
There's people that care here.
The people here that do care and counseled me when I needed counseling.
They're just great people. They really are. I mean, they love us, you know.
I can progress through every day now knowing I'm getting better every day.
A landmark decision from the U.S. Supreme Court on the issue of homelessness. In a 6-3 vote, the High Court cleared the way for cities to enforce bans on homeless people sleeping outdoors when there's no shelter space. The case centered around Grants Pass.
Grants Pass, Oregon, population 40,000, a small city dealing with a big problem.
Oh God, look at that.
Over the past 2 decades, as outsiders moved in, housing costs went up, forcing a growing number of people onto the streets.
The U.S. Supreme Court has sided with Grants Pass, Oregon, ruling that regulations and penalties around homeless camping do not constitute cruel and unusual punishment. The decision will likely have major implications on how cities make and enforce public camping rules. This case is the most significant to come before the Supreme Court in decades on the issue of homelessness.
Federal housing assistance has shrunk to its lowest level in nearly 25 years, even as homelessness and rental prices have hit historic highs.
According to new federal data, a record number of people are now unhoused, more than 653,000, a 12% population increase since last year.
Nationally, seniors are now the fastest growing age group experiencing homelessness, roughly 140,000 and counting.
This age group, 55 plus baby boomers, they have additional concerns. Some have health or mobility problems emergency shelters are not equipped to handle.
We've thrown billions of dollars at this problem, and we can't come up with a solution.
But the housing first approach to homelessness is not solving, but actually deepening the homelessness problem.
Communities that have made progress on homelessness, one thing they all have in common is people work together.
We all agree that communities are stronger when everybody who lives in that community has a safe and stable place to call home.
Now to a bizarre discovery at a grocery store in Michigan.
Contractors were curious about an extension cord they spotted on the roof. Upon further inspection, they found a woman living inside the supermarket's sign.
Everything we work so hard for every day, you know what I mean, could be lost if we had something happen. If you fell, if there was a lawsuit situation, I cannot in good conscience allow you to be up on our roof. Do we have like shelter
it's just,
information?
Yeah, it has the camo, the hunter camo on it. It's just a tent bag, regular little tent bag. That's it.
So
yeah, that's all.
I mean,
because apparently they're going to hold my
it's like the open door knock, and that's typically all we can offer is something like that. That's it. Are you familiar with the open door?
Nope, I can't go to this place.
Okay, all right. So that's essentially our only